Good afternoon, a very warm welcome to Páirc Uí Chaoimh for another doubleheader live on the Irish Examiner. This time it's the Bon Secours Cork County Football Championship Finals in both the Intermediate A football grade and the Premier Intermediate football grade. Well, what a day we have in store. 2 games down for decision, and a little bit later on we've got a little bit of a small decider of the Duhallow Derby in the Premier Intermediate grade in football, as Kanturk, who will be looking for a quick double in both codes, who will be taking on Newmarket. That game is scheduled to throw in at 3 o'clock. But firstly, this afternoon we've got a big game at 1 o'clock between Eeve Laoire, the 2020 Junior A champions, and Mitchelstown, who've been knocking on the door of this grade for the past season and a half. We will now touch base with both camps and hear how preparations are going with Mitchelstown manager Martin O'Brien. But firstly, let's head to Eeve Laoire and to their manager, John McNulty.
So John, thanks very much for joining us. Look, I suppose we'll have to rewind back to 3 months ago. An epic feeling after winning the junior county final of the 2020 season.
Yeah, no, it was great, Patrick. It was a fantastic feeling. We had put an awful lot into the season, and with COVID and the disruption, been kind of you could say tricky to keep everything on track. But the players were fantastic; they stayed focused, and after a little bit of a break, came back. We're still very fit, so we're just delighted to get over the line. It was brilliant.
And I suppose a bit of appetite going forward into the Intermediate A Championship. And I was doing my notes during the week. You went to 3 games over 3 in the group stages: the Bars, Kinsale, and Mill Street. So you got off to a super start in the group stages.
Yeah, no, it was good. I think we maybe had a little bit of momentum coming off the junior county, and it was new territory for us. We hadn't played any of those teams before, so we just took it one game at a time, and fortunately, it worked out. We played well, we got the results, and we're happy to come out of the group stages then,
So just tell me, how did it shape up? As you mentioned, there was a bit of a new territory. That first game against the Bars, yes, okay, they lost 17 or 18 players in their opening game against Ballincollig, but how do you set up for a game like that from a small club like your own?
Yeah, I suppose, in a way it's been refreshing that we don't know the teams that we're playing. It's both good and bad. Obviously, we're aware of, key players and strengths and things like that. But I think sometimes for championship games, people worry about them too much, and that transfers to the players. So we didn't really change anything. We just kept training, told everyone enjoy the football, enjoy the games. And, that Bars game was a great game. It was kind of fast, open football on both sides. Probably one of the best games we played. This year, I'd say it was a great game of football. So yeah, no, it was good that we weren't playing people and teams that we knew the way we know them in our own division,
And you had a super win in the following round against Mill Street, 25 points to score. It's a great score to have in football.
Yeah, no, the Mill Street game was very interesting because Mill Street are a good team. They're very strong down the middle. A lot of established players, a lot of experience playing intermediate. We're down 2 points at half time. A good test of us, actually, and we didn't really get too upset by it, kept our composure, and just on the day, things clicked. 25 points. I think Chris Oak and Cahill probably got 20 points between them. But yeah, it was great.
And a great way to finish off with victory over Kinsale, 3-18 to 1-8.
Yeah. I mean, that wasn't a particularly brilliant game of football. We got a couple of early scores. Game kind of fizzled out a little bit in the second half. But, we're more than happy to take the win and be finished the group,
So you went in through as group winners into the first pot, and you met Glanworth in a in the quarterfinal, I should say. And look, I say, what they say in hurling is goals win games, and it turned out to be that way from a footballing perspective. 5 goals and 12 points to Glanworth, 12 points.
Yeah, and the scoreline could be a little bit misleading at times. Getting 5 goals is very hard for the opposition. We got some early goals, and it kind of took the sting out of the game. But yeah, no, we were fortunate, I suppose, inside the first quarter. Even I think we got 1 goal, and it kind of set the tone for the rest of the game. And if you remember that day, the game was transferred from Mourneabbey to Páirc Uí Ring. Really bad weather conditions suited us in the first half, and we kind of got a hold on the game.
And I suppose that's something to touch on, experiencing a stadium like Páirc Uí Ring against any other club ground around county. And that's not knocking any club ground, but having the experience in playing in Páirc Uí Ring is going to stand to any team, especially when you've got a team who've come up from junior in the previous season.
Yeah, look, I think it's good to kind of go around the county and see different venues and experience different pitches and setups and all that. I think that's good. I mean, the pitches change, but the rules stay the same. So all you're getting really are better surfaces all the time, which that's good. That's good for the football,
So talk to me. Your semi-final nearly 5 weeks ago now at this stage against Ahabullogue, 3-14 to 1-5. Again, another impressive victory.
Yeah, I mean the scoreline kind of started to accumulate towards the end of the game, but very early on, Ahabullogue were giving us plenty to worry about. They were, very good in defence. Paul Ring there is a good footballer in defence for Ahabullogue, and they kept us quiet in the first quarter, and then things started to open up a little bit. And second half, then I think we kind of pulled away. But yeah, it was a good game. The scoreboard again, I don't think really reflected how tight that game was at times, and the type of test that Ahabullogue put up to us. They're in the grade for quite a long time as well, and we're obviously in the same division. So good game of football, and just delighted to get to the final really after it.
100% unblemished record, no defeat since the county final. It's a good way going into a second county final in a row.
Yeah. I mean, I won't complain. We won't complain. I mean, when you're winning, everything is great. You've got a bit of momentum. Everyone feels good about themselves. There's a belief in what we're doing. Getting into the final, obviously, it's a much sterner test maybe than what has come before. But we expect that. Like, it's an intermediate final in Cork. It should be hard, and we're expecting a serious challenge from Mitchelstown.
I suppose we do have to mention just one or two players. I suppose the player up front from your own point of view, and you've mentioned him already, Chris Oak-Jones, for people who may not know him at home, a really deadly player up front in that junior county final. He scored 3-11. Chris scored 3-8, 3-6 from play. So he seems to be a very much up-and-coming proposition.
Yeah, no, Chris, alongside a kind of multiple players actually, but Chris, in terms of being a prolific scorer, he certainly is that. But there's a lot more to his game actually. He's very hardworking. He tackles. He's not just giving the ball and he'll score. I think he's very well much an all-round player and a team player. So, but he's been fantastic for us this season. They all have, but in terms of getting scores and working the scoreboard, I suppose himself really and Cathal Vaughan have been fantastic.
No doubt you were at the semi-final last week between Kilshannig and Mitchelstown. Obviously, Mitchelstown coming out on top. Give us your thoughts on that.
I actually wasn't at the game. I wasn't able to make it. But my selectors were there and they had a look at it. And it's what you'd expect. Two top teams, Mitchelstown and Kilshannig. And Mitchelstown got the result. And, by all accounts, a formidable team. They're strong up the middle, well coached, very experienced at this level, been to the final previously, have probably one of the best young footballers in Cork and Cathal O'Malley, wealth of experience. So, but that's, again, going back to what I was saying earlier, sometimes you're better off not knowing and just go away and play the football game as it presents itself on the day, because, Sunday, all the talking will go out the window.
John, finally, I suppose, I know you're looking forward to, as a team, as a panel yourselves, but it's probably on the overboil at this stage for your fans and spectators at home for Sunday's game. Yeah.
Look, we like to say we have a small club with a big heart, and we're very lucky, very fortunate to be able to get to the position where we're playing a county final in Páirc Uí Chaoimh, and we would have Patrick. We would have kind of a long-standing and loyal following from the local community. Everyone's involved, really, all the families, schools, great club, great committee. But also, I think even this service, the streaming service for the Examiner, is fantastic for us because we have a lot of people who can't make it today. I can think of one guy in particular, Jerry McCarthy's in CUH. We have people overseas who can't make it, but they're going to love to see this. I think we'll certainly make their day, if not their year, actually.
So now let's head to Mitchelstown and let's hear from their coach, Martin O'Brien. And Martin, thanks for joining us. I suppose, can we just go back to last August? I suppose the disappointment and heartbreak of losing that junior county final, or that intermediate county final, I should say, to Rock Chapel. I suppose there was a lot of things from your own point of view that you could learn and take away from it.
Yeah, there was. Look, ultimately we were outperformed. In reality, when you sit down and you look back at these things, the best team won on the day. I know it's a big cliche in sport, but that's the reality of it. I think Rockchapel managed the game far better than we did. Maybe leading up to it, I think we possibly didn't manage to hold delays and it being put off and change of location. While it was both the same for both teams, I think maybe it was something that we had to look at, and we got a bit carried away with all of that side of it. The performance itself was extremely disappointing from our behalf. We just didn't get going. We weren't allowed to get going either, which I suppose you always have to give credit to the opposition. There was a lot of learning. A lot of questions had to be asked because we'd been on quite a good run. We'd been playing a really good brand of football, and it just seemed to hit the wall on the day, and it just never got going. It'll be always, people will always ask questions about team selection and so forth. But you can change all the things that you possibly have at your disposal during a game. But if you just can't seem to get momentum going, it's very difficult. Then it just was one of those days where I can't fault effort. That's the one thing. I don't think it was a lack of effort by the lads. I just think that we never got a foothold in the game, and Rockchapel outperformed us. I knew what they were coming with. I had watched them a couple of times, but they just did it really, really well, and that's the reality of it.
It was a quick turnaround then into this season's championship. You'd a defeat first day out, then 2 weeks later against Ahabullock. But you came back then to defeat Kildallery and Glanmire. And with the way the championship worked, because there were 16 teams, the top seeds were in one side of the draw in the quarterfinals, and the runners-up in the second pots. So that meant you were actually a top seed quarterfinal winner.
Yeah, actually, the first half against Ahabullock, we played some really good football. Look, we've got to be honest here. Ahabullock are a really good side. We played some really good football in the first half. Arguably, we could have gone 10 points up at halftime. We missed a goal chance, and then Ahabullock came out after halftime and took control of the game. And I'm not going to make excuses about who we had or hadn't for the game. We just didn't perform again in the second half, and I think maybe there was a carryover from losing the final. It was a quick turnaround. We'd only done two sessions on the pitch, so that was quite difficult. And then our backs were to the wall against Glanmire because I'd seen them against Kildallery. They'd got a massive win, so not only did we need a win, but we needed to affect the scoreboard. And it was massive credit due to the lads that day. Again, they really showed their character. We moved the ball at pace. Glanmire, a really good football team, and we just took them apart at every opportunity. Colm O'Neill was outstanding on the day for us, but I thought defensively that they were really strong. And you're right, we finished up as top seed in a group at one stage. Going into the last game, we were third seed in it, and we finished up topping the group. And we finished third overall in the rankings, behind actually the two teams that were in the semi-final with us in Kilshannig and Eeve Laoire,
And moving on to the quarter-final, then you defeated Ballydesmond 3-15 to 2-11.
Yeah, a tight game. I would say for 40 minutes of the game, we really struggled again. We struggled with the Ballydesmond setup, and every time we seemed to get back into the game, we made an error at home, and we gave away a goal. The two goals were two mistakes on our behalf. No, they were taken well by Ballydesmond. I think the most important thing in that game was the character we showed. You can coach all day, you can come up with tactics, you can come up with systems and setups, but you can't put character into a jersey as much as coaches like to think that they can. That's the individuals have to have that, and the players really stood up, and particularly in extra time that day, we really took over and played some good football, and with a massive impact from the bench. We've an extremely strong squad. I know it's where you want to be, but we really do. When you look at the players that came on that day that had a big impact, and they've pushed the team forward since,
And last week, I suppose, is another example of that. coming from behind as well so late in the game to defeat Kilshannig. It must be a very impressive way to get out over the line.
Impressive or stroke material is probably the best way. I don't have a whole pile of hair left now, Patrick, so it wasn't one of those ones where you can sit back and enjoy. Look, in relation to that game, we were totally outplayed. Like, let's not kid ourselves here. We were totally outplayed by Kilshannig for maybe 35 minutes, but defensively we stayed solid. We stayed in a good shape, and we kept the scoreboard down. We kept close to Kilshannig, and at halftime, I was disappointed with how we played in our transition, but extremely proud of how we stuck in there defensively. We were only 2 points down. I think with the possession count ahead we were 70 behind them in relation to possession. So they had totally dominated the ball. But again, as you say, look, these guys have loads of character. There's a lot of them play with Ballygiblin hurling too, and they were 5 down in a junior county final and kicked on to win the game. Again, with 15 minutes to go, it was all there for us. We just needed to kick for home, and the lads did it. And they're in good shape. I think we're quite a fit team overall, and I think that stands to you because people talk about fitness, the physical side of it, but when you're physically fit, you're mentally fit, and they were able to make the right decisions at the right time coming down the home stretch, and that's an important attribute because we went to point up. But there was still 6 minutes to go on the clock at that stage. We created a couple more opportunities, which I would have liked for us to take, but we didn't. But yet we still maintained that defensive resilience. And, there was a key moment for me in that game. The captain, Pam McGee, it was a one-on-one at home. We just got caught up the pitch, and he was in the full-back position marking, and he burst out with a ball, Probably wouldn't be renowned for that because he's quite a good footballer, but his defensive side of the game, it's not something that maybe people would know him for, but it was a massive turnover for us because, at that stage, you're always apprehensive in a 1-point game about the referee affording an opportunity or the clock being left go till they get a shot off, and we stayed really patient in defence, and actually their last shot that they got off was blocked down by us, and we turned over the ball, and we are where we are now, looking forward to a county final.
And I suppose that game was impressive as well because you had to do without Colm O'Neill for the second half. You had lost Mark Keane, and you had a couple of other injuries in the panel as well. So look, going forward to this week's final, in fact, against Eeve Laoire, it's obviously going to be a tough ask, but it's a game I'm sure that you very much are relishing to be playing in Páirc Uí Chaoimh.
Yeah, look, every footballer wants to play in Páirc Uí Chaoimh, that's the first thing. But you need to just remember it's just a pitch. There's the same goals. The grass is better, I would argue, than any of the club pitches, all right, so that's a plus. And there's a sense of occasion, and you've got to accept that. But going up there, this week has been about managing bodies and workload. To be honest, it's a short turnaround, and you must remember again, Ballygiblin's great success kept our hurlers active, the guys that play hurling quite active. So this is our 5th week in a row for some players. So from that perspective, it is about managing workload and about managing bodies. We lost Colm O'Neill during the game against Kilshannig. Sean Welch was a big loss to us. He went off injured with a damaged hamstring. We started without Michael Walsh, who's actually our leading scorer in championship, going into that game because he'd hurt ribs in a game, and thankfully Michael will be back for the weekend, so that's a big plus for us. But this week has just been about managing bodies and getting freshness. I'm a firm believer at this time of the year when you get to the end of championships that freshness beats fitness because your fitness work should be there. So it's just about trying to keep them fresh. We are really looking forward to it. Eeve Laoire are a really good football team. I've seen them play a couple of times, manage the ball really well, high running game. So I'm hoping that we can put on a performance, and it should be a good game if that's the case, because it's 2 footballing teams,
And my thanks to Martin O'Brien and to John McNulty, who we caught up with a little bit earlier on. Welcome to the commentary position here in Páirc Uí Chaoimh, and we welcome John Hayes and Colm O'Neill. And gents, thanks very much for joining us. We'll be brushing through the sides shortly indeed, but another great day's football to close out the season 2021.
Yeah, look, and we're very lucky with the weather conditions again. It's dry, it's calm, relatively calm. There is a small breeze towards the Blackrock end, so if you have that in your favour, you'll be looking to take advantage. But you know, look, I watched enough David Attenborough to know climate change isn't a good thing, but it does blow a good win for the footballers and hurlers of the clubs at this time of the year. So look, we've been very lucky with the weather conditions in the game so far, and it's the same again today.
And it's good to point out the notice as well, the boss who will be watching at home this afternoon, the guy at the end here wearing a lovely Tottenham Hotspur hat, Colm O'Neill.
Yeah, beggars can't be choosers. I just after leaving my Arsenal hat in the car, so we came to an arrangement there with John. So
I got a glove from Colm, keep me warm.
Well, that'll keep us entertained for the afternoon, undoubtedly. Let's have a look at the sides, because both teams are getting ready to prepare for this afternoon's action. We'll start with the Eeve Laoire side, who have a chain strip on the white and red trim, and they go unchanged on the team that defeated Ahabullock in the semi-final, of course, 3-14 to 1-5. Joe Creedon will start in goal, and of course, crucially in the middle of the field, Darren Kelly and Kieran O'Riordan have had a crucial part to play in their side. But really, inside forward line, one man to watch out for here, Chris Oak-Jones. 3-8 in last year's county final, 3-6 from play, and he scored 1-4 in the semi-final win for Ahabullock.
Yeah, look, it's a strong Eeve Laoire team. You know, they've blown through the last 2 years of competition that they've faced, coming here in red hot form with quality forwards at this level. You know, Chris Oak-Jones is obviously the main scorer, but Cathal Vaughan at 11 as well. You know, myself and Colm both know how talented Cathal is, and if he's fit and able to go, he's another player that we need to watch. Barry O'Leary as well has been impressing, and Conor O'Leary got 1-3 in the semi-final. So look, if they get a platform at midfield from Kelly and O'Riordan at midfield, that they have the forwards to do the damage. So it's going to be a big test for the Mitchelstown defenders.
Let's turn to Mitchelstown, who have their chain strip of the black and red striped jersey, and Fionn Hurley, of course, one man who will be known with the Ballygiblin side that they won the county championship a couple of weeks ago. Well, they'll be out in hurling championship next week. Of course, Shane Beston, who started the 2020 county final in the middle of the field, now playing in the centre back role, as we heard from Martin O'Brien earlier on. Colin English and Pat McGee in the middle of the field, and of course, crucially in the forward line, we've got Dara Flynn, the under 20 hurling star, but also great to see Cathal O'Mahony back in the black and red.
Yeah, solid enough Mitchelstown team as well. Obviously their main man, go-to man, is Cathal O'Mahony. It'll be interesting to see actually how fit he is today. I heard he only lasted 20 minutes to, I think, 20-25 minutes in the semi-final last week. So it'll be interesting to see how he goes. And obviously Shane Beston is their main man anchoring the defence. Funnily enough, probably started off most of his career up front playing the forward line, but has been playing for the last few years now at number 6, and they'll be looking for him probably to start the attacks going forward.
So, gents, just make quick predictions. It's a big side. I suppose Eeve Laoire are the form team going into this final.
Yeah, look, Eeve Laoire are favourites. I think most people are expecting Eeve Laoire to win this. I think Colm touching on Cathal's fitness, and if Cathal is fully fit, it will have a big bearing on the outcome of the game as well, and how Mitchelstown face. Having been involved this year, I know how talented Cathal is. Hopefully the hamstring injuries that have troubled him won't affect him today, and that he'll do his job.
Well, you won't believe it. He's just after being withdrawn. He's failed the fitness test down pitch side, and Dylan Reddy Price is into the starting side from a Mitchelstown point of view. And here is the late substitution who has just started the game instead of Cathal O'Mahony, has put the ball just right and wide, but what a blow that is to the start of the game, missing your lead star.
Yeah, no, the only thing Mitchelstown probably would have known it for a few days, but obviously for Eeve Laoire it's a bit of a boost to see the main talisman for the opposition hadn't been withdrawn. Now they might be holding him in reserve maybe for later on in the match, time will tell.
So as you get this Intermediate A Football Championship final underway, Finbar McSweeney over to the far side with Kevin Manning up the far touchline and that far side of the field. Big day for both sides, looking to advance in the Premier Intermediate section for 2022. Championship draws will be done in the first quarter, I'm led to believe, of 2022. As Kieran O'Riordan getting in possession. Long ball inside to the danger man, Chris Oak-Jones, out deep outside the 45 metre line. Ball worked inside Kieran O'Riordan, 1-2 outside to Chris Oak-Jones. Good running, good shoot, good score, good start from an Eeve Laoire point of view.
Yeah, Chris Oak has continued his form. Funnily enough, he's named 14, but I think he's playing 11. I'd say you could see himself and Cathal probably switching between 11 and 14 throughout the game.
Yeah, just tactically from our view up on high, Mitchelstown going with 2 men inside and then trying to pull numbers back. So early long ball is on for them if they want it.
They don't elect to go for it after a super win there by Pat McGee. Long ball inside to the full forward line, and an opportunity here for Conor O'Leary, or for James Sheehan, I should say. Sheehan just turning back outside up to Michael Welch, man who scored a point in that semi-final win over Kilshannig late. tackle in there on Welch. Ball's outside now with Sean O'Sullivan. Possession all the while with the black and red of Mitchelstown as Killian Roach now working it over to the far side to Greg Carroll. Here is Roach back on possession once again. Captain McGee to Colin English, a Tipperary under 21 star, playing his trade of football in Cork. Side to Dara Flynn. Inside to Sean O'Sullivan now, across the 45 metre line in Mitchelstown, playing patient football. Taking their time about looking for the pinpoint accuracy. Good ball inside to the full forward line. Good composure from James Sheehan. Ball outside to Michael Welch and looking to try and level the game. Ball going to the right hand side and wide.
Yeah, noticeable there as well that Eeve Laoire got numbers behind the ball, left their 3 danger men up top for the break, but defended quite well. A lot of short passing from Mitchelstown, short hand passing, so they're going to need to vary it a little bit more, and the shot was a little bit forced at the end.
Kieran Calvin winning the kick out on that occasion. Ball through the centre from Daniel O'Riordan. Good defending there from Colin English, but ball ended up with the men of Eeve Laoire in their changed white and red strip for this afternoon. Ball to the far side of the field. An opportunity now for Eeve Laoire. Ball worked off from Barry O'Leary. Good ball over the top inside for Chris Oak-Jones. Looking to try and take on the marker. Off the left peg, was he fouled? The advantage being played. Advantage still coming to Ian Jones, the brother. He was blocked down, but no advantage accruing. First foul on the older brother, Chris Oak-Jones, and it's going to be a 13 metre free.
Yeah, good start from Eeve Laoire. They'll probably go 2 ahead now. Just going forward, they seem to be able to be creating opportunities a bit easier than Mitchelstown. Interestingly, you can see Mitchelstown are playing with Shane Besson. They're using him as a sweeper, and I'd say they'll be planning on they'll be getting the ball quick to him and him to be launching the attacks going forward.
So the opening free there from Carl Vaughan. That's the first free from place ball. Knocked over the bar. First free of the game as well, in fact. It's a good score. Eeve Laoire doubling their lead. Ball straight down the centre of the park, and Darren Kelly picking up this one. Ball inside here to the corner. It's a good tackle from Killian Roach, but that gave an opportunity for Eeve Laoire to move the possession on to Kieran O'Riordan. Here's Conor O'Leary under pressure here from Kevin Manning. Well, ball with no Barry O'Leary's. Eeve Laoire piling the pressure on this Mitchelstown defence. Good tackle on Chris Oak-Jones. A second. That's exemplary tackling. Brilliant stuff by the Mitchelstown men as they break away their captain, Pam McGee. Ball over the top. There was a foul of McGee. A late push to the back. And it's going to be a free forward as the Eeve Laoire man has been told to get out the way. The referee gets himself in the way as well. And the Mitchelstown man just couldn't get out in front. James Sheehan, Eeve Laoire winning back possession.
Well, look, a good example of what Mitchelstown need to do with Chris Oak-Jones. He started very lively, but one player on his own isn't going to be able to handle him. The 2 or 3 guys coming in with the tackle there. Just noticeable then when they tried to move it forward, they didn't have an option, they didn't have the link player. I just wonder, a team with a talent like Cathal O'Mahony would be built around him, and without him, how their attacking game plan is going to function.
Well, let's see how their attacking game plan is going to work here as Cormac Highland switch the play to the far side of the field on this occasion. A chance now for the man who's after coming in, Dylan Reddy-Price. Ball to the corner forward to James Sheehan. Sheehan works the ball back outside to Colin English, and outside once again to Sean O'Sullivan as Mitchelstown starting to retreat back out, but Darragh Flynn making an advanced move down this right hand flank. He's got time, pressure, good pressure there though by the Eeve Laoire defensive zone, and it's gone on for a 3rd wide for Mitchelstown.
Yeah, I think that in fairness, Mitchelstown are kind of getting the grips at the back. They had 2 good turnovers there the last day, but I suppose worrying for them, they're finding it hard. They're getting a lot of bodies back, and they're very isolated up top, which in turn they find it hard to get scores on the board, and I think they'll need a score fairly soon to settle them.
Myself and Colm met a Cork selector on the way in. There's a possible opportunity here.
Just hang on a second now, because this ball's going long inside to Chris Oak-Jones as Cathal Vaughan just taking the slip there on that occasion as Mitchelstown trying to work this possession back outside with Shane Beston back in the centre back position to Darragh Flynn, Pa McGee, now with Dave Dineen, man who got a goal in that semi-final against Kilshannig. Free in the centre of the park, referees allowing play continue on. Good advantage from our referee, Colin English, with a ball to the corner out to the speedy looking James Sheehan. Sheehan being marshalled over there by Daniel O'Riordan, looking to go down by the byline. No free, says the referee. Play continues on, walked outside to Colin English. The Tipperary under 21 star, walking the ball. Good dummy there by Reddy Price, down by the byline. Has to walk back outside, and outside goes to Back outside to Michael Welch. His second opportunity to try and get a score, but just turning to the right hand side and wide.
Yeah, a little unlucky with the shot that time. That was a better chance than the first one. Just pulled it a little bit. Just what I was saying there a minute ago. We just met a fella on the way in who said, Barry O'Leary is one to watch as well, and the pressure he put on the kicker in the previous attack as a wing forward showed his huge work rate.
So Mitchelstown with the opening 4 wides of the game already inside 7 minutes here on Páirc Uí Chaoimh. You're watching the Irish Examiners live coverage of this doubleheader this afternoon here on Páirc Uí Chaoimh. Of course, the big Duhallow derby coming up at 3 o'clock between Kanturk and Newmarket, as Joe Creedon plays the ball back outside to Kieran Calvin. And Eeve Laoire seemed to be finding it that little bit easier to break out of the fence through the lines, although saying that, commentators curse the ball going out over the sideline.
As I say, Mitchelstown getting a lot of bodies back, but I think it's probably important for Mitchelstown to try and get the next score. I think they've hit the first 4 wides of the game, so it's important for them to get a score on the board to settle them down.
Darragh Flynn just knocking the ball away on that occasion. A chance for Barry O'Leary for a cute ball inside for Chris Oak-Jones. Well, he's got possession. There's 2 men loose outside him. Just didn't offload it in time. Now he's got the opportunity. Goal still might be on. Still is on. Great block saved off the post and into the keeper's hands like a pinball machine. Danger not clear yet though. A chance of Colin English to try and do that, and he does with Shane Beston as Mitchelstown going to the counter-attack.
Yeah, I think, good work from Chris Oak to find the pass, but I think it might have been Brian Cronin with the opportunity. Maybe got caught in 2 minds whether to take the point or go for goal. A deflection and off the post, and well cleared in by Mitchelstown.
And that's a poor ball from Darragh Flynn, an easy turnover to give away an opportunity here for Conor O'Leary now to try and break out of the fence. Sending the ball to the far side of the field over towards Highland, back inside to O'Leary. Game played at a decent tempo, players on their feet as it currently stands. Good tackle here from Sean O'Sullivan. Eeve Laoire man did very well to hold on to possession with Darren Kelly offloading to Sean O'Leary. Went down to this maybe near side, back into the centre of the park actually. Inside to Kieran Calvin. Man free over the far side of the field. Calvin hasn't spotted him yet, but now he's been picked up inside the 20 metre line. Eeve Laoire now just trying to poke holes with 14 men Mitchelstown inside their own defensive area. Ball over the top from Sean O'Leary to Barry O'Leary, working his way inside, calls for over carrying the ball, walked outside, offloaded to Cathal Vaughan. Vaughan's bending this around the corner, he's bending it around the corner inside the near upright.
Great score, yeah. Look, I think that's really the difference. Like, I think Eeve Laoire a bit more clinical, and they got the right man on the ball, and a super score from 35-40 yards from Cathal.
Mitchelstown man fouled there was Shane Beston. Beston plays back to the keeper, Luke Hanna, I should say. There's Beston now. Okay, outside to Dave Dineen. Dineen inside his own 65. Mitchelstown, of course, all teams in this grade have played 5 championship grades. There were 16 teams in this championship. Down to the final 2 this afternoon. Is under pressure here is Cathal Vaughan. Okay, outside. There's changing channels here. Brian Cronin. Vaughan settles the feet, shows the dummy, balls inside, back into the captain. Brian Cronin. Outside the 20 metre line now he comes to Kevin Manning with possession. Bringing it back outside to try and draw the Mitchelstown defence out. Kieran O'Riordan. Barry O'Leary. O'Leary with the shot. O'Leary looking to try and extend the lead. And against a slight breeze this afternoon, Eeve Laoire have got off to a sublime start.
Yeah, well, we name-checked 3, maybe 4 individuals for Eeve Laoire before the game. And Chris Oak-Jones, Cathal Vaughan and Barry O'Leary are all making an impact here in the early stages.
Referee playing an advantage, continues on, and a chance for Eeve Laoire to move forward. Referee is stopping possession by the 20 metre line. There's an Eeve Laoire man down here. There was a scoring opportunity there for Eeve Laoire. Possibly could have left the play on, but seems to be a head injury for the Eeve Laoire man.
Yeah, I think to be fair to the referee, it was a head injury, so he's obliged to stop it, even though there was a clear scoring chance for Uibh Laoire. I think they get the free now, but can't score direct from this free.
Let's say good afternoon. I know one man from Mitchelstown who is watching down in Australia, Mark Keane, who is tuned in. I hope you're enjoying the coverage so far, Mark. Mightn't be the right scoreline you're interested in. And also good afternoon to Colm Vaughan, referee from Kilnamartyra, who is in hospital. And Colm, I hope you're keeping well. Hopefully you'll recover soon, and hopefully we'll see you on the field with a whistle shortly indeed.
Yeah, and look, just mentioning Mark Keane, if a club produces two talents like Mark Keane and Cathal O'Mahony, and then for different reasons they're not available on county final day, it's obviously going to have a huge impact on their team.
Quick free taken there by Colm O'Neill in towards the edge of the square. Chance here for Ian Jones. Jones on the snap around the body. Good quick thinking from Jones. A goal opportunity possibly on, but gets the white flag.
Yeah, I think he had goal in his mind. Actually, was very lively. I think, in fairness to the Uibh Laoire forwards, they're actually very lively and they look fair sharp. Great score.
Chance now for Luke Hanna with the kick out. 5 points in a row for Eeve L. Real bright start as Kieran O'Riordan now trying to work possession to Sean O'Leary. Switch it to the far side of the field. Mark was possibly on. Kevin Manning now. Okay, back outside to Sean O'Leary once again as Chris O'Jones playing quite deep out in the 45, trying to use a screen play. Brian Cronin in possession now. Sean O'Leary.
I think Mitchelstown will probably be looking for the water break fairly soon to try and get lads together and try and regroup and try and come up with something to, I suppose, to settle the ship really.
Kieran Calvin in possession. With Darren Kelly now. Big stature of a man wearing the number 8 jersey. And offloads it to Conor O'Leary, who scored 1-3. Oh, that's a heavy hit. Referee playing an advantage. Play continues on. And it's a foul there on by Killian Roach. It looks like. Or in fact, actually, it's Michael Welch, actually, is who it was. Quick free taken inside to the full forward. That's a super ball. You might have heard the murmur from John Hayes. Can he finish it with explosion? No, he can't. Just tapering to the outside from Cathal Vaughan, I should say.
Yeah, beautiful drilled kick pass. One of those ones that he just gathered first time and can turn the defender straight away. Just a pity he didn't finish. But having said that, 5 points to nothing. It's one-way traffic here so far.
It is as Barry O'Leary dispossesses Dave Dineen at ease, and the ball walked back into the centre of the park, and Eeve L cutting open this Mitchelstown defence like a hot knife through butter at this early stages as Kieran O'Riordan now playing the ball inside. Here is Cathal Vaughan. He's got 2 points to his name in this county final already. He's still working it around with the exclusion zone. Back outside to Barry O'Leary, so not too many options, and the option really is to go back outside on the loop to Sean O'Leary. Calvin back to O'Leary once again. Ball worked back inside to Barry O'Leary. Another heavy hit, very physical contact here from Mitchelstown. They win a free out.
Yeah, a couple of hard hits from Mitchelstown. They're obviously trying to get themselves into the game. I thought Cathal there possibly had a chance to take a shot, and with Cathal, he's super talented. Maybe he just needs to back himself in that situation. Maybe his confidence after missing the previous shot wasn't quite what it should be, but a little bit maybe too unselfish there. Could have taken the shot on.
Referee trying to keep this game at a real high tempo as Killian Roach now bringing possession up to English. Colin English and the loop from Cormac Highland, and a great rolling crossfield from Killian Roach now. Mitchelstown needing a score right before the water break. Possession with Colin English. Here's Dylan Reddy Price now, deep out in the 45 metre line. Good ball outside to Sean O'Sullivan. Man in space is Darragh Flynn. His second opportunity of the game. This is looking a bit better. It's tight. Umpire goes to the flag. And it is a score as we go to the water break. That is a crucial score from a Mitchelstown point of view.
Exactly, yeah. Look, I think there was a vital score for Mitchelstown to go in, having a score on the board. I know they missed 4 or 5 opportunities. So, look, I suppose Uibh Laoire have been playing all the football, but having said that, they're only 4 points down. So I think Mitchelstown will be glad of the water break, to be fair.
Yeah, 100% an important little momentum boost for Mitchelstown there just before the water break. But look, it has been largely controlled by Uibh Laoire so far. They're coming in here as favourites. As we said, they've kind of won most of the games they've played in the last 2 years fairly comfortably. A much vaunted forward line, and they're showing what they're about. They've got quick guys all over the pitch. They seem to have pace. Darren Kelly is doing well around midfield and giving them the platform to take it on. Barry O'Leary working hard. Mitchelstown, from their point of view, are probably going to try and have to tighten this up. But it's a perfect day on a huge pitch, so the space is there to be exploited. It is hard to pull numbers behind the ball and try and shut down an opposition on such a big open pitch.
And to be fair, Mitchelstown have been, the last 5 or 10 minutes, have been tackling hard, and they have 4 or 5 turnovers in their own half back line. But I suppose they're suffering them because they have so many players back. They're finding it hard to get up and transition off the pitch, and it's very slow.
That's probably the point you did make after 5 minutes. With Colm O'Neill missing, they're still playing the same tactic, but not with the same, and not disrespecting Mitchelstown. They don't have the same quality player inside.
They don't have that outlet. And look, they did create the chances they missed. I think is the 4 opportunities there in the first half. Let's just say they got 1 or 2 of them and make it a lot closer. So I think it's going to be. I think at this point in time, Uibh would have to be the happier. But as I said, there's a long way to go yet.
I think Mitchelstown in this game, and they're kind of playing a counter-attack system, I think they're going to need a goal or two to try and get back into this game.
So referee restarts the watch after they blow the whistle. Dangerous kick out to this near side, deep inside his own half, inside his own 45 even, as Conor O'Leary. And here he is with a big surging run up the centre of the park, and again with a third possession here. Conor O'Leary moving forward at speed and pace as Kieran O'Riordan looking to try and take the attack on. Here's Chris Oak-Jones settling the feet. Snap around the body from Chris Oak-Jones, just trailing left and wide.
Yeah, look, it was a good move. The kick out was a brave kick out, but it was accurate. And then, moved at pace through the hands. Hand passing, a lot of people get out about the hand passing, but if you're moving at pace and working up the field, then there's nothing wrong with it. They worked a good chance. Maybe Chris Oak just a little bit forced that effort, could have settled and maybe found a better position or a teammate.
Cormac Hyland under pressure to the far side of the field. Here's Shane Beston moving forward at pace now. Man who played midfield in that county final back in August when losing out to Rockchapel. Well, they've had very good success in the meantime, albeit losing the first round to Ahabullock. They've defeated Glanmire, Kildorrery, Ballydesmond and Kilshannigan last week's semi-final, earning their right to be here in this county final. Would need to get more scores on the board rather urgently from their own point of view, playing with the slightest of breezes in this opening half into the city end. Possession with English, walking down inside the 20-metre line. Greg Carroll working back outside to Michael Welch. Here's Dara Flynn now, looking for space to switch it to the far side to Killian Roach. Ball walked inside by Sean O'Sullivan. Here's Reddy Price back inside to O'Sullivan. O'Sullivan under pressure, being bottled up inside there, evading 2 tackles. Shot going in, but shot wastefully right and wide.
I think Sean will be disappointed with that. But interestingly, it's the first time we've seen Shane Beston there doing what he does best. And I think Mitchelstown will want more of that, him bursting forward. Like, he is playing as a sweeper, but I don't know, is he... Uibh Laoire kind of playing around him. I don't know how effective he is playing as a sweeper, and I'm sure would he be better off being up the field and driving at Uibh Laoire defence.
Yeah, I was actually thinking the exact same thing before Colm said it, and I just saw Mazur O'Brien there on the sideline, maybe urging him to get forward and move forward a little bit more.
Possession switch to the far side of the field. Chance now for Eeve L to try and go on another counter attack. It's Chris Oak-Jones bursting. He's got some speed. The youngster here under pressure, shot going away with all the pressure and all the slapping across the body. This guy is some prospect.
Yeah, a good score from Chris Oak, and look what he is, he's direct and he takes defenders on, and he has pace and he can finish, so look, he's obviously a very good player at this level. I think he's going to be involved in the Cork setup this year, so look, we'll be hoping that he can make the step up at inter-county level as well, because it'd be great for Cork if he could.
Possession to the far side of the field. Shane Beston now fouled. Chance now for Mitchelstown. Chance now for Mitchelstown to try and break in the counter-attack as Killian Roach now pops the ball over the top, looking for Finbar McSweeney. McSweeney popping the ball inside. Here's Dylan Reddy Price, I should say, was fouled there. Play continues on with the advantage, not accruing, says a referee. Foul across the body, free in.
Yeah, this is an important kick as well. It looks like James Sheehan is the man to line up and take it. Look, it's not an easy free, and it's his first effort of the game, and it's an important one for him, and it's a important one for Mitchelstown, having had so many wides in the early stages.
That's really good. That's really, really good from James Sheehan. Great score.
A nice kick off the left foot. I think Colm would have been happy with that himself.
Once upon a time.
You're not able to do it now?
No. Look, in fairness, that's another big. Like every score, I think in this will be a big score for Mitchelstown, just to keep within arm's length, especially before the half-time break.
Ball worked over the top. Under pressure here, now being bottled up is Kevin Manning, and possession turned over, and Mitchelstown now starting to come into this game a bit more. Shot going in here from Michael Welch. That is better. Try once, try twice, 3 times a charm.
Yeah, well done to Michael Walsh, because as you noted, he had 2 wides from similar positions and still had the guts to take on the third shot. Hit it cleanly, hit it purely. I know those 2 scores will do wonders for the Mitchelstown confidence, and hopefully it will, because the game is livening up. A little bit of a scrap around the middle of the pitch developing.
Well, there's a bit of a feisties inside there. It looks like Chris Oak-Jones being pinpointed out by our referee, along with the Mitchelstown man.
Yeah, look, I think Mitchelstown have decided they want to up the physicality stakes here. As Colm noted, that they were tackling harder a minute ago, and it's extending throughout the pitch now as well.
Interesting, like Uibh Laoire, they always have a free man. You can see Shane Besson is sitting back from Mitchelstown, so as it makes it very handy for the goalie, and it's gonna, every time they're going to get a short kick out of the way. I wonder now and then should Mitchelstown actually put up and try and put some pressure on the keeper.
Well, they go short once again. Eeve L playing possession with Cormac Highland, or with Brian Conan, I should say, back deep inside. Here is Sean O'Leary. Ball side to Kieran Calvin. Calvin advancing forward as we come to the conclusion of the 22nd minute. Mitchelstown intercepting that possession. Shane Beston leading the charge defensively is Dave Deneen now, and Mitchelstown playing a bit of a different game here in the second quarter. Really much more cuter, sharp shooting ball, and that's a beautiful ball played up by Michael Welch up towards James Sheehan, who got himself on the score sheet moments ago, but Sheehan just overcarried the ball.
Yeah, a little bit unlucky there. It was a good pass, and look, we talked about moving Shane Besson up the pitch, but we saw the value of him there as a sweeper, and he's an experienced player. He can do that job as well, and at the moment it's going okay. It's maybe later in the game, if they're still trailing, that they might want to move him forward and use him further up the pitch. But they have settled into this game. They've got to grips with the Uibh Laoire forward line. Uibh Laoire, the last 3 or 4 times they've come up, have coughed up possession, so Mitchelstown will be much happier than they were 5 or 6 minutes ago.
Ooh, well, Barry Murphy pleading his case with an official. Referee says there was a foul on James O'Leary, a push, and it's going to be another opportunity here, and this is much more free-flowing. Martin O'Brien, well, he was trying to run out in the field where a 4th official told him to stay in the box. You can't get out of that.
After a very impressive start by Uibh Laoire, the last fight since the water break, they haven't come out as they were. Mitchelstown, I think, have been a better team since the water break. This is another tough kick, but it'll be a great score for Mitchelstown to get.
Chance now for Michael Welch, looking to try and double his tally here this afternoon, and he does that.
Another good score by Michael Welch, kind of the little Daniel Goulding shuffle in the run up. But definitely Mitchelstown are getting to grips with this, and it's good, because it looked like it could be a one-sided affair. But Uibh Laoire, the one thing that someone said to me during the week, Noel O'Leary said to me during the week, is maybe that they haven't been tested because they haven't been in a tight game. We'll see now in a tight game whether they're going to be in it. Colm, I think, is watching someone warming up below. Is it Cahill?
Yeah, I just see Cahill. I don't know, is he only just out for a stretcher? But he looks to be moving freely enough. I'd be actually surprised if you don't see him at some point in time.
Well, I didn't realise he was name-checked 20 team All-Ireland Day here today. With so many guys being name-checked off the team. As Uibh Laoire now looking to try and get a further score. Haven't scored now in over 5 minutes at this stage. Mitchelstown with the last 3 scores of the game. Good dummy there from Barry O'Leary. Settles the feet, ball short. Good pressure, right and wide, and Mitchelstown now have really thundered into this game.
Yeah, I think a kind of rash shot like that is oxygen to the Mitchelstown team, and it gives them all a bit of a lift. As I say, I know I'm repeating myself, but I think Uibh Laoire is starting to get a bit sloppy since the water break, so they'll be looking to up the tempo here now again.
Oh, great mark in the middle, down by Darren Kelly in Mitchelstown now, starting to flood forward in towards the 45 metre line. He's got options left and right, goes right, Sheehan plays it back left, shot going in from Highland, ball touched out, it's gone out for a 45, keeper touched it just before it went out, it's gone out for a 45.
And that was a superb move, an absolutely superb mark from Pa McGee at midfield, and they moved it quickly, first time through the hands with runners at pace, and the pass, Cormac Island had another option to go. I'm not sure, was it Dylan Reedy Price in at the far post, and Michael Walsh might have been there too. One more pass, and I think they could have had a flick to the back of the net. Great chance, and it would have been a huge moment in the game. If Michael Walsh can put over the 45, it keeps the momentum going for Mitchelstown, because they've really turned this game around.
So from what being 6 points to 1 at the back of the water break at the start of the second quarter, a chance from Mitchelstown to reduce the margin down to the minimum, and Michael Welch to make it a hat-trick of scores in a row. Stepping up to this 45, took a small slip into it, but beautifully struck off the bottom of the 45.
Great strike, yeah, and look, he had a lot more with that, but he's kicked some super frees there now to get Mitchelstown back into the game, and they'll be really happy the way things are going.
That's a great kick out from Joe Creedon, and to be fair, I know that Mitchelstown are sitting off and making it easier for him at times. Great turnover again, but Joe Creedon looks very confident with his kick-outs.
Good turnover by Killian Roach, and that gives another opportunity here from Michael Welch to try and settle up. Here's Dylan Reddy Price, just lost possession for a second and picked the ball off the ground, says a referee. Free out for Eeve L, and they're trying to break away at pace as Brian Cronin now offloading the ball to Kieran Calvin. Down to this near side, and which way is Jones going to go? He goes down the left hand flank, showing good clean pair of heels to Barry Murphy, looking for the 1-2. Not a good ball inside though, as Mitchelstown intercept that one. That was a poor clearance out though, an opportunity here for Brian Cronin to bring in another man to that far side of the field, and it was touched on the ground by the Eeve Laoire man, and things are starting to fall asunder for Eeve Laoire up front with Kieran O'Riordan fouling on that occasion.
Yeah, well, look, I think we're seeing the value of Shane Beston in the role where he is. Look, Chris Oak-Jones took on his man and beat him, but Shane Beston was there to bar the route to goal. Tried to find Carl Vaughan, and it was a good turnover from, I think, Fionn Hurley. So Mitchelstown, totally different team since the water break.
Opportunity now for Mitchelstown maybe to try and level up this game. Something that didn't look too good in the opening quarter, but they've got much more shape, more composure. Eeve Laoire now just trying to hold the house out between the 45 and 65 as Mitchelstown switching the play to the far side with Sean O'Sullivan over towards Killian Roach now. Of course, Mitchelstown with 4 players in this team, plus Mark Keenan being 5 of this team that played in the county final win for Ballygiblin a couple of weeks ago. Of course, they'll be out next weekend, Ballygiblin representing Cork in the Munster GA Junior A Hurling Championship, but that's a poor ball inside, and back there defensively, corner forward Conor O'Neill with a snap ball, but Shane Beston was always going to pick up that as Mitchelstown were playing 2 sweepers back there at one stage, and Beston now moving forward at pace, receiving the offload from Roach. Chance now for Mitchelstown to settle back down once again. Greg Carroll now in possession to Colin English. Here's Dara Flynn now. How can he measure from here? Pops the ball over the top. Loose carry, but flicked on by Sean O'Sullivan in towards Michael Walsh. Chance here for Greg Carroll. Possession back outside by Fionn Hurley. Out towards Pa McGee, who's been held up inside there. Good tackling by Ian Jones. Mitchelstown being bottled up, and Michael Welch doing well to break away from the tackle. Ball going high in, but left and wide.
Yeah, it's noticeable from up here again that Eeve Laoire have started to drop numbers behind the ball now at this stage, and look, Carl Vaughan and Chris Oak-Jones are a 2-man full forward line, but they don't have a link in the half forward line at the moment. They need to get players in that role, because the last possession they got, they tried to launch a 60-yard pass and it was cut out easily.
Oh, just getting over it for a keeper. Joe Creedon just scuffled that ball over the top, just breaking it away on that occasion. Outside of the Eeve Laoire getting away with one on that occasion. Ball worked outside to Sean O'Leary as we come to the end of the 30th minute here in Páirc Uí Chaoimh. Chance for Brian Cronin now in possession. Ball being worked across towards Darren Kelly. Not too many options inside as Mitchelstown trying to hold out that black and red wall. Man goes to the inside was Brian Cronin. Cronin goes to the inside as there's a minute of additional time. Eeve Laoire take a 2-point lead.
Great kick there from Brian Cronin, and it's a score Uibh Laoire needed. They've been, as I say, been wasting enough up until now, so they'll be happy with that. Happy with that score. It's a big score for Uibh Laoire.
Credit to Sean O'Leary too. Powerful run to give a little bit of impetus when Uibh Laoire had been flagging a little bit in the last 10 minutes.
Can Mitchelstown muster another attack from here as Michael Welch had a runner outside, played it long inside to Dylan Reddy Price. Price now being marshalled by two defenders in Finbar McSweeney and Danny O'Riordan. Mitchelstown back outside now with Sean O'Sullivan as the seconds start to tick down. The conclusion of the minute. Very shortly, Colin English to his midfield partner Pam McGee. McGee from outside the 45. There's a runner being made inside. Play continues on as Dara Flynn shoveling the ball across to Killian Roach. Possession with Mitchelstown all the while in their black and red as Greg Carroll drops possession. And that is the half-time whistle from Rob Whelan of Ahada here in the Sponsecure Intermediate A Football Championship. Eeve Laoire 7 points, Mitchelstown 5 points.
Yeah, and look, it's become a very interesting game. At the first water break, we were thinking, maybe this wouldn't be a tight affair, and that Uibh Laoire were going to extend the lead and move on and win it easy. But Mitchelstown have just made up their mind that they were going to change the terms of the game. Came out, were a lot more physical, and a couple of scores they got after the hot water break gave them a bit of confidence and a bit of belief, and their performance levels have improved an awful lot. So if they can carry that kind of attitude and aggression into the second half, then they've got every chance here.
Yeah, as I say, it is nearly a game of 2 quarters. Obviously, Uibh Laoire hit a super start. They went up, it was at 4 points to nil, and at one point in time, I thought it'd be could have been all over by the first water break. But credit to Mitchelstown, I suppose they upped the ante physically and kind of got good tackles, good turnovers in, and gradually, slowly but surely started to reel him in. Obviously, Michael Walsh had a super second quarter, so if you were in either dressing room now, I think probably the Mitchelstown dressing room would probably be a bit happier, but with still a lot of work to do, but it sets up the second half really nicely.
7 points to 5 it is then. Eeve Laoire got off to a sublime start, gents. 5 points in the clear, but Mitchelstown from there have just gradually got back in, and they roped them back down to the solitary point at the end of the first half.
Yeah, look, as I said there a while ago, I think Mitchelstown probably will be happier. At one point in time, we thought it could have been all over, but in fairness, they're after up in the ante physically and got some good tackles, good turnovers in, and as well as that, they had missed a good few chances up top. So even if they did convert 1 or 2 of them, it would be a lot closer. But I think they would be probably the happier in the dressing room. I know Uibh Laoire always posed that threat with Cahill and Chris Og anytime they go forward. I think if Mitchelstown can limit the lads scoring goals, I think they'll be thereabouts.
We're just looking to our left hand side down here. I'm not sure if we can get a camera shot. There's a guy with an orange bib down the far side. We'll pick it up in a second. It looks like, is that Colm O'Neill, lads?
Yeah, it is. Yeah, look, myself and Colm have been kind of watching with interest. He's doing a lot of running, doing a lot of warming up. He seems like he's moving okay. I'd agree with Colm. I'd expect to see him, and that could change the game. It could be a game changer if Mitchelstown can continue to snuff out the Uibh Laoire attack as they did in the second quarter, but also having the option of Cahill on the break. That's a total game changer for Mitchelstown, and would alter the game dramatically as well. At the moment, Uibh Laoire 2 points up, but just going back to the point I was making earlier about them not being road tested in tight games, because they've been winning so well. This is a different kind of game now. They look like they were going to move away and have a handy lead. Mitchelstown have just said that's not going to happen today, and if Mitchelstown come out with the same aggression and attitude in the second half, Uibh Laoire are going to have to earn this win. It's not going to be handed to them.
Yes, as John has said, like Mitchelstown are tried and tested. They came from behind to beat a fancy Kilshannig team last week. But I think if Cahill does come on, it'll be a tactical masterclass. To say they'll be asking if he can come on. Like, why wouldn't he start? Maybe he's still not 100%. But as John said, I'd be surprised if this game gets close and close that he's not introduced at some point in time.
He's just after doing 2 sprints off camera there of about 40 yards. And you'd say if that was in the NFL, he'd be doing a good lick of speed there for a 40-yard sprint in the combines. So he's just after sprinting down the tunnel in front of us as well. So he looks reasonably fit. Like, he could play a good 20 minutes in this.
Yeah, look, Cahill's very quick, and his hamstring issues have plagued him all season. It was a big loss to us with the Cork team. When he got injured as well. Before that, he was going pretty well. So look, Colm will know it, and I know it. When you're recovering from a hamstring, you can do all the running and all the straight line sprinting and all that. You can do all that in the world. But only when you go out and you have to twist and turn and there's a defender right behind you and you have to adjust, very sharply in the middle of a game. That's when the body finds out. So I assume they go, look, it's a bit of a hamstring issue maybe, and there's probably not 60 minutes in them. Maybe there's 15, maybe there's 20. At the moment they're doing fine. What they need to do is if they can keep doing what they're doing and get Cahill in for the last 15, 20 minutes, if they're still within touching distance at that stage, it's game on.
So Mitchelstown just changed the way they attacked that second quarter, more using the running off the ball, off the shoulder, trying to get it through the lines.
Yeah, both teams probably kind of set up similar enough. Get a lot of bodies back, and everything is they tried to turn them over, and then everything ran. Now, Uibh Laoire at the start had a lot of bodies up front. They obviously kept Cahill kind of on the 40 and Chris Og inside. Now, in fairness to Mitchelstown and Larkin Finn is kind of, since the water break, Larkin Finn, who was a Cork minor, would have been a Cork in the 20, but picked up an injury 2 years ago. You'd get nothing easy off Larkin, in fairness, and he seems to be getting the grips to Chris Og now. Obviously, he could come out in the second half and hit two or three goals. That's the kind of player he is, But I think, in fairness to Mitchelstown, they are getting on top of the lads. They're getting on top of the Uibh Laoire forward. So.
And probably the difference as well, that they were happy to have Shane Beston sitting back on top of Chris Og Jones. Now they're happy to have 2 players back instead of him, so he can move forward at pace.
Exactly, and I think they've benefited from that. Any of the attacks that Shane has kind of bombed forward and created the overlap, they've won a free or got a shot off at the end of it. So I think they'll probably want to see more of that in the second half.
So how quickly do you bring in Colm O'Neill? Look, neither of the three of us are physios or doctors by any means, but he looks reasonably fit there. Do you hold off for 10 minutes, see can you try and get a scrub of the game to try and get it back to level, or do you throw him in the pot straight away?
It's a call for between the physio and Cahill, I'd say. I'm sure Martin O'Brien, if it was possible, would love to get Cahill in straight away, but if the physio and Cahill himself will be the one who kind of really makes the call, says how good am I feeling, how much do I think I have in the tank. So I think they might hold off for 5 or 10 minutes yet. We don't know, but
that's the danger. If you do hold off, like this kind of, if you do hold off, there's a danger of not having him in there. Or Uibh Laoire going to get a goal or two, and next thing he's brought on when the game is over, or else when they're only 2 points down now, do gamble and try in your lot and see how he performs. But I suppose we won't know until after the game how that move is going to fare out.
Yeah, and that is the key. But I think Mitchelstown in the middle of the field have also won that piece in the centre of the field. Like Pat McGee and Colin English are getting that little bit more off than what Darren Kelly and Kieran O'Riordan have gotten that second quarter.
Yeah, I thought Darren Kelly was probably the standout midfielder in the first 15 minutes, but to be fair to Mitchelstown, like I said, they've got their numbers there and bodies and big hits. They've turned over Eeve Laoire 5, 6, 7 times there in that second quarter. So yeah, like Colm touched on it, the first quarter was all Eeve Laoire, second quarter was all Mitchelstown. Be interested to see now how the third quarter goes. Look, you'd still make Eeve Laoire slight favourites at this stage. Maybe they can tactically adjust and try and work it. So maybe get 1 or 2 more players up the pitch to support Cahill Vaughan and Chris Og. But Mitchelstown as well. Look, Martin O'Brien is a football madman, and in fairness, he's made an impact there since the water break. And Mitchelstown tactically got it right in the second quarter. So third quarter is going to reveal a lot.
Mitchelstown out in the field as Eeve Laoire now come out onto the field as well. Martin O'Brien, of course, part of the Cork Minor Selection Committee.
no Cathal O'Mahony as yet, so he's still being held in reserve at this stage.
So it looks like no changes either way here. I'm being told a text message coming in saying get Cathal O'Mahony in. He looks good to me. Whoever that professional is.
Yeah, look. I mean, yeah, it's like I said, you can straight line sprint all you want. It's when you go out there and you have to twist and turn at speed with people trying to tackle you and try and get a shot off under pressure or something like that. That's when you know whether you're fit or not. So hopefully we will see Cathal. We want to see the best players involved, and we want to see Cathal O'Mahony back fit and playing good football, because I think he's a very talented, exciting player.
So the second half of this Bunsecure Intermediate A Football Championship final is underway. Thrown in by Rob Whelan, and a chance now for Mitchelstown to get on an early attack with Greg Carroll up towards Shane Beston. Offloading outside to Cormac Hyland, who goes on the loop around Dara Flynn. Flynn offering his services once again from Greg Carroll, and Mitchelstown now just getting players back on possession once again. 12 on 12 in the forward line. Mitchelstown playing the sweeper forward. Chance now for Killian Roach out to Greg Carroll. Play continues on. Mitchelstown man's been turned over here. Good tackle by, look like Kevin Manning on that occasion, as Conor O'Leary playing deep. 3 men for Eeve L inside our 21. As Kieran Calvin moves forward.
The 3 Eeve L forwards are all inside by the 21. Potentially one of them coming out to centre forward.
Well, look at this man here going at pace. Chris O'Choat. Oh, what a tackle! What a tackle there by Barry Murphy, or by Larkin Finn, I should say. Finn knocking it out for a 45.
Yeah, as I said, Chris Hogan and Larkin having a fierce battle in fairness, but as John was saying, like, Uibh Laoire turned over the ball in their own 45, and the next Uibh Laoire person was inside their own 14, so there was a huge gap between Uibh Laoire 45 and their own inside line, so they need someone around the middle of the field to create that link, or else they're just going to have to run everything. And it's kind of, I don't think that's the way they want to play, really. I think they want to kind of play with good fast tempo and kick ball through the lines.
Yeah, I think what they're missing at the moment is the link player at 11. Whether it's maybe Cathal would be suited to that role at the moment. They had 12 players in their own half, and then, as you said, 3 players. There was 60-70 yards of space between the two. A good link player at 11 would help them in that situation. Joe Creedon up for the 45 now.
From the goal mouth to the 45. Well, can he extend the lead out to 3 points, as Cathal O'Mahony is again warming up to our left hand side?
We'll have to put on a wager when he's going to come on, I think.
I'll leave that to you, Colm O'Neill. It's Joe Creedon stepping into this one. Well struck, one beautifully over the red spot. 3 points the difference.
Yeah, it's a great kick from Joe Creedon. I kind of noted earlier he looks just confident in his striking, so he's been quietly impressive today, and that was a great score.
Kick out to the far side of the field as Eeve L have dispossessed the Mitchelstown man to the far side, and Kieran Calvin picking up possession once again. Kieran Calvin working it forward. Chance now for Brian Cronin to bring in cornerback Daniel O'Riordan. A poor ball over the top by O'Riordan, giving an opportunity for Pam McGee and his Mitchelstown side to try and advance forward. I say good afternoon to everyone up in Tipperary, including in Harney's final furlong, watching it. Our coverage this afternoon. There's Kevin Manning now winning the interception on that occasion, and Eeve L now starting to flood forward once again. Kieran O'Riordan working it inside the 45 metre line to Manning. Manning turning back on the right, looking for the option outside. Brian Cronin switches the play to the far side of the field. Man steadying his feet over there. Looks like Conor O'Leary. Shot going in, a shot going over the bar.
Great score from distance there from Conor O'Leary, but in fairness, great turnover inside the full-back. Uibh Laoire full-back Finbar McSweeney won a great turnover and created that attack.
Yeah, I think it was Barry O'Leary might have kicked that one, and we name checked in the first half. He's got a couple of good points now, I think, as well. Playing very well as a wing forward.
Shane Beston's been pinned for a double hop there, breaking out of the fence, and Conor O'Leary taking the snap ball in. Super ball, just getting away from the effects of Killian Roach. Here comes Chris O'Jones, and Chris O'Jones all of a sudden extending the lead to double scores.
Great score there. Uibh Laoire come out of the traps after half time. They really upped the ante, was physically and their style of play. So that was a great score there, with a great diagonal ball into Chris Og, and a great finish by Chris Og.
No, Martin O'Brien is going to have to start thinking here. When does these substitutions have to start taking effect?
Yeah, so look, Eeve Laoire have come out, and obviously I think the management of Eeve Laoire might have had a few stern words to their outfit at half time because they've changed. That's a great ball.
What a ball! Cross field! Oh, nearly broke away for Chris Jones. Conor O'Leary with a smashing ball. Sorry to cut across you, John. Looks unbelievable.
That was a superb pass. It's unfortunate, a little surprising that Chris Oak's first touch just didn't stick to him, because he had a goal chance if it did. But that's 2 long direct passes. Eeve Laoire have settled a lot better now in this, and Mitchelstown are warming up a sub down here below us, and it's not Cathal O'Mahony, so I would suggest he can't be totally fit. Obviously he's not totally fit to
another
start.
long ball inside towards the edge of the square. Conor O'Leary with 2 dangerous balls across the square now as Cathal O'Mahony went down.
He's stripped to come on now.
He looks like he's going to be coming on. The tights are on, the shorts are on, the 14 jersey is ready to go. Possibly after the next phase of play, we're going to see the Cox there as Eeve Laoire looking to try and take on a further score through Darren Kelly, but just got dispossessed on that occasion by the cornerback Roach. And a chance now for Mitchelstown. They need a score to get this second half up and going for the Avondhu side. Pam McGee switching the play to the far side. Good ball. Poor transfer. Good transfer, I should say, from James Sheehan. Shot going in. Across the face of goal. Left and wide. And here comes the substitution. Dylan Reddy-Price, who started the game instead of Cathal O'Mahony. Well, 25 minutes left of the clock. Let's see what the Cockstar can bring to the game.
Yeah, his team are 5 points down, so it's going to be a big ask. But if there's any man can do it, Carl can do it. Now sometimes when a player comes on like that, it could actually lift Eeve Laoire as well. So it'll be interesting to see how he's moving now as well for the first few balls.
Another substitution for Mitchelstown getting ready below. Pointed out here by John Hayes. Shawnee Welch will be coming in momentarily. Eeve Laoire with a 10-5 lead. Just like the first half, getting a blistering start to open the proceedings in the regulation 30. Can they try and hold this out though for the 25 minutes or so left in this game? I think
Sean Welch started actually midfield as well last week and got injured for them, so looks like Mitchelstown are throwing everything to the wind now and they're gambling everything. So see if Shawnee comes on, he'll probably come around the middle of the field. It'll be another boost to Mitchelstown if he can stay fit.
They're not hanging about with the changes in the second half. I think Joseph O'Sullivan, number 18, is getting ready to come in. He's another man, looks like a bandage on his knee. Might be someone who wasn't fit enough to start also.
This is the ploy now that Mitchelstown were starting the second quarter, moving players around, getting on possession, running off the shoulder into free channels, and doing that a little bit better here now as Sean O'Sullivan offloads to Colin English. As we look for Cathal O'Mahony inside, he's inside by the 20-metre line, not running too aggressively at this moment as the shot from English goes in. And English, the Tipperary on the 21 star, with a great score and the double substitution from Mitchelstown coming here in front of us. Sean O'Sullivan being substituted by Shawnee Welch. That's a great score from English there though on your replay. As the other substitution, Greg Carroll, is coming off for Joseph O'Sullivan. So the 2 men that John Hayes has marked coming on have both come on.
That was the big score for Mitchelstown, just to keep them within arm's length. I know they're still 4 behind, but as I said, I feel if Eeve Laoire can get a goal, I think it's probably game over. So the longer they can keep the goals out, I think they're still, and keep them in arm's length, they're still in this game.
Cathal O'Mahony marking Barry Murphy on this kick-out, and I think Barry Murphy's going to take him on a bit of a roundabout around Páirc Uí Chaoimh. A great flick on here from Ian Jones, and Eeve Laoire now breaking forward through Barry O'Leary, I should say. O'Leary steadies the feet though and goes for the score and gets it.
Yeah, look, Barry O'Leary, as you said, was name checked by someone we met coming in on the way in, and he's doing his chances of a Cork call up no harm at all here today. I think that's his 3rd point. I'm not sure. I think it is did he get one in the first half as well, but he's got 2 here in the second half, and his work rate around the pitch has been excellent for Eeve Laoire, so playing very well.
Poor kick out there from Luke Hanna, went out over the sideline, and a chance now for Chris O'Jones to try and tack on another score. And this guy, you talk about Barry O'Leary getting a possible call up. This guy has to be getting the call up.
Great score for Chris. Yeah, left or right, he's red hot form at the moment. And as John said earlier on, the one thing he does when he gets it, like, he's only eye for one thing, and it's the black spot. Like, he takes his man on every time. If you don't score, he's going to draw free. So very impressed from Chris Oak so far.
His 4th point of the afternoon here as Eeve Laoire now starting to get a grip of the game here once again. Chance now for Sean O'Leary, working it forward. Man, free ghosting away inside. Chance for Eeve Laoire. That looks like Barry O'Leary once again. Shock away, it's not Barry O'Leary, but it is what it is though. Is another score from Eeve Laoire. It's Kieran Galvin.
Yeah, super score, and look, Eeve Laoire have just upped it again. Look, and I think they are the better football team here today. Mitchelstown, came in with massive work rate in that second quarter and a lot of physicality. It's hard to sustain that, and also Uibh Laoire have just up their own game really.
Loose pass out there. Oh, heavy hit by Chris O'Jones, but a loose pass by Darrell Flynn. But his Mitchelstown teammates were there to give him a helping hand on that occasion. As under pressure here is Cormac Highland popping the ball to Pa McGee. McGee under pressure has to go backwards, looking for the likes of Colin English, who got their latest score 3 minutes ago. First score from a Mitchelstown point of view though in this second half.
Like, I think what Uibh Laoire have done since the half time is they've really pushed up on Mitchelstown, especially the kick out. Like, I think they've turned over 3 or 4 kick outs there in the second half, and they're really squeezing. There's no one sitting back. They're gradually sitting back once the play develops, but there's no out and out sweeper.
Long ball over the top from Darragh Flynn. Here is the substitute Sean Welch. Cathal O'Mahony down on this near sideline. Welch working it over towards the far side. 50-50 ball. Didn't work out from a Mitchelstown point of view, and that gives an opportunity for Eeve Laoire. And Kieran Galvin winning a free inside his own D.
Yeah, just like watching Cathal O'Mahony there when the ball was coming in. He was on the left corner forward position a long way out in the wing. It's hard to tell because they haven't got an awful lot of ball up to him yet, but how much sharpness is in him, I'm not so sure.
Coming into the 42nd minute, from being 1 point up at half, or 2 points up at half time, I should say, lead out to 7 points now. 6 points to 1 in the second half.
Again, we shouldn't probably harping on about Colm O'Neill too much, but he's down stretching his hamstring, and he was down stretching his hamstring there off the ball.
Was a big run through the centre of the park here from Cathal Vaughan. Vaughan going in. He's happy though to take the score after a super offload there from Chris O'Jones.
Yeah, and I think as the game goes on and as the game opens up, I think it's going to probably suit Eeve Laoire to create the score, to create the chances. I think Mitchelstown will want a tight, slow game, but as the game develops, I think it's suiting only one team here. And
Colm's right, you can see the effects of it there, pushing up in the kick out.
1-on-1 here, Ian Jones dragged to the floor by the looks of it. Possible black card here on the horizon. I think the referee is going in to speak with the defender. There was definitely a pull of the jersey. The question is it a pull back or a pull down?
I think was it outside the penalty areas? I don't think he was inside the.
Crucially, it's a black card.
It's a free, but it is a black card, yeah.
That just might finish Mitchelstown. Fionn Hurley being sent to the bin for 10 minutes.
Yeah,
here in replay.
That seems like, look, it's a straightforward, it's a correct decision. Referees done a good job in this game, to be fair to him. That was an easy decision, but yeah, that looks like a bit of a killer blow for Mitchelstown now. Very quickly we've got from 2 points at half time to 9 points between the two teams at this stage. A little bit of a wind as well, still behind the Laoire. So look, it's a long way back from here. They're going to need a goal or two.
So 10 minutes now underway here in the sin bin. Long time to be waiting here now. Eeve Laoire forcing the way forward again as Daniel O'Riordan popping it off. Ball worked through. Reardon's back in there one more time. Outside towards Barry O'Leary off the left. Up and under, going in towards the edge of the parallelogram, in towards the 6-yard box. But in fairness to the keeper, Luke Hanna, he did very, very well trying to break out of the fence.
Yeah, good catch under pressure. Funnily enough, Uibh Laoire have an extra man now, but I think they still don't have a sweeper. I think for that attack they applied the extra man up in the forwards line, which is interesting. You think they'd probably be sitting back minded lead, but they're really going after this game and trying to put it to bed quickly.
Yeah, like Colm mentioned it there a while ago, that they've pushed up on the Mitchelstown kick out now. They're playing more on the front foot and more aggressively, and it suits them.
Uibh Laoire now with that man advantage over the far side of the field. And a chance now for Uibh Laoire to try and put this game to bed. 9 points, a massive lead in the Intermediate A Football Championship final, and again they're flooding forward, and this time is Conor O'Leary. Dangerous ball! Oh, keeper had to save it on the line, Luke Hanna, and the Mitchelstown defence clearing it away. Hanna, frustrated with his defence, did very, very well there though.
Again, I'd say Chris Og will be a little bit frustrated there. Again, if his first touch was better when that ball rebounded out, there was a potential goal chance on for him. Ball
worked outside. Cathal Vaughan, who's got 3 points in this game, 2 from play. You can make that 3 from play. Brilliant score.
That's a super score. He's right. From a standing position to get that distance and power in the kick is a great score. But Mitchelstown now are kind of plugging holes. It's not looking good. I think.
And he's gone to the water break.
Yeah, I think they'll be glad of that.
Well, look, the key guys that we highlighted for Eeve Laoire before the game have all stood up and are all making an impact. Chris Og is playing well, Barry O'Leary is playing well, Cathal Vaughan was outstanding in that quarter, a couple of great scores. I think Colm would remember Cathal came into the Cork squad as an 18, 19-year-old when he in 2014 under Brian Cuppert, and I remember being down here training before matches. He'd kick 45s left and right foot and that kind of thing. So he's got a load of talent. He's struggled a lot with injuries. If he can get fit, he's a hell of a player at this level, and he has the potential to go and play at a higher level too if he can stay fit and be fit. But Uibh Laoire, that was a very impressive 15 minutes from Uibh Laoire.
You see John McNulty and his team of John Finn O'Callaghan, Dan Kelleher and Don Murphy here pleading with their players to keep the pressure on, pile it on, winning that quarter. 8 points to 1. It's a massive lead now. Yeah,
in fairness, they did come out after half-time break with all guns blazing. 10 points behind now. Mitchelstown, it'll be a really tough ask. Whatever Martin O'Brien is saying to them there, if they've any hope, they'll probably need an early goal to get the deficit back. But as I say, it's going to be a big ask. If Uibh Laoire kick on another 2 or 3 scores here, it could be game over really.
So both teams making their way back out onto the field. You can see on the touchline here, Keith Ricken down by the touchline. I think he could walk around with the cup of coffee in his hand. He's been at many games in this football championship. What a start this has been for Uibh Laoire, winning the County Junior A Championship back in August, and now moving on to the next level once again, similar to Castlemartyr and Lisgould in the hurling equivalents, winning 2 counties in 4 months. Well, Uibh Laoire are going to do that exploits this afternoon by the looks of things. As Colin English dived on that ball, really. Ball got out over the far side, switching it down to this near side to Sean Welch. Looking to try and move it through the centre. Remember, Mitchelstown down to 14 men, as you could see the Simbin clock on the graphic on your screen. 8 minutes left to go. Possession now with Joseph O'Sullivan working it down this near side. Back out to Sean Welch, still looking for Cathal O'Mahony. He's outside the exclusion zone. No advantage, says the referee. Play brought back for a free.
Yeah, I think the ref was a little unlucky there. It looked like the hand pass that had gone astray, but it actually ended up in a good position for them with a man in possession, and Cathal was outside potentially for a little pop pass. This is a difficult free. Look, honestly, Cathal can't be fit, because if Cahill's not standing over this.
Well, they're going for the short one as James Sheehan plays a short, but the ball hasn't worked out. It's slipped out of the hands of Michael Welch, and Uibh Laoire clearing through Sean O'Leary. So far side to Daniel O'Riordan, and ball short to Conor O'Leary. How many times have we seen him inside his own 45 metre line, just trying to shape a way out? As Uibh Laoire now just starting to cramp up a small bit, but with a healthy 10-point lead at the start of this 4th quarter. Long ball looking for Jones inside. Well, at one stage it looked like for the mark, and the second opportunity was maybe just scooting around the defender, but Luke Hanna read it very well, and here comes Hanna outside the 20 metre line. Possession to this near side to Joe O'Sullivan. Sean Welch down to this near side, walking to Michael Welch. Ball back over the top once again. Good flick away there by Cormac Hyland. Hyland under pressure. That's a great tackle. Super tackle by Sean O'Leary.
Just noticing there, Barry O'Leary looks to be limping. kind of half went for that ball, which was flicked over his head, but he's struggling off the ball here.
Finbar McSweeney from the full back position work his way forward. Sean O'Leary with a great tackle, but good touch away by McSweeney. Kept possession rolling for Eeve Laoire as Conor O'Leary plays it on to Chris O'Jones, being marshalled now by Killian Roach. Turns back on the right peg, snap around the body from Chris O'Jones, going in, but it's going to the left hand side and wide. Substitution for Eeve L coming in here. Barry O'Leary is now being withdrawn. Liam Carney coming into play.
Fairness, Barry put in a good shift. He can be happy with his effort today.
Well, Eeve L, of course, defeating the Bars in round 1, 18 points to 12 Mill Street, 25 points to 113. Kinsale in round 3 of the group stages, 318 to 1-8. They topped the group and defeated Glenworth in the quarter final, 5-12 to 12 points. Nahabullock 3-14 to 1-5 over 4 weeks ago, at an average of 24 points of a game as the referee stops the play for a head injury in that far side of the field. Eeve L really romping away with this final at this stage.
I think all year they've been putting up some huge scores. I think probably the most surprising thing today is that they haven't got any goal yet. But as I said, there's a bit of time left to go yet. I'd be surprised if they don't knock in a goal before the day's out.
If you look at that last attack there when Colm O'Neill was going for the ball and pull up, he did not look comfortable at all. He almost looked like he was limping a little bit. So
he's coming off as well, I'd say.
Yeah, look, it's disappointed for him. Obviously not fit, but wants to do his bit for the club on county final day. But it's disappointing. I hope it's just one of those things that maybe it's just a niggle at the moment, and that, you know, if he gets his right rest and you know, good gym work over the winter, that he can come back and be fully fit and firing in the new year as well. Because, you know, you hate to see those talented guys, you know, struggle with injuries like he is.
But Colm O'Neill making his way off the field, and a sad sight. He's worked so hard to try and get back. Of course, picked up a real bad hamstring injury here back in June in the relegation playoff against Westmeath. Had turned the man and was gone in on goal, and it was like a guy just shot him in the back of the leg the way he pulled up. Such a nasty injury to get. We wish him well, and hopefully he'll be back in the green, in the black and red of Mitchelstown and the red and white of Cork sooner rather than later. It's Stephen Keneally who's coming from his Eeve L now, trying to put the final nails in the coffin. Snap here from Cathal Vaughan. Dangerous ball, but well caught inside there by Luke Hanna. Put under pressure by Chris O'Jones, and a chance now for Joe O'Sullivan to work it out to Roach, and O'Sullivan on the loop outside to Stephen Keneally, man who's just come in for Cathal O'Mahony. Here's Colin English now as Mitchelstown trying to flood forward. Well, they've already got 11 goals in this championship. They might need a couple here before the conclusion of this game, and ball being really well transferred through the lines. There's no fouls as a referee. Good dispossession by Eeve L. And a chance for the Mid-Cork club to break away here for another time through Ian Jones. Not the greatest of balls out by the attacker, but Kevin Manning, just composure personified, back to Darren Kelly and Barry Murphy. And as the floodlights come on here in Páirc Uí Chaoimh, I must say they do make a difference to that far side. It was getting a bit dark here this afternoon, even though we are in the sunshine here in the middle of December. And I must say the pitch holding up reasonably well after all the traffic it has had. Great ball inside, but back there helping his defence is Dara Flynn, as he did with the under-20 hurlers this year, contributing to these football club in Mitchelstown. Mitchelstown now advancing forward, trying to urge his players on, as Mazur O'Brien underneath us. And here is Sean Welch walking through the lines. Beston to Michael Welch, under pressure there, no fouls as a referee. Play continues on. And a chance for Eeve L to break away with Darren Kelly advancing forward through the centre of the park. He's being met with a heavy hit. What a hit by Dave Deneen. Play on, says a referee. Legal tackle. What a hit. Ball in across the park from Liam Carney into the one-on-one situation. That's Chris O'Jones under pressure, turns back on the right peg, settles the feet, and an exemplary score from Chris O'Jones. But that hit by Dave Deneen, shoulder on shoulder, impressive.
Yeah, a great hit. Look, and to be fair to Mitchelstown, they have tried to bring physicality to the game, but I was just watching it there, you know, Mitchelstown are still down to 14 men, so they don't have a sweeper now to play in front of Chris Oak. There's a load of space from there to exploit if Eeve Laoire want to do it. That was an early ball in. If the ball was a little bit more accurate, I think Chris would have had a one-on-one about 25 yards out.
Just inside, about a minute to go left of the sin bin clock. And under pressure down there is Sean Welch, and he's been turned over. And the 15 men of Eeve Laoire are going to kick on further here. They've gone through this sin bin period. 3 points to no score, I make it. Not that it had a telling factor, but this might do when the ball goes long from Cathal Vaughan. There's a one-on-one inside for us to go for goal, but he goes for the score, and Eeve Laoire are keeping that scoreboard ticking over all the way as the 15th man coming back on. Well, Fionn Hurley was the sin bin man. He's been replaced here now by Aaron O'Brien. We're back 15 on 15.
Yeah, fair enough. I've literally, since the water break, have looked very comfortable in possession. I think Cathal probably had a half a sniff of a goal chance there on his mind, elected to take the point, but look, it's going to be a long 7 or 8 minutes now for Mitchelstown. But
if late substitution, we're going to have Darren Kelly is being replaced
Yeah.
So Donald Cotter is replacing Darren Kelly in the centre of the field. Good shift put in by Kelly so far. He's contributed in a big way to Eeve Laoire's success in this championship. And Eeve Laoire look to be taking home the Intermediate A Football Championship for 2021. Long ball inside. Good close control from Conor O'Leary. Finds the man inside, Chris Oak-Jones. Bit of shooting practice for the full forward. Looking for his 7th point of the game and gets it.
Yeah, look, we're having a conversation here, myself and Colm, about who we might look at for man of the match, and look, there's no shortage of candidates on the Eeve Laoire side, but Chris Oak is, in the second half has kind of stepped up again and is putting the scores on the board for Eeve Laoire at this stage. Look, they're home and host here, really. They've been impressive. It's been a tough afternoon for Mitchelstown. Obviously the losses of Mark Keane going back to Australia and Cathal being injured are a huge blow to them, but all credit to Eeve Laoire for the performance they've given.
Well, you have a couple of minutes to decide who your Bon Secours man of the match is going to be. Shot going in, left pegged over the far side. That's a brilliant score over there by the substitute Aaron O'Brien.
Yeah, good score there from Aaron, but look, realistically at this stage with about 4 or 5 minutes left to go, to just kind of, I suppose, try to make the score look reflective, the scoreline look some reflectable now,
Cathal Vaughan being replaced. 5 points this afternoon. Sean Lahan, the man coming on, will be getting the lads man of the match this afternoon in a couple of minutes time, but a massive shift put in by Cathal Vaughan.
Yeah, and look, it is good to see him out there and playing good football and enjoying it, getting the congratulations from the sideline now. But it is good to see him. He's a good lad and a good player. So nice to see him playing well. Great ball in.
Great ball. Mark Knocklean, play on, says the referee. Jones, is he going to go for goal? He's being marshalled back outside. Good tackling by Finn. That's good measurement there by the Mitchelstown defender. He went to go for glory to get himself on the score sheet, Chris Oak-Jones. But you can't take away from his performance this afternoon. Been quite exemplary. His Pamagino and his team trying to advance forward. They can only account for 2 points in this second half. But they've just been out-battled and out-measured by a very classy Eeve Laoire team from mid-Cork. Mitchelstown, though, trying to tack on the consolation score here. Colin English hasn't died, but he's dying with his boots on. That ball going left and wide. Disappointing from a Mitchelstown point of view, undoubtedly, but Eeve Laoire have been oh so impressive.
Yeah, look, just going back to that last effort for Eeve Laoire, huge credit to Lark and Finn there for a very good piece of one-on-one defending. A lot of the time, a lot of modern defenders are criticised for not being able to defend one-on-one, but that ball was a dream ball for a player like Chris Oak-Jones, and he had goal in his head, but Lark and Finn just defended it strongly, and he's done well in difficult circumstances, in fairness to him.
Eeve Laoire now breaking out through Barry Murphy as they get another substitution underway. Shane Galvin will be coming on shortly. Long ball once again in towards that man inside. But this time it's the substitute Liam Carney who's broken out to it. Here is the man of the moment though. Chris O'Jones slipping the marker inside. Picked up a heavy hit there for his troubles as well. But he's got real lightning pace. Can turn a man on a sixpence as well.
Yeah, he does. And I suppose the good thing about Chris, he's left or right. But even he can win dirty ball as well. Like any ball that has come in, a lot of the time it has stuck to him, which is always a good sign of a good forward, that the ball does stick when it goes in. So I see, as you said earlier on, I see Keerick around the place, and Co, they'll be looking at, I'm sure he'll get a few run-outs in the league, and to see is he able to step up to the next level. But it's great to see exciting young players coming through for the Cork footballers.
Chris O'Jones looking for his another point this afternoon as the referee, but he's going to wait for the play to continue on. Substitution now happening. That really should have held on till after the free kick was taken, but one way or the other it doesn't really going to matter in this game, as Shane Galvin is replacing Ian Jones in the corner.
Ian Jones has played well as well. You know, in fairness to him, he mightn't get the limelight like Chris Og, but you know, he's put in a good shift.
Ball going in. He's going for the flag. I was thought for a second he was going wide. I even marked down for the score here. 20 points to 7. 8 points from the boot of Chris O'Jones. I couldn't tell you which one's left and which one's right, but there's been some scoring this afternoon. Ball walked in down by the byline, kept in there by Sean Welch. Cute ball over the top, looking for the man inside. There's a bit of a gap opening inside there for Aaron O'Brien. He's been under pressure. In fact, it wasn't Aaron O'Brien who was fouled. It was the other substitute, Stephen Keneally, who played it. Aaron O'Brien with the quick free kick. Cormac Hyland over towards that far side to Joe O'Sullivan. And the up with a Gary Owen in towards the parallelogram. Joe Creedon, brave, strong, and clearing possession out of it. And here's Conor O'Leary once again. How many times have we mentioned Conor O'Leary landing on a breaking ball from inside his own 45-metre line, looking for the long ball inside. Shane Galvin under pressure inside to Daniel Cotter. He'll be asking for the lads' man of the match momentarily. Good hit here on Shane Galvin, but just can't apply the pressure on the Eeve Laoire men. Mitchelstown have turned over possession though, and we come to the conclusion of the 60th minute, lads. There's going to be additional time added on. It's time to decide the Bon Secure Irish Examiner Cork Intermediate A Football Championship Final man of the match momentarily at the end of this phase of play. As James Sheehan now working it back outside. Here in possession now, Michael Walsh. He's had a busy afternoon, but just unfortunately from their point of view can't get on the score sheet. Eeve Laoire again picking up the breaking ball. Gents, your time for the Bon Secure Irish Examiner Cork Intermediate A Football Championship Final man of the match.
Yeah, just looking at who the top performers have been today. Look, Eeve Laoire have given a pretty immaculate team performance in the second half. On the Mitchelstown side, you know, I think Larkin Finn has done well. A difficult job on a difficult day for him, but you know, has done well at times with Chris Og. Shane Beston at times, Colin English and Michael Walsh probably the best of the Mitchelstown lot. For Eeve Laoire, I think Joe Creedon has actually been very impressive in goal. Even that one, he came out there a while ago, came out a long way and got a strong fist to it. Sean O'Leary at centre back has been good. Darren Kelly at midfield. I thought Barry O'Leary, before he got injured, would have been very close to getting man of the match. Cathal Vaughan as well. But I think I'll leave it to Colm to tell who is the man of the match, but it's probably fairly obvious.
Yeah, no surprise. We went with Chris O'Jones. Look, I don't think it was just this in the flash in the pan, the performance today. I think Chris O''s probably been the farm player all year, and he's not finished yet, but I think...
Oh, great pass indeed, and Jones in for another shot and another score. The goes left and wide.
I think in the 5 championship games today, I think he's scored something like 5 goals, 29 points, so he has been the farm player throughout the championship, so it's fitting that he can top the final with his man of the match performance today.
It's a pity he didn't slot that, because he'd have made us look good while he was doing it, wouldn't he?
Yeah.
4 minutes of additional time has been added on. Mick Lucy with the substitution coming on for Kevin Manning, who just pulled up slightly lame towards the end of this game, but doesn't differ from the celebration that's going to happen for the team from Mid Cork in the white and red this afternoon in their both teams changing strip. But it's a famous day it's going to be, and there's a 2-on-2 situation here Man flooding forward is Liam Kearney. He's looking to try and get himself on the score sheet for the papers tomorrow morning. Chris Oak-Jones inside are trying to keep it out from going right and wide, but it does go right and wide.
Yeah, there was if he just held the ball there, he had a support runner from Sean Lehan, it would have been a wide open for a goal chance. Yeah, but look, you can't blame him for wanting to get on the score sheet on county final day either.
Possession to this near side, and a chance now for Mitchelstown possibly to tack on a further score. It looks so promising at the second quarter, possibly at half time as well, but Eeve Laoire, albeit they went up a man, were under so much pressure. Very, very impressive performance. Scintillating really from what we've seen all year. We've had so many close games throughout the season. Sean Welch looking for a consolation score, going to the right hand side and wide. Mitchelstown will be disappointed the way they played out the second half.
Yeah, I see that Uibh Laoire bench there getting ready to celebrate, but I think in fairness they've been probably full value for their victory here today. And I don't think they're going to move up to the next level of intermediate. I don't think they'll be phased any bit. They're a young side. They've good players all over the pitch, and they have some good scoring forward. So it'll be interesting to watch their progress and how they'll do in the higher grade next year.
Yeah, I'd expect them to do well. They're a good side. We've seen it here. Like I said, the second half performance has been almost immaculate. I think the only thing they've been missing is a goal. There's a half a chance here if they want to go for it.
Well, there's a breakaway on here and a chance now for Shane Galvin to flood forward, push that ball inside to Liam Kearney, looking to try and take on his man. Look at the advancing Mick Lucy facing forward, just pops the ball over the top to Sean Lehan. Lehan with a ball over the top, but it doesn't matter as the referee brings a conclusion to this final. It's a famous day for the men from Eeve Laoire. They've advanced with championships galore, 2 championships in 4 months. What a day it is for the team from Cork.
Yeah, look, congratulations to Eeve Laoire. Obviously deserved winners. They've blown through the championship really this year. Colm said it. They're not going to be out of place at the higher intermediate grade next year. Just a couple of things there. I thought, we didn't name check Kieran O'Riordan, but a great block down at the end. He put in a big effort at midfield as well. And to be a referee's got a lot of abuse, but I thought Robert Whelan from Ahada did a good job in the middle of the pitch today. I don't think either side can complain with his contribution. As I said, we didn't notice him too much, which is usually a good sign with a referee. But a super performance from Eeve Laoire in the second half. Yeah,
in fairness, look, I suppose Mitchelstown will probably be a bit disappointed. I know I think they might have got out of their group on scoring difference coming in today. I suppose Uibh Laoire was just the favourites. At one point, in fairness, they probably won the second quarter to bring them back within 2 points, but I suppose from half time on, Uibh Laoire really upped the tempo and see it out comfortably in the end. But look, credit Mitchelstown for getting to the final, and I'm sure they'll regroup and be back again stronger next year.
Yeah, look, it was comfortable in the end for Eeve Laoire. In the second half, or the second quarter there, Mitchelstown really looked like they were going to bring this all the way to the wire, but Eeve Laoire upped it maybe 2 or 3 gears in the second half really, and they were superb in the second half. Chris Oak-Jones, Cathal Vaughan, Barry O'Leary, quality operators. I don't think there's anyone that didn't make a contribution on the Eeve Laoire side. Disappointment for Mitchelstown. Probably just came up against a better team on the day, and minus their best player in Colm O'Neill, it was just too much of a struggle for them. But look, I suppose if we look at the form line, Ahabullock beat Mitchelstown in the group stages, and Eeve Laoire had a very comfortable win, so this wasn't entirely unexpected. Like we said, second quarter, Mitchelstown looked like they could make a game out of this, but Eeve Laoire just moved through the gears.
We're going to join the presentation momentarily. You can see Brian Cronin coming up, something like a soccer player, clapping the top of his crest. It's a famous day. Mitchelstown will be utterly disappointed with their final performance. But as for Eeve Laoire, a famous day indeed it is. And it looks like there could be actually a change of strip going to happen momentarily as well. Let's go down and join the presentation with the Cathaoirleach of Cumhachascéil Corky, Marco Shearchan.
Milchiston, Greator, Robert Whelan, and Scotland, Corrigan, and Clare Shaw. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of our county board, I'm delighted to welcome you to Patrick Mulcahy this afternoon for the Cork County Intermediate A Football Championship final. I want to congratulate both teams in an excellent game, and I know that Laoire are thrilled to have won this prestigious championship. To Mitchelstown, I commiserate with you and thank you for a great game. I know you were disappointed with the outcome, but today it certainly belongs to Laoire. And what a year it has been for the West Musgrave Club to have won the Junior Championship in 2020 earlier this year, and now to be moving on to the Premier Intermediate grade, resulting from this victory. On behalf of the county board, I want to thank the referee, Robert Whelan, from the Ahad Club, and his officials for officiating this afternoon, and to all our voluntary stewards as well, for all their assistance in the management of the games here over the past number of weeks. I also wish to acknowledge the sponsorship of the championship by the Bonsigur Hospital and thank them for their generous sponsorship of all our football championships. Today belongs to Laoire, and I'm delighted for them and I wish them every success in the future. They're a great club. Today and this year has certainly been a wonderful day for them. I'm delighted now on behalf of the Cork County Board to present the trophy to a very deserving captain, Brian Cronin.
And Brian Cronin lifts the cup for the first time. Eeve Laoire, first time in championship, first time straight in to Premier Intermediate status for 2022.
Christmas around the corner, and I just want to look, it's a great honour for us to come in here, so thanks very much to them. To Mitchelstown, look, I won't keep you any further. Look, we're probably a fortunate team this year, and look, you've been on the road a few years, but you're still a very young team. You're the standard bearers in this grade, and I know that you will be back. So 3 cheers for Mitchelstown. Hip hip. Hip hip. Hip hip. Look, moving on, I'd like to thank Dennis Harvey and everyone in Eeve L for their kind sponsorship. Moving on, then I'd like to thank look, the supporters. Look, it's been a brilliant year with ever-growing support. Last year we had no support, and to have you behind us all the way is brilliant. And I want everyone to enjoy these moments. You know, they're not forever. Look, it's a special kind of time for the club, and it's great that this day belongs to everyone, not just the players and management. It's a day for everyone. So thanks very much, Steve, for your support. Moving on to the people that are in front of me here. Look, behind every great man is a woman, and we have a few women involved in our team. To Clean, our physio, and to Kira O'Bannon, our nutritionist, I'd like to thank you so much for your hard work throughout the year. To Dennis Ronan, Kira O'Bannon, and Daniel, aided by Patrick Mulcahy. I'd like to thank you very much for the top table of the club and the committee for putting everything in place for us throughout the year and every year. So thanks very much for your hard work behind the scenes. Look, to the players, lads, look, I stood on the Hala 2 years ago before the 2020 season in the dugout, and I said that nothing is forever, and that it was time for us to start making hay. And lads, we've made hay. We've made hay. You're a special group. I always say that good training and matches and stuff should be a safe haven away from the everyday rigours, and you provide that. You're a great bunch and a great spirit, and I'm delighted that you're getting success that you deserve. Well done, lads. I'm so proud to be here standing here to represent you. Look, moving on to our management, look, how lucky we are to have 4 people within our own club that are just pushing us all the way, full of the brains and the epitomise everything that we are. Lads, we're so thankful you have young families at home. It's not easy. You actually are obsessed with it. I think sometimes you put your family secondary, which we have to thank them. But look, lads, you drive us all the way. The last 4 years have been absolutely unreal. I'm so delighted that you're getting the success that you deserve. I'm so delighted to be standing here representing the whole Abbey as our captain. And I just want we're not done yet. So I just want to thank Don Murphy, Dan Kelleher, John McNulty, and John Finn O'Connell. Thanks very much, lads. I just want to end with a somber note. Look, it's been an absolutely unbelievable year for everyone on the pitch of the club. And look, the pitch is one thing, but look, we've lost a few people off the pitch, you know, and I just want to pay a special tribute to one man. Look, he was a great club man, a great friend, and I want to dedicate this win here today to the memory of Finn Cannon. Now, Joe Williams will be on the field with the injury the last. I greet you proudly, wearing sons and daughters bearing fruit. I stand around the salted blood, old friendships do renew. This annual opportunity, I wrote to let it pass. Here I recite, I tell tonight of my
Eeve there will take you on the trophy. The celebrations are going to kick off in earnest, lads. Just a quick wrap. Very, very impressive from Eeve there, and they deserve to be winners on the day.
Oh yeah, no question. Look, it was comfortable. 13 points win in the end, having been only 2 points up at half time. They're celebrating, and rightfully so. Like I said, they've torn through the grades now the last couple of years. It looks like a team, that is on a roll. They all know what they're doing, their jobs and their roles on the pitch, and they've got lethal forwards at this grade. And like Colm touched it, and Colm said it, they won't be far away at the higher intermediate grade next year either.
Yeah, I echo everything John said. By far the better team today. You'd have to feel for, I suppose, Mitchelstown having last two finals this year, but as I said earlier on, no doubt they'll be back again next year. But yeah, a super performance from 1 to 15, all over the pitch, very even team, and as I said, they'll be one to watch with interest next year.
Okay, that's where we're going to wrap our coverage for the Intermediate A Football Championship final. Let's turn our attentions to the Bunsecure County Premier Intermediate Football Championship final, the local Duhallow derby of Kanturk and Newmarket. Well, what a game this is going to be, and we will be going through the teams momentarily. But first, let's hear from both camps. We'll be hearing from Donal O'Sullivan of Newmarket shortly. But firstly, I caught up during the week with Kanturk manager Tim Healy.
So, Tim, thanks very much for joining us. I suppose before we look back at the football team, just to reminisce over the hurling, I suppose, and we've covered your story about being the Jewel Club, but that famous day in Páirc Uí Chaoimh on the hurling final, what a day it was for Kanturk.
Yeah, Patrick, and I think for people that are probably looking in from a distance, a lot of them probably wouldn't understand the achievement that it was. A lot of those guys, when they were in their late teens, Duhallow didn't have any club that merited or were worthy of playing in the Premier Under 16 or the Premier Minor competitions or the Under 21 competition. So some of those guys have actually won county medals at those age grades playing as a Duhallow team, because Duhallow had to pull all the clubs together to get a team worthy of playing at the higher grade. And to think now that those guys will be, in the draw for next year's championship with the likes of, the Rockies, the Glyn, the Bars, like it's stuff of dreams.
Yeah, sure is indeed. And I suppose, it's been a very tough year for yourselves. You're playing hurling 1 week, you're playing football the next week. So you went, 6 group games in 7 weeks. That was very much a tough period to try and surpass to keep the bodies in shape.
Yeah, and again, it's something that a lot of people outside talk about, but the guys have grown up with that, even from, obviously if there's 12 of the starting team possibly on Sunday had played in the hurling final as well. It's been the same for these guys since they were under 12 and 14, playing hurling 1 week and football another week, and they've been successful at underage in Jewel as well. So, again, the guys within the club don't think too much about it, other than, they get the WhatsApp message and it's bring your hurley Tuesday night, or there's a WhatsApp message and we're footballing Tuesday night. And it's as simple as that. There's no great mystery about it. As Tom Welch said when he was interviewed before the hurley match, it's what the players want. And our job is there to make sure that in the background that we can keep it, or create the, I suppose, the circumstances where these guys can be successful in both.
So let's just delve a small bit more into the football side of things, because the first leg is already up in the double and you're looking for the second leg this afternoon. The group stages, you got off to a great start. You defeated St. Nick's 2-13 to 3 points, and then you get a hard-fought win over Macroom in the second round.
Yeah, and I remember we played Macroom in the first game last season in Cullen as well, and it was a 1-point game last year. We actually won it at the date. It was level going in down the straight, and Alan Welch came on and scored a great point. And we played them in the league early this year in Kanturk, and it took a late goal again from one of our newcomers to beat them by 2 points. So look, Macroom are a very good team. And I think that they've been very unlucky last year and this year to not come out of the group. So look, we were just happy to get over them this year. As you said, it was a tough game, and it was a very important win for us.
And then you went into your third round game, a winner takes all against a tough Neva Bawn, who've been knocking on the door in this championship for many years, but you came out on the right side of it by 4 points.
Yeah, and it was a wet and windy evening below in Mallow. And interestingly, while we only won by 4 points, it was probably the best we played all year. We actually played great football in patches that night. And I think that what was really heartening, Patrick, is that, as you said, it was a winner take all. So while the group games, there was something to come back from, and while you could say, well, we had the fallback, we were qualified anyway, it was really important because we did want to top the group. And as you said, we did want that week or two break for the hurling and the football in the knockout stages. So that was a very heartening victory that night.
And that victory, of course, resulted in you getting a pass into the semi-finals, and importantly for you as well, getting that week off. Going into the semi-final then, what was it, 4 or 5 weeks later, you had to wait before you played. I had an ordinary game, because I was following it on social media. You were down 7 or 8 points with 10 minutes to go. A man down. It was a 1-6 to 1-7 to 3 points, and he came from behind to defeat it. Tell us about that.
Yeah, very strange game in the context of we were behind from the word go. We were down a man late in the first half. Then we had a man black carded, so we were 15 against 13. Then they had a man black carded, but shortly after we had another man black. So it ended up 14 against 12. We were down 4 points. And the guys really dug deep for the last 15 minutes. From the last water break, I think we held them scoreless, and we went down the other end of the field and we scored 5 points, down 2 men. And coming a week after they had played a hurling match against, I think, Mitchelstown, that had gone to extra time. So, it's the measure of the guys that tug out, either the fellas that start. And I mean, that day, we ended up bringing on 4 subs, and 2 of the subs that came on scored 1-3 between them. And that was the winning of the game at the end of the day.
And that was a massive testament to the team as well, to do something like that. It's extraordinary. It's not much you hear, a 14 versus 12 game, a red card, 2 blacks, and you're down 5, 6, 7 points to try and turn it around. It just shows the character of the squad.
Yeah, and I was asked after the match, were we panic stations on the sideline? And look, we knew it was going to be difficult. We knew that we were staring in probably to the abyss, but the one thing when you look out in the field is that there's leaders all over the field. And I know that's a comment that's bandied around a lot. But I mean, if you look at our back line from John McLaughlin, the full back line, Aidan in the half back line, Paul midfield, we had moved up lock on into the forwards at that stage. So like we knew the guys on the field were not thinking defeat. And when they come off for the last water break, it was actually amazing how calm they were when they actually sit down for that 60 seconds at the last water break, and they were kind of deciding between them how we were going to set up to pull this out of the fire in the last 15 minutes. It was actually a sight to behold.
We'll touch on the game in a moment, but I suppose turn back to the August Bank Holiday weekend. You were defeated by Nottingham. I don't know, you were up, I think, 2 points at one stage, possibly 3, but Nottingham came on and powered through. I suppose there's a big learning curve from your own point of view out of it, but also in the sense that you've got the hurling in the bag. Now the hurleys and helmets are away for the season. Let's concentrate in football and see where we can take this. Is that the mentality you're bringing into it?
Yeah, I think actually the fact that the double is on is important and is obviously in the back of the minds. But in actual fact, the way it works is that the last hurling game has been played and it's done and dusted, and football was going to be next, and that's the mentality that guys are bringing to this. And I think probably more important than anything else is that they've created history by a Duhala team playing in the Premier Hurling competition for next year, and these guys, I think, in their careers they've played senior with Duhala, the most of them in football. And these guys want to taste of the senior football stage with their own club. And I think that's what's driving them more than anything else.
Finally, I suppose we should mention your opponents on Sunday in Newmarket. Again, for the second year in a row, it's a local Duhallow derby in the Premier Intermediate Football Championship, but it's very much more of a localised rivalry from your own point of view this time.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, I was asked that question before the Knocknagree game. And, the reality is that going back over the history, there isn't any great rivalry between ourselves and Knocknagree going back the years. Whereas that isn't the case for Newmarket, as you said, they're only 5 miles up the road. But I think there's rivalry and respect in equal measure. And, one of our players was interviewed in the paper this year about all the connections that there are some very strong connections between the two teams. But look, as you know yourself, you're living in a part of the country where, there's very good teams 3 and 4 miles over the road from each other, and they've been, friends on a Saturday, but enemies on a Sunday come 3 o'clock, and friends again at 6 o'clock. And I think that's the beauty of the GA, that you can have that, and both on the field and in the stands, people who would normally meet for a civil cup of coffee, they'll probably be anything but civil to each other for that hour and a half.
I should ask Tim, I suppose, look, it's fever pitch around Kanturk. Obviously, the celebrations were a high a fortnight ago, but what would it mean if you did claim the football this afternoon?
Yeah, I think that for me, the most important thing is that it would be the players making another step along the road of where they should be, which is playing at the higher grade. And that's no disrespect to the grade that they're actually playing in, because the Premier Intermediate is one of the most difficult grades going. But I think that these guys, they're now playing at the Premier Senior grade. They equally have the capability of playing at a similar grade in football. So for me, that would be more important than any cup or anything else, is that there's another step on the journey that will hopefully finish in a few years' time playing against the likes of the Bars and the Castlehavens and these in the Premier Football competition.
So now let's head to Newmarket and join Donal O'Sullivan of Newmarket. And Donal, thanks for joining us. I suppose probably a position you may not have expected to be in at the start of the year, maybe.
I beg to differ, Patrick. I'm, over the last couple of years, I suppose pipped by the eventual winners in the semi-final last year by just a point, and certainly the lads, even though the current management team wouldn't have been involved at the time, the lads would have felt that was one they left behind after them, So yeah, there's an inner confidence amongst this group, even though we were down a number of players this year, even at the outset, missing the likes of Aidan Brown and Paddy Brown from the beginning of the year. We knew it would be an uphill battle, but at the same time, there's an inner steeliness and an inner confidence amongst the group, and we certainly would have seen ourselves being in with a shout of getting to a final at the beginning of the year. That certainly would have been our goal.
I don't doubt your confidence by the opening question, but I suppose the way people read it from home would see your results, that no doubt that the confidence is starting to build. And if you go through the group stages, I suppose the draw against Ahada first day out, 14 points apiece, you were defeated then by the Piershig by 3 points. So then going into the final game, it was a very much a must-win game, and you came out on the right side of the results by the slimmest of margins against Castletownbere.
Yeah, I suppose from the outset we had a fantastic league campaign over the summer months, and played really, really well and got to the league final. Played Castlehaven in the league final, and whilst they beat us by I think 8 or 9 points, it was the goals on the day made the difference, and it was a good competitive game of football. We went into the group stages, Patrick, and certainly we weren't firing on all cylinders. I think maybe overconfident in some ways after such a good league campaign, and we lost our shape a little bit. We went from the basics, and maybe started being a little bit overly aggressive in attack and whatnot, So look, we regrouped before the Castletownbere game after a bad defeat to the Piershig, and we were very, very disappointed with that. We regrouped. I suppose, we were lucky to get out of the Castletownbere game. I think we had well over half of the possession on the night. We had a huge amount of possession, but we were finding it difficult on a really, really windy and wet night. It was storm conditions to make our possession tell on the scoreboard. But I suppose we got a couple of critical scores to take the lead in the second half. We were down a couple of points, take the lead in the second half, we went on to win that match. We knew going down there, if we won it, we most likely qualified for a quarter-final. So it was a good win, but it was a really hard-fought win.
And I suppose that's where the confidence started to snowball, because then in the quarter-final, a tricky draw against Naval Bawn, but he took them really well, 116 to 10 points.
Yeah, as I said, I think we all realised after the Piershig game that we had lost our shape. And that we were doing things right across the pitch that we shouldn't be doing, and it wasn't in our game plan, and we got back to basics, and that started to click in the challenge match before we had the Castletownbere game, and that followed on. Then we knew we were starting to play better as a unit again, and as how we should play as a team. So when we went into the Naval Vaughan game again, we were quietly confident, and that was a really pleasing performance. Everybody stood up to the plate that day. I think we had 9 scorers on the score sheet that day, which is always very pleasing to see, and I suppose a sign of a real team performance. And our defence was just immense that day. Didn't put a foot wrong, really. Naval Vaughan had to work really, really hard for their scores. And I think that's a trademark of our performances, really, having to make other teams work really, really hard for scores.
And you continued that good form then into the semi-final with that win over Kilnamartyr 3 weeks ago, the championship favourites from the outset. And that really, and we've mentioned that, I suppose, you didn't fire from all cylinders, as you said, from the start. But since that game with Castletownbere, the ball has really been picking up the moss, and the confidence has really built, and it probably just has shown from what I've seen from the reports. I look, we'll call a spade a spade. I don't think many people gave us much of a shout against Kilnamartyr. But again, we were going down there with a real inner confidence, and we were confident going in that if we played to our strengths,
we could take them. We had a game plan in place, and like I've said before, every one of the boys that were on that team that day absolutely meticulously carried out that game plan. And yeah, look, it was a really competitive game. I don't think the scoreline gives a true reflection of the game on the day. It was a really, really competitive game. We had a little bit of a goal blitz in the first half, and really that set the foundation for us to go on and win the game quite comfortably in the end. Definitely Kilnamartyr came at us hard in the second half. I think they were down 7 points at half time. But again, our defence stood up. They found it very hard to get their scores. And we maintained that lead right through the second half up until the end. So it was a very, very good team performance again. And we were very pleased with the performance. But, we went down there. Even though nobody else expecting us to win, we went down there expecting to win.
So it's the second year in a row of an all Duhallow Premier Intermediate football final. Kanturk back in the final for a second year in a row. Obviously, you're replacing the last year's winners in Knocknagree. Nothing like a local derby for any game, whether it is a junior championship or a premier or a senior or intermediate or senior championship, I should say. But when you get to a county final and you're playing a team that's only 7-8 kilometres up the road, it's always that little bit special.
I suppose it adds something more to it, but certainly I think the local rivalry thing is maybe overplayed. Certainly if you went back 25 years, the local rivalry between Duhallow teams was immense. But I think it's 1998 since Newmarket played Kanturk in their last championship game. So there's an awful lot of lads taking the field on Sunday who weren't born then. And even the more mature players on each side certainly wouldn't remember those days. They were too young to remember those days in the local rivalry. So that's a huge amount of time to not have played each other in a competitive game. So I don't think the rivalry is any different or is the same as what it used to be. And certainly in terms of preparation, I don't think it made one bit of a difference whether it was Aheda 55 miles away or Kanturk 5 miles away. Our mindset is the same. It's 15 against 15 on the day. And our opponents on the field, whether they're from 5 miles or 55 miles away, they're the team that's standing between us and the title. So I don't buy into it so much. We concentrated on ourselves in terms of our preparation and getting everything right. And all that lads would have went to school with each other and quite friendly. So, look, maybe to the outside world, it may seem that, this is a huge thing just being a couple of miles away, but I don't think it really is. It's 15 against 15, and we'll be very much focused on our game plan as we would if it was ahead and we were playing on Sunday.
Finally, I know we're only minutes away from throwing now at this stage. Any problems with players, injuries, all going into the game with a full clean bill of health?
Well, I suppose it's well documented from the semi-final. We played a challenge game behind in Kerry, and Timmy Murphy, one of our centre fielders, did his cruise ship behind there. So that's the main change, really. Said we probably 5 or 6 guys out on long-term injuries right throughout the year, but since in our championship campaign to date, we're missing Tony O'Keefe, Tony Charlie, better known in Newmarket. He's last since the Aheda game, did a cruciate, and Timmy's now after doing a cruciate. So 2 leaders for us. They're 2 huge losses. But look, yeah, there's guys stepping up to the plate all year and filling those spots, and we're confident that that'll be done again. We have a good panel of players there. Trained very, very, very well, 1 to 26. They've everything put in, and we're really, really confident that somebody else is going to come in there and step up to the plate and do the job that Timmy was doing for us to date.
And a warm welcome back to Páirc Uí Chaoimh. My thanks to both Donal O'Sullivan and to Tim Healy. And a welcome back to the commentary position here in Páirc Uí Chaoimh. Premier Intermediate final, local derby, Duhallow derby. Gets nothing better like this, lads, when you're only facing your neighbours over the road.
Absolutely, yeah. And look, a huge prize at stake as well at the end of the day as well to move up into the senior A grade as well. So I'm sure there'll be no quarter asked, no quarter given in this game. Getting to a final and meeting your neighbours in it, yeah, like you said, it's the dream when you win and it's the nightmare when you lose. So I guarantee both teams will leave it all out in the pitch today.
And of course, Kanturk will be looking to try and get into this game after losing the final back in August to Knocknagree. in the August bank holiday weekend. That was a sucker blow because they had pure control in that game for probably 40 minutes of the game. Again, we covered live here on the Irish Examiner. Knocknagree then just rolled over them in the end.
Exactly, yeah. Knocknagree, impressive team on that day. But as I say, big local derby here today. Kanturk, obviously, a lot of Jude players on show as well. Local derby, I'd imagine there'd be fairs hyped on in Duhallow this week in the build up to the game. A lot of these players would know each other inside out, so there'll be fair familiarity. I know a lot of lads went to school, I think, together and played underage together, and I even heard during the week that some players are living with each other, so great familiarity. A lot of the players might have played with Duhallow teams together as well over the years, so it's going to be an entertaining game. I know Kanturk kind of came top of their group, went straight to the semi-final against Ahada. Newmarket have played a few more games and beat an impressive Killamartin in the semi-final, so they'll be well seasoned as well. So looking forward to a good battle here now today.
And I suppose that's one point. I suppose the Duhallow side, they're getting a second setback already after losing 10 players from Knocknagree. They're going to lose either 3 or 4 from Newmarket, or maybe 6 or 7 from Kanturk for their team next year.
Yeah, it is. Look, so it will be something for the division to have to cope with, and that's a debate that I've had with different people. Some people think that maybe the senior A players should be allowed to play with the division as well, because it gives the opportunity to every player to play at the top level. I probably think the balance might be quite good at the moment, with the senior and senior A, because the senior A is a decent standard. Other people think divisions, maybe I've heard it said just junior clubs should play, but I think the balance is probably right at the moment. There's none of them dominating or anything else like that. Just touching what Colm said there a second ago, guys living together, sometimes familiarity breeds contempt, so we could see some feisty stuff in this game if the local derby element comes into it. But yeah, definitely looking forward to it. I think Newmarket will probably set up with numbers behind the ball to try and contain and keep it tighter and maybe make it a more low scoring affair. Kanturk then have a lot of talent, a lot of guys who have worn the red jersey, be it in hurling or football, so have a lot of experience and a lot of individual talent as well. So looking forward to the kind of tactical aspect of the game in that sense.
Okay, let's have a look at these teams for this afternoon, because Kanturk obviously have come into this game off the back of the win in the hurling against Father O'Neill's a couple of weeks ago, and Kanturk in their white and green this afternoon, as the boys have mentioned, have so many players that have worn the red and white of Cork. 12 of this team starting this afternoon played and featured in the hurling final a couple of weeks ago, including the likes of John McLaughlin, who captains the side this afternoon, the cornerback, and John Brown and Brian O'Sullivan, the half-back line. The Welsh brothers of Paul and Aidan in the middle of the field could have a big bear in the game, while in the full forward line, Colin Walsh has got 2-3 in this championship, while Ian Walsh, he's the second highest scorer in the championship, in the Premier Intermediate Championship that is, with 115, 1-5 of that coming from Naomh Ball. And of course Kanturk have only played 4 games this year, as Colm has mentioned earlier on. They got a bye to the semi-final I should say, after top of their group, and they came from 6 points down to defeat Ahada 1-8 to 1-7, playing with 12 men against 14 at one stage, as was mentioned in the interview earlier on.
Yeah, look, just touching on Kanturk there again, like it's absolutely a huge achievement for them. They've got to so many finals, I suppose, in the last 3 or 4 years, winning some and not winning some, but the nucleus of the team are playing, as I say, playing both, so it's great credit. And it wouldn't be a huge area altogether. Now they'd probably class as a town, but they must have a very good cooperation between the hurling and football. So whatever happens here today, they can be very proud for the club for doing what they have done over the last few years.
Let's change to Newmarket, who are in the red and black striped jerseys. And a couple of players here to take note of. Well, the likes of Mikey Brown and Alan Ryan are always tough teak defenders. Josh O'Keefe, an under-20 football goalkeeper. And a strong half-back line that features Bart Daly, who often is prominent on the Duhallow team. He'll be alongside Gavin Ford and TJ Brosnan. Up front, you've got Barry O'Connell, who scored 1-3 in the championship so far. The goal coming in the semi-final against Kilnamartyr. While up front, Ryan O'Keefe scored 2-11 this championship, 6 of those from place ball, where the leading scorer in the championship will be wearing 13, Conor O'Keefe. He's got 25 points to this game. A late change, of course, Tim Murphy, who picked up a cruciate ligament injury in that semi-final late in the game, is out. Darren O'Keefe takes his position at the centre of the park.
Yeah, just looking at the Newmarket side, what strikes you is they look a defensively solid unit. The half-back line looks very strong, 2 wing backs. TJ Brosnan and Bart Daly are very experienced campaigners at this stage. The midfield battle, the athleticism of Paul and Aidan Walsh, both of them capable of doing great things on their day up against Mikey Cottrell and Tim Murphy. How that pans out will have a huge bearing on events. And then obviously what you're talking about, the O'Keefe brothers doing the bulk of the scoring, or the O'Keefe boys anyway, doing the bulk of the scoring at the top for Newmarket. I think they'll probably get their wing forwards and a couple more to drop deep and try and plug up the gaps and play on the break again, which I think they did successfully against Newmarket. Having got a couple of early goals, they managed to kind of shut up shop after that. 7 to 7 points, low scoring affair. It's not as easy as I kind of alluded to in the first game to do that in a pitch as big and as fast as Páirc Uí Chaoimh. So looking forward to it again. How it'll pan out tactically. Maybe just kind of the defensive and tactical game plan of Newmarket versus the individual talent on the Kanturk side.
Yeah, and I suppose you'd have to wonder. Probably Newmarket's first time playing in Páirc Uí Chaoimh in a long time. Will the occasion get to them? I know Kanturk will probably be a lot more seasons in terms of they've been here in county finals with the hurling, obviously. So will that be a factor here today? Only time will tell.
Well, at least you could see the numbers in those jerseys. Well, they're actually a bit clearer on the camera in front of you, but I can tell you with the blind eye here in front of me, and that's on me, I should say, it's quite difficult to pick out those numbers, I must say. But it's going to be an entertaining afternoon. Can Kanturk do the double in a fortnight, or can Newmarket upset the apple cart? All to be revealed over the next hour and a half or so here on the Irish Examiner. Our referee this afternoon, John Ryan of Macroom, who was on the line for last weekend's senior football final. Great job done by Dave Murnan as well. Dave Murnan out next week he's out this afternoon actually, when I think of it. He's actually doing the Munster football game between Éire and Loughmore Castleiney, which has actually gone to extra time. Loughmore Castleiney getting a point late in the game to go to extra time, and Éire of Ennis are leading Loughmore in the second period of extra time, 10 to 12 points.
And Patrick, it's also worth noting, for the 5th of December, conditions are absolutely perfect here for football. There'll be no excuse anyway for every team to lose that the conditions weren't suited. It's perfect condition football, not even a gust of wind, so really look forward to this now.
Okay, you're going to stand over. Remember the great Sean O'Leary, great Cork hurler, who won under 21 minors and All Irelands with Cork back in the 70s and 80s, was a coach with the McKilly team that were victorious in 97 98, was on the Cork coaching ticket with Jimmy Barry Murphy back in 99 when they won the All Ireland, and back in 2004 he was part of the coaching ticket as well. A huge loss to people around the Cork area dying such at a young age, and we send our sympathies this afternoon to Gerlene and his children. And what a player he was, playing his club hurling and from a younger age when Dungorney before transferring to Youghal. A great member of Common Lucas Gael was the great Sean O'Leary, and we will remember him this afternoon here in Páirc Uí Chaoimh.
He also won an intermediate title with Youghal. Having retired from the game, he became a selector with the Cork Senior Hurlers, and he was a member of the Senior Hurling Selection Committee that won the All-Ireland title in 1999 and again in 2004. He also got into his club division in Mulcahy to county titles in 1997 and 1998. He had an outstanding career. He gave his life to the association. Unfortunately, he passed away on Thursday. We extend our sympathy to his wife and family, Yeshke Oran.
Silence remembering the great Sean O'Leary of Youghal and Cork yesterday, as we remain upstanding for the playing of our own Aveen ahead of this Premier Intermediate Football Championship final. These two teams haven't met since 1998 in Championship. Kanturk played senior football back in the late 1800s, winning the football championship in 1896 and 1897, while Newmarket won this grade in 2011, defeating Clyde Rovers in the final. Gents, it's time for predictions for this Premier Intermediate final of 2021.
Yeah, look, I think this is a close one to call. Again, it's one of the ones that is a difficult one to give a shout to. I'm going to give a tentative nod to Kanturk because what Colm touched on there a minute ago in terms of their players having the experience and even the momentum from having won the hurling as well. But I think it's going to be a tight match and it could go either way, but I hesitantly say Kanturk. I
just see as well, Aidan Walsh there, interesting enough, has gone back to centre back for Kanturk. I think that's where he's been playing all year. But
Paul Walsh has got to wing forward.
Like John, I think momentum is huge. If I had to put a gun to my head, I would say Kanturk as well.
So we're underway in this Bunsecure Premier Intermediate Football Championship final. First possession for Kanturk. There was a pull of the hand. John Ryan and Macroom so clinical on decisions like that. An early opportunity here for corner forward Ian Walsh. So Walsh, who's got 1-5 to the game against Naval Ball, 115 in the championship, 18 points, 7 points behind Conor O'Keefe going into this game. Turning in, is it curling enough? It just is, creepy inside that far upright. Good start for Kanturk. Yeah. And Ian Walsh get the scoreboard up and running.
Yeah, just snuck inside the right hand post there as we're looking. A good start, a good confident kick, and he'll be happy that one went over for a good start for him.
Kick out from Josh O'Keefe, the centre of the park, touched, so no mark is claimable there by Newmarket. Play on, says a referee. TJ Brosnan down this right hand flank finds, well, he slipped when kicking the ball, but good possession inside to Kevin O'Keefe. Great tackle inside there on Darren O'Keefe though by Ryan Walsh. And gives Ryan an opportunity to try and break away. Of course, 11 of the 15 players that started for Kanturk this afternoon played in that hurling final 2 weeks ago. A famous Sunday afternoon, defeating Fort O'Neill's in the senior A hurling. First two Hallow sides will be playing Premier Senior Hurling, top grade hurling in Cork in the history of the county board. Here's Paul Walsh now. Inside to Ryan, back to Paul. And just got pinned for overcarrying, changing hands as a referee, free out for Newmarket.
Interestingly enough there, just looking at Newmarket seem to be playing with a sweeper. Mikey Brown seems to be sitting in front of Colin Walsh. As you see there, Kanturk looked up 2 or 3 times, kicked the ball in, but Mikey had that read and turned the ball over.
Darren O'Keefe for his second possession, long ball in with a triple legs inside, accidental. Oh! Well, there was the ball squirted through, as you could see the advantage where the referee had blown the whistle really early. He apologised to the Newmarket players, but he was instinctively calling the call. You can't fault him.
No, look, it's a tough one for the referee. I just do wish the referees would take that 1 or 2 seconds just to see what's developing when the ball is moving towards a danger area.
Yeah, but I think that was just instinctive that he had to give it straight away. Look.
Yeah, I still would say he can give it the second or two. It's not a huge mistake, but it's goals and goal chances are at a premium in Gaelic football, especially in finals, so that was a 0.5. Like you said, you wouldn't be too critical. It's a small error, but at the same time you'd be a little bit frustrated as a Newmarket person. But score on the board for Newmarket, all square.
Should have saw the shooting boots this afternoon between Walsh and O'Keefe is up and running. 1 point apiece it is after 3 minutes of this Premier Intermediate Football Championship final. The 35th game brought to you live this season on the Irish Examiner. Might not be the final one yet though, depending on the result of this game, as Brosnan from the kick out passing it off to Barry O'Connor, just offloading it back inside. That gave the numbers for Kanturk to get back and win back possession. Here's Loughlin McLaughlin running up this near tram line to find in front of him another one of the Walshes. This time is Ryan Walsh. Space inside, big hit there. What a hit on Larkin O'Neill. Ball offloaded though to Ryan Walsh. Ryan intermediate illegally there by a Newmarket player. Advantage accrued though. Ball going to the right hand side and wide.
Yeah, good physicality to the game for the first few minutes of it. I think Kanturk are trying to isolate Paul Walsh here and wing forward, and in that time TJ won the ball and broke up the field. But I think the goal is targeting Paul Walsh here on the wing.
Again, you see it. Look, it's a brilliant view from up here on high, but you see it quite clearly. It's a two-man forward line for Newmarket. The two O'Keefes. Most other players are withdrawn deeper.
Possession with Newmarket now as they try to break away. Paddy Allen offloading to Mikey Cotterill and walking through the lines, and Darren O'Keefe just couldn't get a hand to it. Man wearing 17 squirted through, and a chance now for Liam Cashman to try and start out a defence. Oh, that's a poor pass there, an attempted effort by the Kanturk man as the Newmarket wing back TJ Brosnan has been so effective so early. Ball worked in. Mark given though, referee is going to stop the play. He gave the mark even though Ryan O'Keefe didn't claim it, even though he went to play on. And it's actually funny, I had a conversation with a referee during the week about this situation, and the ruling is if they blow for a mark when it's not given as a mark, they need to restart it with a hot ball, and he's doing that.
Well, I suppose he's playing to the rules. If that is the case, I would have thought that he might have just played away, but if that is the case, he probably had to throw it in.
Well, justice probably one will say is quantified as Newmarket winning possession. High raking ball. Gary Owen in from Barry O'Connor. Good hands inside there by Jordan Fullerton. First time we'll see the Kanturk man in action for the afternoon. There was a man taken out off the ball there. A referee playing an advantage. Play on, says our Macroom official. As he takes a note into his book, and here's Brian O'Sullivan, the Cork under-20 hurling star, featured in the football final back here in Páirc Uí Chaoimh in August. Sullivan back on the action once again as Loughlin McLaughlin making a diagonal run. Here is the Kanturk centre forward. Ball being played into the centre of the park, 50-50, cross the face of goal. Bart Daly got a hand in it, and that just flicked it away from Colin Walsh, and a chance now for Newmarket to clear out of defence again.
Yeah, look, that's the Newmarket tactic. Get numbers back and try and clog it up and move it quickly. That's another really good pass inside.
Good clinical play inside in towards Conor O'Keefe, looking for the first shot from play. Well, just played a dummy, popped it outside to John Ryan. Good stink ball inside, looking for the man inside the full forward line, and Ryan O'Keefe under pressure. O'Keefe fouling. Free out Kanturk.
Yeah, good tight game so far. Great diagonal ball in there from Barry O'Connor. It was the only probably ball that was on because they had so little up the pitch, was the diagonal crossfield ball, but Kanturk did well to sniff out the danger. But tis end-to-end stuff here for the first 5 minutes on it.
Liam O'Keefe under pressure, has possession. He's on the floor. Prior opportunity, pinned, free out.
Yeah, see, like Kanturk are trying to run the ball up the pitch when the Newmarket where Newmarket have numbers, so it's difficult to do that. At the other end, they're winning good ball, and Ryan O'Keefe has started quite lively.
Great ball from Mikey Brown to find out O'Keefe. Great block though, all the same there by Darren Brown. The turnover possession, a chance for Kanturk to break away, Colm.
Yeah, it is, as I said, it is end to end, to be fair. It is 1 point apiece, I think 2 frees apiece. Very physical encounter, a lot of bodies around the middle of the pitch, and both teams electing to run the ball, because both teams seem to be kind of playing with a sweeper in front, so scores hard to come by so far.
We give a lot of credit to forwards, but there was 2 great pieces of defending there from Darren Brown in the last 2 attacks.
Long ball inside by Paul Walsh, and dealt with brilliantly there by Josh O'Keefe, as Brian O'Sullivan was the man who was breaking out of the fence for Kanturk. No chasing back into the sweeper role back there as John McLaughlin captaining this Kanturk side for the afternoon. Big hit coming. Big hit laid out on Mikey Cotterill. Play continues on as Darren O'Keefe now in possession, and pop ball over the top of Kanturk, forcing the press. Turn possession over as Mark Healy now pressing forward. Gone inside the 45 metre line. Switch of the play was Liam O'Keefe, that far side of the field. Kept on the run. Ball back outside to Larkin O'Neill. Steadies the feet. Shimmies right. Shot off the right peg. Across the face of goal. Left and wide.
Yeah, Larkin probably wouldn't be known for his scoring, but as I say, good physical counter, good hit there by Aidan Walsh to turn over possession. And if Kanturk got a score from that, it'd been a big score, but unfortunately just drifted wide.
Yeah, it's a missed opportunity because there was a great hit from Aidan and a good turnover.
Some real good pace, good high tempo to the start of this Premier Intermediate final. Third grade here in Cork, live in the Irish Examiner. Shot here, going in, it's off the post. It's gone into the centre of the parallelogram. There's a shot in there from one of the wing backs of Newmarket, but a ball now breaking away with Kanturk. Another ball off the woodwork here in Páirc Uí Chaoimh. They're the millimetres and the margins that could decide games. That shot was played in by Gavin Ford as Newmarket now trying to close out the house and forcing Kanturk back defensively as Kanturk now looking for possession. Ryan Walsh getting in on the action. Man outside is Ian, doesn't take it, takes the tackle. Ryan Walsh, Ian on the loop from Colin Walsh. It's a Walsh combination. It's a Walsh combination. A Kanturk team score. They retake the lead.
That is a very good score because look, if you're moving the ball against mass numbers at the back, you have to move it quickly. That was just quick flash hand passes. Guys making runs at an angle and first time little pop off pass. 1-2 made and a good kick and a good score.
First score from play this afternoon going to the name of Ian Walsh. Let's see what Newmarket can muster as a ball over the top from TJ Brosnan. Under pressure there as Kevin O'Sullivan walks the ball outside over towards Cathal Brown. It was a foul though in the previous phase of play from Kevin O'Sullivan. And the referee just taking noting into the book. Bart Daly taking this free, playing it backwards. Full outfield players on each other inside, 12 on 12, plus the Kanturk keeper. There's an overlap, half an overlap anyway, as Barry O'Connor now takes the contact. Snap around the body from O'Connor, looking for Newmarket's opening score of the game, and he gets it.
Great kick there from distance from Barry O'Connor. I think if Newmarket are going to win this game, they'll need big scoring performance from the likes of Barry O'Connor and Conor O'Keefe up top. So they'll be looking at them two lads to drive them on.
Kick out to the far side of the field. Won by Newmarket. Dink ball over the top. Possibility of a mark on. Just flicked in behind him there, but the Kanturk man getting a boot in it to try and clear the lines away, and a chance for Darren Brown now to help out his defence. McLaughlin, now possession coming to this near side to Paul Walsh. Breaking forward in front of us here on the south stand. Breaking the first tackle of TJ Brosnan, avoiding the second tackle of Mikey Cotterill, gone straight through the heart of the defence. There's a man looping inside. Walsh goes for the shot himself. Poor shot though. Advantage was accrued. Gone right and wide.
Yeah, a great strong run from Paul. Paul was obviously in with us this year with Cork as well, and he's a player with a lot of ability and a lot of potential, and you'd like to see it come out of him more often. He was a bit unlucky with the finish, probably tired at that stage, but he's capable of doing really really good things at times as well. So Kanturk will be looking for a big outing from Paul.
Kanturk playing ball around in the half forward line now. Kevin O'Sullivan coming across the 45 metre line up towards Darren O'Keefe. Long range shot from O'Keefe, and Kanturk take the lead for the first time in this opening quarter.
Great kick up high. He was definitely good 5 or 6 yards outside of 45, outside of his right. Super score to go one ahead. But great tempo to this game, great physicality. So far so good. This ball has actually gone over the end line there from the Kanturk keeper.
Walsh who kicks it back down the tunnel.
Just on that, the last two scores from Newmarket have been really, really impressive scores from long range. And Colm touching it, they're going to have to do that if they want a defensive game plan. They're going to have to take the opportunities when they present.
Here's Cathal Brown now going down this byline, offloading to Barry O'Connor. Here's Kevin O'Sullivan back inside, approaching the 45 metre line. Runner outside, gets it to him, but Mikey Cotterill couldn't control it. Got a second bite of the cherry, half blocked down though. Good stop on the line there by Jordan Fullerton. It gives an opportunity though for Kanturk to try and break away out of the fence. Remember, Kanturk in the hurling final went good distance clear, 2 goals in fact. Father O'Neill's then came back from behind to level up at half time before Kanturk kicked on the second half. Is it going to be something similar in this game as Ian Walsh bursting forward now? Under pressure from all sorts of angles. Ball going in, ball going right and wide though.
Tight angle, I think. Up here, I think his brother Colm Walsh was probably coming around the loop. Might have been a better option, but great play. I see Larkin McLaughlin's actually coming, dropping deep a lot, pick up some loose ball and driving forward. He's probably playing into Newmarket's hands in the sense that Newmarket have a lot of bodies back and everything has to be run through the lines.
Go to the far side, touched away though by Kevin O'Sullivan, but crucially before the Newmarket man got his, or before the Kanturk man I should say, got his feet to the ground for the mark, and Kanturk now trying to exploit that with Mikey Cotterill. Ball back inside to TJ Brosnan, outside the 45, gliding ball in, going left and wide.
Yeah, look, maybe that one from TJ, there was an opportunity to work a better position. You know, he was kind of stopped, checking back. He wasn't really balanced when he was taking that shot on. But Newmarket have settled quite well. You know, they're holding Kanturk at bay and making opportunities going forward.
Long ball across the park after a great mark claimed by Paul Walsh. Didn't find the marker. And that's allowing Newmarket now to press forward again with Darren O'Keefe. Gone to the 45 metre line. He's got time and space and effort. Ball going in after slipping. Short to Fullerton. And a chance now for Kanturk, and they need to settle the feet back down once again, coming to the concluding quarter time.
Just we commended Newmarket for the couple of long range scores they kicked a minute ago, but you know, the last 2 options there was opportunities to make a better chance.
Ian Walsh just offload the outside to Colm Walsh. Ball working around, steadies the feet, snap around the body, looking to level the game at the concluding 15th minute, and gets it.
Yeah, I think that time was better play from Kanturk. They were more patient. They got, I suppose, got the main scorer on the loop, which would be Colin, and Colin did what he does best, is straight over the bar.
That's not the water break, lads. It's a T. The T is for a blood
sub, I think.
Blood sub. He's going to give the water break now anyway. It was actually signalled previously as a blood sub. Looked like TJ Brosnan with a bit of scarlet in front of him. He's going to have to be checked out by he goes down the tunnel. It is TJ Brosnan. Referee deciding to take the water break though. 3 points apiece. Good electric opening 15 minutes to this Premier Intermediate Football Final.
Yeah, first quarter, no quarter given, to be fair. A lot of good physical battles out there. I think Kanturk are probably getting their scores a little bit easier. I think Newmarket have kicked a few long range shots, and that's fantastic when they do go. But if 1 or 2 of them start going wide, I suppose what other options had they inside? So that's probably something that they would be worried about. But so far they have been gone over, so they'd be happy enough with that.
Yeah, people often call for people to take more shots from distance, and yeah, you can do that, but if there's an opportunity to develop a better chance, you should be trying to take it. The last 2 times they took the shots on, there was space there and there was forwards in space that they could have moved it onto and created a better scoring chance. The times before, the options were the right options to take. But look, I think Newmarket possibly have settled slightly the better, but they had those chances to maybe push it to 2 to 3 points. Instead they missed the chances. Colm Walsh kicks a good point. It's important for Colm Walsh because that'll get him into the game, and he's an important player for Kanturk. So it's finely balanced, so interesting stuff so far.
I can tell you Aero Guinness will be facing St Finbarrs in the semi-final because they've defeated Lockmore Castellini this afternoon. After all their heroic efforts, Lockmore won't be playing for a 19th week in a row. 11 to 12 points. The question is that home or away? Home and away fixture, it's a. Might find out after Munster Council later on. I can tell you Stacks are leading in the early exchanges after the opening quarter, 3 points to 2 against Kieran O'Reilly's. Big local derby in Tralee Town this afternoon. Back here to TJ Brosnan, just being replaced for a blood sub for the moment by Daniel Norton. As we mentioned, Brosnan gone down the tunnel as Kanturk tried to close out Newmarket with press, but the pressing didn't work as John Ryan, the footballer rather than the referee, is advancing forward. John Ryan referee is giving a free against John Ryan, the footballer, for a foul.
Just one point of note so far is that Darren Brown at fullback for Kanturk is playing well. It's a good battle actually with Ryan O'Keefe, who's been lively himself, but Darren Brown sticking to the task quite well so far.
Possession to the far side of the field. Looks like Brian O'Sullivan on that far side. Plays the ball back outside to Larkin O'Neill. Larkin O'Keefe on this occasion. Looks like. In fact, it's Ryan Walsh. As you can imagine, those jersey numbers just a bit trickier to see on the eye this afternoon. Ryan Walsh just taking this on a little bit further. Ball popped outside to Aidan Walsh. Here's Brian O'Sullivan. Just turned over the possession on that occasion, and Danny Norton, the man who's come in as a blood sub, has one possession on that occasion. Advantage out, says a referee. Here's Kevin O'Sullivan now from the centre of the 45, walking outside to Daniel Norton. And the loop was O'Sullivan, plays it back short inside to John Ryan, the footballer. Ball inside, walking it over towards the forward, full forward that is Ryan O'Keefe. Here's Darren offloading to Conor O'Keefe. Good dummy, great shimmy, back on the left. One side it was the Welches, the other side it was the O'Keefes.
Great score there, yeah. John McLaughlin won't want to see that back in a hurry. Sold a lovely dummy there, but in fairness to Newmarket, they're getting a lot of bodies back, turning the ball over, and are actually patient in the attack, playing the ball up through the lines and getting it to the scorers inside.
That was a touch of class. That was an absolutely beautiful score from Conor O'Keefe. Lovely balance, could have taken the shot on, but just a little dummy solo and back on the left and clipped it over. Real piece of quality.
Kanturk now moving forward at pace with Larkin O'Neill popping the ball over the top to Liam Cashman, met with a heavy shoulder. Ball walked inside to Aidan Walsh. It's the Walshes versus the O'Keefes. Kanturk versus Newmarket, live on the Irish Examiner, free and exclusive once again. Our 35th game of the streaming season here in Cork. What a way to finish up with this Duhallow derby. Of course, the game, if it does go to a draw, will be a replay during the week. Possession short inside. Ball walked outside to Bart Daly. Hand pass over the top, looking for the man inside. It's Barry O'Connor who's to chase that ball in. Goes down by the byline, looking for the option outside. It's in between two players. Daly takes it on himself, works it on outside. Shot going in from John Ryan. Snap, but short into the hands of Jordan Fullerton.
Yeah, just good pressure from the defenders there. Looked like an opportunity to create a score. Just in the previous one, look, it was a very poor kick pass from Aidan Walsh, to be honest. It wasn't really on. There was two defenders there that would cut it out and forced it. It's something, look, Paul and Aidan are, very talented guys, really talented athletes and footballers and hurlers. But just the option taking at times can be questionable. An earlier one, Paul Walsh went for a long crossfield pass that was cut out as well. So just a little bit to do the simple things more often from the two lads.
Possession well won inside there. Looked like Alan Ryan who was getting a hand in and on that occasion. Here is Kevin O'Sullivan now in front of an empty north stand side of the field. Going across the 45 metre line to Mikey Brown. Brown now taking it outside to Cathal Brown. Newmarket with that 1 point lead. Super score from Conor O'Keefe after getting help from Ryan as well. Ball walked over the top, but just not executed well enough, and that gives an opportunity once again in this free flowing Premier Intermediate Football Championship final. It's not just a low scoring game, there's a really high tempo and pace to it, really being clashed between the two 45s. So much of the play in the centre of the park. Aidan Walsh now, former Irish international with the international rules side. Ball walked inside to Ian Walsh, to the scoring machine, and the Walshman gets himself back up and running against the O'Keefes of Newmarket.
Yeah, great score there, and better patience shown by Kanturk. I think both sides are probably guilty earlier on of giving away possession, I suppose, sloppily in the first 20 minutes. But that was better patience by Kanturk. They didn't rush; they got the man in a better position, and he kicked a great score.
Yeah, if I was critical of Aidan Walsh a minute ago, got to give him credit there. Won the ball in the half-back line, glided up the pitch, glided past the challenge, carried it up well, and then took the simple pass, and Kanturk worked a good position, and it was a really good score from Ian Walsh, who started very well.
Just didn't catch what happened there. I was just taking a note in my notebook.
Took too long to take the free kick, so thrown up.
the eagle-eyed John Hayes joining us this afternoon alongside Colm O'Neill and co-commentary Judy. That ball scooped over the bottom of that ruck as Ian Walsh ended up on the floor trying to get a boot to it, just couldn't get there. And a chance now for Barry O'Connor to try and break away, offloading to Kevin O'Sullivan. 2 men in the full forward line looking to try and escape the sweeper. One of them does over to that far side. That's Conor O'Keefe. Keeps going on the left peg, scoops the ball back outside to Ryan O'Keefe. 2:11 coming into this final. Here's Kevin O'Sullivan, who has 1-1 coming into this final. Ball over the top to back out to Conor O'Keefe, who's been harried and hassled, and he got buried out of it, closed out of it, and a chance for Kanturk to try and clear the lines once again.
Yeah, good defending there from Newmarket. Got numbers around Conor O'Keefe, from Kanturk, I should say. Got numbers around Conor O'Keefe and got the turnover.
Brian O'Sullivan offloading to Ryan Walsh, showing on a bit of burst of speed. There's a hand being raised by our official. Free shot for Ryan Walsh. He said, "Put your hand back down. I'll take the white flag."
Great score, great powerful run through the middle, evaded a few tackles, and lovely composed kick off his left. Super score. It's a great game to be fair. I know it's low scoring, but there's a lot of physicality around the middle of the pitch, and some very good defending on show here as well today, must be said.
Yeah, it's tough, hard football, and I think Kanturk have started to settle a little bit. Coming into the game a bit more, I thought the earlier stages were played kind of on Newmarket's terms, but Kanturk are settling now.
John McLaughlin was fouled rather than getting the ward of the mark on that occasion. From the centre of the field, played it on. Here's Aidan Walsh being bottled up inside there. Poor pass though from Aidan Walsh, and that's allowed Newmarket to try and break away. Ball in space to this near side to Cathal Brown, over the top to Barry O'Connor, and there's time and space and effort. Now he's been met here by Paul Walsh, but he kept going on his bike, scooped the ball back outside to Bart Daly. In that fella, it's actually Darren O'Keefe with the shot. Ball turning in. Has it turned outside though? It has turned right and wide.
Yeah, that was an opportunity, and the way that Newmarket played, they need to take those chances. That was a good chance. Darren O'Keefe has one great point, but he's had two wides now as well. Should have put that over. And like I said, the way they set up, they need to take the chances when they present. A tight, low-scoring game. Everyone is important.
Freed because there was a foul against Mark Healy holding the jersey of a Newmarket player. I can tell you another team we featured this season, Mournabbey, in the ladies football. Well, they've defeated Ballymacarbery, the 14-in-a-row Waterford champions, 4-12 to 1-5. They advanced to the Munster final in a couple of weeks' time. In fact, it's next weekend, when I think of it, next Sunday afternoon. Possession with Barry O'Connor.
Great score.
Shot going in. What a score.
Great score,
under
yeah.
all sorts of pressure.
Great score from, she's a good 35-40 yards out there under good pressure from John McLaughlin, but a great score. And there's nothing between these two teams, in fairness. It's ebb and flow up and down the pitch. Great game so far.
Second point for Barry O'Connor, well, and equally as impressive as the first one as well. So good start from Barry.
5 points apiece. 25th minute in this Premier Intermediate Football Championship final. Kick out from Fullerton, and a foul by Ryan Walsh. He had hands on the shoulder of the Newmarket man. Tim Healy is furious with that decision, but I don't think he's got any complaints. There was a hand on the shoulders.
Yeah, there was probably hands in the back. It's a little bit unfortunate. There's two fellas tussling under a high ball, and he caught a great ball, but there was probably a nudge in the back.
Conor O'Keefe has turned Liam Cashman. O'Keefe looking to retake the lead in a matter of minutes, and he successfully does it.
Yeah, in fairness to the Newmarket forwards, Conor O'Keefe looks very lively. Barry O'Connor's kicked two good scores, and we mentioned them before the game that if Newmarket are going to do something here today, they need the likes of them to be putting up scores, and in fairness, they're not letting the side down so far.
Superb game of football. O'Keefe now, I make it 4 points. It could be stand up the correction on that, but I make it 4 as the ball in the centre of the park. Well, John Ryan landed with it in the ground. There was a good punch in there though from Paul Walsh to dispossess him, and there's a man running outside, and Mark Healy, free shot. Advantage coming from John Ryan this afternoon here, and that ball going wide. That won't count. Comes back for the foul earlier in the phase of play. It's a free out in the 45-metre line.
Yeah, I thought maybe John Ryan was unlucky not to get a free from his namesake when he won the break around midfield. And then when Paul Walsh was coming through, TJ Brosnan just came in with a little bit of a late shoulder. Maybe a touch on the soft side, but still he did hit him late, and he checked him off the ball. So probably technically a correct decision from the referee in the second instance.
So Ian Walsh looking for his 4th point of the afternoon, 2nd from place ball, right on the 45-metre line, strikes through it, just going to land in short. It was a question of square ball, but play continues on as Newmarket have broken away out of the fence through John Ryan, the footballer, who plays the ball over the top to Alan Ryan, advancing forward, just scoops that ball away from the shackles of the Kanturk men. Chance now for Conor O'Keefe, showing a bit of skill and class, soling with the right and playing the ball forward with the left, and plays it forward to that far side of the field. An opportunity over that far side, went off the left peg, he's running away from it. He with such confidence and accuracy. Oh my God, what a score! Is that Bart Daly?
It was Paddy Allen, I think.
Paddy Allen, corner back outside of the left. We weren't sure from this angle whether it went over, but we were looking at his body language. He turned around straight away and he knew it split the post. But great score from the cornerback.
To be fair, some of the quality of the Newmarket scores has been excellent. Kanturk as well with the Walshes inside, but 3 or 4 of the Kanturk scores in this first half have been great scores from long range.
7 points to 5 now, the biggest margin we've seen in this game so far. Newmarket winning it defensively once again. Paddy Allen just shoveling it along. John Ryan towards Darren O'Keefe, offloading it back outside. Barry O'Connor shoveling back to Michael Cotterill, who came back on the loop, turns back inside. In towards Cathal Brown now. Brown advancing forward into space, offloading to Darren O'Keefe, shoveling it on the offload, on the loop. 4 defenders around him, got taken out of it late. What a score! What a score, Conor O'Keefe!
Yeah, he's putting on an exhibition here so far. Great score, kind of. I think he got caught and he's standing leg on the loop, and he took this. Nothing nasty, I don't think. It was just follow through, but great score under huge pressure.
Yeah, look, absolutely.
I think it's dangerous play, lads, because he took him out on his standing foot.
Yeah,
and rightly here, Liam Cashman's getting a yellow card for that.
Yeah, I'd like to see it again. I'm not sure was he going into block down and he was just followed through. I'm not so sure.
It's irrelevant because you take out the standing foot. You know, so that's dangerous play. If a player gets injured.
Yeah, look, it's a foul and a yellow card and a great score from Conor O'Keefe, and hopefully he's all right to continue, because he's putting on an exhibition. Like, we've had superb forward displays over the last number of weeks in all the championship games, and Conor O'Keefe is showing he can do it on the big day as well today.
Well, that'll go down as a super score as that ball's gone out over the sideline. That'll be one for the replay bank over the Christmas period. 4 or 5 Kanturk players surrounding the corner forward and under all sorts of pressure, getting fouled in the process, still scoring an outrageous score off the left boot.
Kanturk are playing actually very deep. I see Larkin McLaughlin there. He's taking the sideline ball from his own 21 nearly. He's named at the half forward line, and a lot of their forwards are kind of drifting out, and they're leaving Colin and Ian Walsh to do a bit of damage inside, but I'm not sure is that helping them, because Newmarket are just filtering bodies back and they're finding it hard to break them down.
Brian O'Sullivan now in possession. Newmarket with a 3-point lead. They come to the final 40 seconds or so of the injury time before it'll be added. Chance now for Colin Walsh, being met. Heavy hit on him. He's still advancing forward. Advantage coming. Blocked down by the Newmarket. And again, defensively, both sides have been quite decent in this opening half, but there was a pull of the jersey on Walsh. And it's going to be a free, and it looks like 1 minute of additional time is going to be awarded by a referee.
Additional time in the first half, at least 1 minute.
Yeah, look, Colin Walsh did well to win the free there. He absorbed a heavy hit and managed to, shrug it off and take it on and win the free. Important that Ian puts that over, and he has good scoring. Newmarket will be the happier. Tactically, it's a little bit reminiscent of the senior final in that, much like Clon did, pulling numbers back and nearly challenging Kanturk to run at them and then try and get the turnovers and play them on the break, which they're doing quite successfully so far.
And there's a free in the centre of the field being brought forward for descent. Brian O'Sullivan with possession. Forced to go back. Here's John Brown now. Colin Walsh out deep. outside the 45-metre line. He's not going to shoot from there. This might be a bit more advantageous. Ball in towards the edge of the square. There's a chance here for Kanturk, but just couldn't get a hand on it. There was Lorcan McLaughlin, who was being closely marshalled by the Newmarket defence. And a chance for Newmarket to break away as we come to the conclusion of that additional time. We're with the auspices of a referee for the watch. There's a great ball into the corner to the far side over towards Kevin O'Sullivan. He's been closely marshalled over there by Liam Cashman. Ball out over the line. That's going to be the half time here in Páirc Uí Chaoimh in this Premier Intermediate Football Championship final. What a blistering opening 30 minutes. But it's the men of Newmarket who lead their neighbours Kanturk by 2 points.
Yeah, I think at half time, I think obviously Newmarket will be the happier. I think they're probably look to be a bit more comfortable on the ball. Their setup seems to be a bit more structured. They're getting a lot of bodies back, and then they're breaking, but they're breaking very comfortably, and they're just getting the likes of Conor O'Keefe and Barry O'Connor on the loop, and they're doing the business. Whereas Kanturk have got a good few points from play. They've got a few frees, but obviously they're up 2 points, so they'll be a bit happier at half time.
Welcome back to the commentary position here in Páirc Uí Chaoimh Premier Intermediate Football Championship final. What a game we're after having. Blistering end-to-end stuff. A lot of football being played between the two 45s. Defensive frailties, well, none of that in this game because there's been some great defensive plays so far. But also, lads, there's been some great scores.
Yeah, particularly on the Newmarket side. There's only 2 points in it, so it's still all to play for. But I would say on the balance of things, Newmarket will be the happier and have had slightly the better of it. Maybe if they'd taken a couple of those chances in the midway stages, might be 2 points further ahead or something like that. But I think Newmarket, again, like I said just there before half time, it's a little bit like the senior final in the sense that one team has come with a game plan to allow the other team to come onto them and try and then expose them on the break. And it's happening similar to the way that the Bars maybe ran into the Clan defenders and got turned over a few times, and then Clan hit on the break. That's what Newmarket are doing here as well. And you could possibly see there maybe Newmarket spend more time on the football side of things. Kanturk have been doing a lot of dual work. Obviously won the hurling a couple of weeks ago. So it's interesting from that aspect, and a very enjoyable first half again. And
just catching my eye down below on the left hand side is Keith Ricken. And he just had a word with the referee just to say, come on, leave this go a little bit more. He caught my eye over the far side of the field. He's now having a word with a couple of stewards to see what they think.
Maybe he's agreeing with me there. I thought I wasn't the yellow card. But no, in fairness, look, we mentioned Keith here now today, and lads putting up their hand for a trial or a look at. But one person that's standing out to me anyway is 13 for the market. Conor O'Keefe has been electric. He's been very lively. And I could be wrong now, but I think he's on John McLaughlin, and John McLaughlin was in with Cork a few times, and you get nothing easy off John. So Conor O'Keefe now is one to me that's standing out so far.
It's interesting to see what Ricken is saying down to our two stewards down in front of us here. 3 stewards now in front of us. Good to see the management out early though, John. From your own point of view, you need to get out and see all these players early, and he's been everywhere over the past couple of weeks, and in fairness he's here again today.
Yeah, absolutely. And look, obviously it's a part of his job, but Keith will know so much about the players having been involved with the Cork under-20s and in colleges football for so long. But I think Keith will be encouraged by what he's seen over the last few weeks, and definitely what we've seen is that there's some talented scoring forwards around the county as well. So how to mould that and how to adapt it. Maybe some of them, Conor O'Keefe looks a very talented player, as Colm was saying, looks so comfortable on the ball, which is great to see. Physically maybe he needs a bit of a development. I'm not sure what age he is, but if he was to be brought onto the scene, maybe physically would need some development to cope at inter-county level. But yeah, I think Keith will be very encouraged by what he's seen in the whole management team. Like I said, it's not a it's not a straightforward job for the Cork management at the moment. You're talking about a little bit of just rebuilding back up after some heavy defeats and some disappointing championships. So look, it's great. I think the new championship system in Cork, the new club system in Cork, can only benefit the football in Cork, and you're getting to see the players play regularly, and they can then put up their hands and show a county management team, this is what I can do. I want to have a go at the top level, and it's exciting from that point of view.
Let's turn our attention back here though, because I know at times I mentioned it's a bit of a shootout between the Welches and the O'Keefes, like the family traditions in the clubs, but like between Conor O'Keefe and Ian Walsh, I make Conor O'Keefe having 5 points, Ian Walsh having 4. I could be wrong with the Conor O'Keefe one, but either way, like, there's some sublime scores in there.
Yeah, there is. There's some good. We were saying that Lada, there was a few. Newmarket missed a few long range points, but they've got some excellent scores as well, and as have Kanturk on the other side. And I suppose Kanturk at half time now, they'll probably want to be looking at to getting the likes of more out of Paul Walsh and Aidan Walsh if they're really going to have to drive back into this game, because they'll be looking at them too. Paul has been with the Cork seniors now for the last few years, so they'll be looking at him to really drive things forward. And I know Colm Walsh has got a few scores, but they'll be looking for him maybe to get on the ball in the end of a few plays a bit more to, I suppose, just to do what the likes of Conor O'Keefe and Barry O'Connor are doing it for the market at the other end.
And like, they're all big tall men, but is there a time where, I know something similar to Aidan Walsh when he was with the footballers and when he was playing with the Irish jersey for the international rules, is there a time that you go in and say, look, stand inside in the 6-yard box and pump long ball in?
Potentially, but look, they don't seem to play that style of play at the moment, and it's not the flick of a switch. Okay, maybe 10 minutes to go if you're a few points down, or 5 minutes to go and you say, right, let's get him in there. Like, Ian Walsh is a big man too. Colm Walsh is not a small guy either, so they have the players to do it if they want to switch up the tactics later in the game.
I just wonder, would that play to their advantage, because just from watching the market, they do get a lot of bodies back, and they'll probably want to be hitting long ball in, and all the backs will just breaking it away, and they'll be bodies to mop it up. So I'm not sure our Kanturk, the way Newmarket is set up, our Kanturk as well off trying to run through the blanket and create the overlap and get the likes of Colm Walsh on the look, you know.
And that's probably the one side. That's probably the one thing that Newmarket have been doing much better than Kanturk, is getting away, turning from defence into attack. The transition has been much more sharper from a Newmarket point of view.
Well, look, and Colm is touching on it. Do Kanturk want to go direct or do want to run it? Ideally, you do a mix of both. There's more than one way to skin a cat. And look, if you're predictable, most teams can set up and contain whatever you got. Like, if you're going to go long every time, they'll just drop bodies back and break the ball down and break that way. If you're going to run every time, they'll set their defensive screen around the 45 and try and put pressure on you there. So it's trying to mix the game up a little bit more. I think Newmarket have done that. They've kept possession when the right thing was to keep possession, but they've also delivered some early long diagonal passes which have given the opportunity for Conor and Ryan O'Keefe to cause a bit of damage. So yeah, look, like I said, Newmarket probably the happier. Kanturk not out of this by any means. They have loads of talent on that team and ability, so their management will probably be trying to encourage them to express themselves a bit more. Like I said, they're running it a little bit too much and getting into the trouble around the 45, relying a little bit then on maybe Ian Walsh or Colm Walsh to produce a moment of individual quality. But it's set up very for a very intriguing second half, and Newmarket slightly the happier, maybe slight favourites, but still all to play for.
And defensively, we're talking about the scores and the shooters. Defensively, some of the plays have been very good. There was a great block there by Bart Daly and Paudie Allen, and on the Kanturk side, Liam Cashman. Okay, he got pinned for the foul on Conor O'Keefe and picked up a yellow, but before that, himself and Darren Brown pulled off 2 superb blocks. Yeah,
the one-on-one, similar to the game before this, the one-on-one defending has been quite impressive. In the market side, Mikey Brown and Paudie Allen are doing well back there. I think Mikey Brown might be playing as a sweeper in front, but he's also finding himself up in attack, and Paudie Allen kicked a raker there outside of his left. So they're not just sitting back there getting forward. And on the other side, John McLaughlin seems to be sweeping and cutting out a lot of good ball, and obviously he's his hands full as well there, I think, if he's marking Conor O'Keefe,
Well, it's an interesting second half to come here. Like, there's only 2 points in it.
Oh yeah, it is. It's very interesting. Like I said, can Kanturk maybe alter and tweak their game plan a little bit to try and just expose Newmarket a little bit more? I mean, yeah, 2-point game, county final, local derby. Like, the second half should be very exciting. Let's hope it stays tight and exciting, and that we see more of the good scores that we saw in the first half. Because look, it's continuing in the vein that we've seen over the last number of weeks of good quality games and enjoyable football. And it'd be great to kind of go out for the season with a rip-roaring second half now again.
And I don't think there's a difference. There's not a puff of wind in the air, so it's not like one team is playing with the wind that's going to benefit them. But I was talking to someone during the week there, and a Newmarket man, and he said what they would worry about is Newmarket's bench. They reckon that Kanturk might have a stronger bench if it came to it, so it'll be interesting to see. Will Kanturk
go through that then, like, from a Newmarket point of view? Who are the names? We've already seen Darren O'Keefe as Kanturk come back onto the field. Who are the names from a Newmarket point of view we need to watch out for?
Yeah, I think Tony O'Keefe has come on in a few games on the Newmarket side, and Also, I know I can see there number 29 for Kanturk, Dan O'Connell, who was a Cork under 20 winner 2 years ago. I know he struggled with injury, but I think he might have come on in the last game. And Tommy Walsh is named on the programme as well. He'll be Aidan's brother, played his Cork under 20 last year. A very good player for the future, but I know he is a leg injury as well. I know he was supposed to see the consultant during the week to give the all clear, but will they risk him coming on? He might have an awful lot done. It's going to be interesting to see what impact will come from both benches.
Alan Walsh with 1-2 as well in the championship. Keane Clernon with 1-1.
Yeah. So look, I was talking to John Finton Daly there a minute ago. Look, and there's many that know more about Duhallow football than John Finton, in fairness. So he made the same comment to me about the better bench for Kanturk. So yeah, it's probably an area of concern, and they probably will need the impact off the bench. Just on the Tommy Walsh thing, like we saw it in the first game with Cahill, if you're not right, you're not right. And if he's not able to play and he's not fit to play, you can't take the chance. But if he is, and if there's 10-15 minutes in him, then he would be a big addition to Kanturk to bring into the second half.
The second half of this Bunsecure Premier Intermediate Football Championship final here on Páirc Uí Chaoimh under the lights is underway under the auspices of Macroom and John Ryan. As Newmarket have won the opening phase. Ball long inside in towards Conor O'Keefe. Heavy hitting both sides. O'Keefe got a boot to it though, illegally though, as the Kanturk man went down to pick possession. It's a free out for Kanturk outside their own 45. I hope you're enjoying the coverage this afternoon. Free taken quickly. Wrong position though, says the referee. Already brought you that superb victory for Eeve Laoire in the Intermediate A Championship. 2 championships in 4 months and advancing forward once again. Eeve Laoire. Well, Kanturk will be looking to try and win the championship. A final which they lost back in August to Knocknagree. Which one of these two Duhallow sides are going to be advancing forward at the end of the afternoon, or do we have to come back for a further 60 minutes next weekend? All to be revealed in the next 35 minutes or so, as John McLaughlin with an early second half possession for Kanturk to John Brown. Over to the far side to Aidan Walsh now. Possession to that far side. Colm McLaughlin turning back inside to Ian Walsh. Snap around the body, looking for a start for Kanturk. Going left and wide.
Yeah, I see Ian was frustrated with himself for that kick. He thought he should have got the score, but similar to the first half there, and Newmarket was well set up, and they had to kick under pressure from a good way out. So, as I say, Newmarket will be happy enough the way that started.
Brian O'Sullivan winning the breaking ball off the kick out. Loose hands from Barry O'Connor. O'Sullivan just checked his steps, turned back inside, in towards Ian Walsh. Didn't get the grace kicking it though, but there is a free in there by the looks of it. Sorry, it's touched actually. It's been touched is what it is. It's a 45 has been awarded by our official.
Yeah, Aidan Walsh walking up here. I wonder will he have a cut from 45? He has a big boot on him, so distance shouldn't be a problem for him.
So 45 being marked probably 3-4 feet to the left hand side of the left post. And an opportunity it is for Aidan Walsh to get his opening score of the afternoon. He came into this game with a 45 already in that third round game against Naval Bawn. His only score of this championship 2021. Short run up, not at the greatest of kicks. Kept in though, did very, very well there on the byline. Ball walked outside, looks like McLaughlin out there. Shot going in one way or the other. It's a Kanturk score.
Good score by Larkin. That's I was saying earlier on that from Kanturk point of view, they want to keep Larkin and them as close to the goal, because Larkin is well able to get his own scores, but for a lot of the first half he was operating very deep for them, so he seems to be operating more in his position that he's on the programme now here today.
So Larkin McLaughlin picking up that score at the end of the 3rd minute. Kick out from Josh O'Keefe down to this near side, punched away by the Kanturk defence, namely John Brown. Foul on the Kanturk man who played the ball forward, so it's going to be a free. Long
Big
ball, route 1
inside.
As John Hayes just mentioned, route 1 inside there was Ian Walsh, but he just got measured out of it there. Looks like Gavin Ford back there, possibly marking Walsh. And Josh O'Keefe now clearing his lines, and The boys mentioned this here at half time, the transition forward from Newmarket. Really quick. Long ball here from Kevin O'Sullivan to the corner, looking for Ryan O'Keefe. O'Keefe gets the possession. Pops the ball back outside to Barry O'Connor. O'Connor with 2 points to his name in this final already. Trying to take on the man. Looking for the hand-fisted pass, ball over the top. And successfully, no, he doesn't. In fact, he goes right and wide.
Just what we were saying at half time, like, I'm not sure is that long ball probably suiting Kanturk when they don't have a lot of bodies inside. With Newmarket have a lot of bodies back to cover and collect the break, and Newmarket just transitioned well and unlucky not to get a score there.
Lachlan O'Neill did very, very well there to escape the shackles of the Newmarket man. He advances forward, seeing Lachlan McLaughlin moving forward. Being bottled up here as Colin Welch had prior opportunity, did well to escape the shackles. Good hit on Lachlan McLaughlin by TJ Brosnan, showing good heavy tackling. Clean and fair, says John Ryan of Macroom.
Good hard hitting there. I actually thought Larkin had a chance to hit Ian Walsh inside a little bit earlier. There was a one-on-one, there was a chance to do it, but
nobody inside the 20-metre line for Kanturk here now, and
nice.
Just shoveling in was Aidan Walsh, but there was a dummy shot going in here, ball going out, hasn't gone out yet. It's going to bounce, and Josh O'Keefe is going to try and keep it in. In fact, he just doesn't make it, goes out right and wide.
Yeah, good physicality in the game as well. So look, it was kind of a cagey start to the second half. Only one score so far, but 1 point in it.
Just see the centre back from Newmarket there, urging his half forwards and midfields to get up the pitch. He highlighted the fact that they were sharp bodies up the pitch. So I think Newmarket are trying to get a bit of their shape back and get going what they were doing more in the first half.
You're watching live coverage on the IrishExaminer.com of this Bon Secours Premier Intermediate Football Championship final. Ball knocked out over the line, and our referee, sideline official Peter O'Leary is saying that ball has gone out over the sideline off the hand of a Kanturk man, being Colin Walsh. It's going to be a line ball for Newmarket.
Colin Walsh has gone to wing forward now, I think, in an attempt to get him into the game a little bit more. He's taking some heavy hits as well when he's carrying the ball, taking some punishment.
Good touch away there by John Brown. And Ian Walsh is a lone ranger inside the 20-metre line. Now he makes the darting run after a long ball here from Lachlan McLaughlin to the corner, finding Ian Walsh, turning his marker, just shovels the ball over the top to Aidan. Heavy hit on the centre field man, but shovels the ball outside to Lachlan McLaughlin. McLaughlin with the shot across the face, but it's inside the near upright, in for a score.
Yeah, well, Colm was calling for it to happen, and Larkin is playing more as a traditional centre forward now and has kicked 2 great scores. Good move there. I think he started himself with the long ball into Ian Walsh. Aidan came on the run, absorbed a heavy hit and popped the pass out to Larkin, and a great score from a difficult angle. So showing he's as capable at the football as he is with the hurling. So Kanturk having the better start to the second half. So Newmarket haven't really got going yet.
Colm McLaughlin with 2 points in a row now, levelling up this game in the 37th minute. But I must say, we've seen some heavy hits in both hurling and football over the past couple of weeks. The hits here are quite enormous and fair and clean.
Yeah, look, it's great to see a bit of, and John Ryan, in fairness, so far is doing a good job. Great to see a bit of physicality, and you have to earn your free here today, and that's great to see.
Kyle Brown, after picking up that medical issue, was the quickest man I've ever seen after getting an assessment to win a kick out. Was Paddy Allen breaking through the midfield of Kanturk, long ball into the corner, but just not efficient enough, and John McLaughlin sees it out over for a wide ball.
Yeah, good break from Paddy Allen, who did that in the first half to good effect, but maybe slightly rushed the kick pass. Like I said, Kanturk just having the better of the exchanges at the moment.
Possession to that far side. Mark Healy coming out deep to pass it to Aidan Walsh, running across the midfield. Aidan now looking for the run. What a run through the centre of the park here for Paul, but just couldn't get a flick away. And a chance now for the red and black of Newmarket to try and force their way forward. Man being bottled up inside the centre of the park. Chance going to be picked up. No, says the referee. Play continues on. No foul. Still no foul. John Ryan leaving it go He's having a good game here as a free by a Newmarket man. Well, he just caught the end of a Newmarket man throwing an elbow there. Paddy Allen, no, did you catch that? And Paul Walsh.
I kind of saw it, yeah. It was kind of halfway between the net.
It's either kind of, you either saw it or you didn't.
Man, John got off the fence.
No, he was shrugging him off in my book. It's a fella hanging off, yeah.
Ryan O'Keefe under pressure now. Inside the 13-metre line. Possession turned over. Kanturk breaking away out of the fence.
Kanturk seem to be playing all the football here since the half-time. They must have got a good old telling off at half-time, but they're playing a lot better now. The last attack, Aidan Walsh probably gave a pass that wasn't on, so they can kind of be patient on the ball and work to score, work it into Ian and Colin on the loop. I think it'll serve them better.
Yeah, just again, like you see everything from this vantage point. At the start of the second half, so far the second half, it was pretty much one-on-one for Ian Walsh inside on Gavin Ford. But you can see now Newmarket have dropped Alan Ryan as a kind of a sweeper in front of that at the moment.
But also they're going 15 back defensively in their own half as Kanturk exploiting spaces forward, and Aidan Walsh has put on the afterburners, advancing through. There's a runner through the middle, but there's a great flick away from a Kanturk man, or by a Kanturk man I should say, and back there Paddy Allen, and also was Alan Ryan as well.
I think Cathal Brown with a good piece of defending there. I think Aidan Walsh looked like he was after leaving him behind, but he just stuck at the task, got a hand in.
And they're turning defence into attack. Here's Conor O'Keefe, the leading scorer in the championship, off the right page. No! Just outside, wide, and that's the danger. Though something's happened here off the ball, following through. I wonder, can we catch that? Did we catch it on replay, I wonder?
To me, I saw it. It looked like a little shunt into the back. Nothing too malicious, just a little dig.
That's one of the lads we were talking about.
Hold on a second, because there's a substitution to our right as we're seeing it. Daniel O'Connell's being replaced by Liam O'Keefe. But if we turn our attentions to the left hand side, the referee has gone to these umpires, and there's a discussion happening down here. And I will say the two umpires are really important, and they're two experienced men as well, I can tell you. John Ryan now sprinting his way out, and he's seeing nothing.
Yeah, I'd agree with
let's
that.
go,
Look,
play on.
It's one of those little bumps that a defender gives you to remind you it was in the back. It might have been just caught him a little bit sore in the back, but I don't think there was anything too much in it.
The 2V got plenty of those down through the years, I'm sure indeed, as the ball walked down. Heavy hit there on John Ryan, the footballer, and John Ryan, the referee, giving the free to his namesake. And Sinead O'Regan, well, she's after having a busy afternoon, a busy couple of minutes. She's back on the field here, giving some attention.
Just that last bit there, like Newmarket did everything right, and Conor O'Keefe did everything right bar the finish. He was unlucky to get the score, but they got bodies back, turned Kanturk over, broke at pace, got it onto Conor O'Keefe in space. Now he did everything right bar the finish, so they'll be looking to do more of that from here on in.
Possession with Kevin O'Sullivan. He's going to get bottled up by the Kanturk contingent as the ball flicked around, scooped and picked up there on a lucky break by Colin Walsh, and a chance for Kanturk now to break forward, and they're flooding forward with numbers. Long ball into the corner. This is Daniel O'Connell, the man who came on moments ago, showing a good clean pair of heels. He's gone down by the byline. O'Connell still on his bike, hand over the shoulder, freeing Kanturk.
Great play there by Dan. Yeah, look, as we mentioned at half time, Dan was Cork under 20 a few years ago, did his crucial last year. Great to see him back, and looks to be in tip top shape, to be fair to him, so he'll be a boost for Kanturk coming off here now 20 minutes ago.
Yeah, it was a great ball in. That was, we're seeing a little bit more of the variety we were hoping for from Kanturk in the second half, mixing the running game with some more direct passing. When they got the turnover here, like Paul Walsh, just a really quick hand pass out of trouble, didn't take any play on it and just got it out. Quick long ball in, won well by Daniel O'Connell. Very positive direct run at goal. One is free, and they're gone ahead now. Newmarket get to score in the second half.
Ian Walsh puts Kanturk into the lead for the first time in 20 minutes in this Premier Intermediate football final. Walsh with his 5th point of the afternoon. Kick off for Newmarket. Walks out. Barry O'Connor offloading to Paddy Allen. 1-2 back with O'Connor once again. Breaking through. There's a free being awarded. Advantage accrued. Outside to Conor O'Keefe. Snap around the body, looking to level the game. I will say this, it was close, but the keeper went in and shoved the post to make sure it was moving. Could have been a free. It could have been a free. You cannot do that no more.
Yeah, I didn't see that up here. But in fairness, what Newmarket did, they got the two main lads on the play, and they're on the attack here now again.
Darren O'Keefe shoveling it forward, looking for John Ryan. O'Keefe now under pressure. He's been bottled up with a foul there by Conor Welch, who just shrugs him out the way. And a chance now for Conor O'Keefe.
A great win there from Bart Daly, and there was a chance on to attack, but I thought the movement, they moved, the run was made towards the sideline as opposed to towards goal. There was an opportunity to go towards goal, possibly lucky enough to win the free in the end. It's an important one as well, because they haven't scored so far in the second half. We're coming up close on the second water break, so this is an important kick for Ryan O'Keefe. Connor's after a couple of wides in the second half, so this is not an easy one either.
Looking to level up proceedings. Ball turning in, will land short in towards the goal line, and Aidan Walsh the back there defending. Kanturk, let me remind you, I shouldn't need to remind you, looking to do the double. Senior A football, Premier Intermediate football, Senior A hurling I should say, Premier Intermediate football, as that ball scooped out there and touched on the ground by John Brown. Another opportunity here for Newmarket.
Oh, yeah.
And a free in one inside there, and a second opportunity on this occasion is Ryan O'Keefe. In fact, it's Conor O'Keefe who's going to take it out of his hands on this occasion, and the referee's got stopped it. There's a bit of afters there off the ball, a bit of tripping there. Darren O'Keefe is going to have to be checked out here by our officials.
Yeah, this is an important kick now. As I said, Newmarket haven't scored since half time. They missed a few chances, so they'll be just anxious to get a score on board to settle them and to regroup again. But it's 3 or 4 yards outside the 45 after hands. It's a big kick.
Looks like a shoulder problem here for O'Keefe. He's been checked out by both Sinead Regan and Dr. Bertie Daly. And
this will be a test now for Conor O'Keefe. It is a long way out.
Well, outside the 45 he is. He's looking to level the game once again on the stroke of the water break, as it was in the opening half when Kanturk levelled up the water break. O'Keefe stepping into it, going in, short, just short. Stopped in the line by Aidan Walsh.
Yeah, a little unlucky. It was a good strike, but look, it was probably just that couple of yards outside his range. I was wondering, would it have been worth bringing the goalkeeper up for that one? Would probably just a kick dead would have brought us to the water break. Kanturk a little bit comfortable at the moment.
Well, they're going to get away with it on this occasion. Stopped on the line, and a chance now for Liam Cashman to receive possession inside in towards John Brown. Darren Brown was the man who stopped it on the line on that occasion. Chance for Kanturk to move forward. Paul Walsh under pressure, had prior opportunity. Play continues on under the shackles of Mikey Cotterill. He's still advancing forward. Paul Walsh off the shoulder run, heavy hit on Aidan Walsh. He steadies the feet, goes for the shot off the post, lands inside the 6-yard box. Danger for Newmarket, but they're going to clear the lines. Alan Ryan I should say, back there to help out with Gavin Ford.
Yeah, that would have been a great score by Aidan. A little bit unlucky to see it coming off the post. He'd be disappointed he didn't make that one.
Gavin Ford now taking the free from inside his own 45 metre line. Ball moving forward at pace, and the pace moving is Darren O'Keefe inside the 45. Can he level up the game before the stroke of the water break, as the ball punched away from Kevin O'Sullivan? Namesake Brian O'Sullivan has a hand inside there, and a chance for Lachlan McLaughlin to try and break away, and McLaughlin just slows it back down, bringing in Colm Walsh, who's playing oh so deep inside his 45 and spreading it to space in this near side to Lachlan O'Neill. There's Kanturk now pushing forward once again. O'Neill with possession down towards this near side. John McLaughlin in front of us, the captain of this side. Possession there with Mark Healy. Healy with possession. Here's Lachlan O'Neill once again. O'Neill.
Nobody seems to be inside for Kanturk. Everything seems to be run. They had two lads inside in the middle, but there's someone in there now. Dan O'Connell is in there now, and I think they're looking for a long ball into Dan.
Here's John Brown now. Ball outside. We're still waiting for that water break, but we can't go for it until the ball goes dead off the field of play. Liam Cashman. Kanturk now just taking the sting out of this game. Aidan Walsh playing the ball into space to the far side of the field. Lock on McLaughlin. Shot ball inside. Ball towards Ryan Welch. He's been bottled up. Play continues on. Possession on the floor. Lock on McLaughlin. Ian Walsh made absolutely no effort to pick up that ball.
Yeah, it's a sloppy one as well, because there was a bit of a chance of a score. Kanturk were just keeping possession out around the middle of the field. They worked an opportunity through their patience, and would have had a chance to score if he hadn't picked it off the ground.
Barry O'Connor under pressure, just kicked the ball away out of possession. Daniel O'Connell was fouled there as he was down for the ball. Bart Daly is furious with the call, but Bart Daly went in with a hand as Daniel O'Connell went down for the ball. You can't touch the players you're going down.
Yeah, and a very costly motor into the ref there, because that definitely was outside the range, but it brings it inside to Ian Walsh's range now, and I'd imagine he should put this out of bar.
So Ian Walsh now with the opportunity to extend from being 2 points down at half time to go for a 4-point turnaround and pushes it to a 2-point lead at the water break. We're in the 50th minute, or at the end of the water break. It's probably going to be taken at the end of this possession. It is. It's a score. It's a 4-point to no score quarter for Kanturk, and from a 2-point deficit, they have a 2-point lead at 3/4 time.
Yeah, look, Newmarket kind of completely went out of the game in that quarter, really. Kanturk having much the better of that, nearly 20 minutes afterwards. So what are we on the clock? 49 and a half minutes. A little bit of reorganising to do for the Newmarket management team in order to get their team settled and back into this game. Kanturk will be much happier now, but we've seen the game ebb and flow, so you wouldn't say Newmarket are out of it just yet. But yeah, definitely advantage Kanturk at the moment.
Yeah, look, Kanturk will be much happier in that quarter. Came out, I suppose, we were asking, I suppose, at half time to get the likes of Aidan, Paul and more out of the bench. I suppose Dan O'Connell's come on and made an impact. Larkin has upped it really in that quarter, so they'll be looking for lads like that to continue in terms of the Newmarket side. In fairness, they have created a few chances. I know Conor O'Keefe had a few close and they hit the post. They just had a few opportunities drift wide, but look, a big quarter come out to play for now. Kanturk 2 up. But we mentioned about the impact of the bench. It'll be interesting to see what's going to come off the bench from the Newmarket side.
Substitution here for Kanturk by the looks of it. Cian Clernan, I think, is on. Man going off, Ryan Walsh, going to be confirmed momentarily. Just looking out in the field. Yes, Cian Clernan is the man who is coming. Man who scored 1-1 in this championship. On for Ryan Walsh as the kick out to restart this final quarter of the Premier Intermediate Football Championship. Newmarket, audacious from John Ryan. That's John Ryan, the footballer, offloading to Bart Daly, and the Kanturk breaking forward, shoveling it on was Conor O'Keefe. Scoop it away was Ford, back to O'Keefe, looking to reduce the margin to a point. He's been fouled, advantage accruing, now fouls as a referee. Free for Kanturk, well won by Conor O'Keefe.
And that's important for Newmarket to make a positive start to this, the last quarter of the game. You'd expect Conor O'Keefe to put this over, and it'll be an important score, and it'll make it a 1 point game again.
A substitution being confirmed. Referee, or the score converted there by Conor O'Keefe. A fourth official got the incorrect numbers there. It is Ryan Welch who's been replaced, though. Conor O'Keefe reduced the margin to a point, lads.
Look, I think Colin Walsh is a big target down here and moving forward, but keeper didn't play this well.
Newmarket's first score in the second half, 20 minutes in. O'Keefe's 5th point of the game. But Kanturk have possession to the far side. There's a Kanturk substitution as well. Darren O'Keefe has been replaced by David Cotterill. There's Kanturk still breaking forward. Ball scooped forward by Ian Walsh. Ball walked inside. Daniel O'Connell breaking inside. O'Connell with the shot. Saved on the inside the 6-yard box. Great save by Josh O'Keefe. Not the greatest of efforts. Inside by Daniel O'Connell. But a chance for Kanturk to turn defence, or for Newmarket to turn defence into attack as they break forward. Here's TJ Brosnan in the centre of the field. Ball walked inside in towards the substitute Davy Cotterill. He wins a free in the centre of the park. Referee stopping the watch once again.
Huge save there. I think it could be a bit of momentum turner now if Newmarket come down and get a score out of this. But in fairness to Dan, he did everything right bar the finish. Probably rushed it a bit, but in fairness to Josh, and Dan kept it low. Josh got down low to save it and blast it out. Good save. But I think if Kanturk did get that score, it'd been a huge score from Newmarket to come back to.
It was the most incisive move of the game. It was a really good pass from Aidan Walsh to put him through. He won the ball really well. rode one challenge, very nicely, but the shot was he was a little bit under pressure and just too close to the keeper. He kept it low and hard, but good save.
Not too many times you see a number 16 jersey in the outfield in Gaelic games. Carl Harland is going to be doing that this afternoon, replacing Mark Healy for the final 8 minutes of normal time as Conor O'Keefe plays a low ball. Well, Ryan O'Keefe made no effort there to put a foot under. The referee says play on is the call as Brian O'Sullivan just throws the body out of the line, as does Lorcan O'Neill. And here comes John McLaughlin away with possession out to Liam Cashman, and Jordan Fullerton is going to complete the clearance to the far side of the field.
Yeah, probably Carl Harland is probably covering the sub goalie as well, because I know he was the goalie for Duhallow in the Shire Championship as well.
Possession to the far side of the field, an advantage for Kanturk. Margins are aplenty, inches and millimetres is all that's going to be in this at the end of the day. Is playing it down towards this near sideline is Colin Walsh, down towards Daniel O'Connell now down the sideline. Which way is he going to go? Well, he pops the ball outside, looking for possession outside to Kieran Holland. Here's John Brown now just trying to take the sting out of the game. Kanturk in the driving seat. Can they hold on to a lead that they couldn't hold on to, remember, in the Premier Intermediate final of 2020 back in August when Knocknagree powered them over? What's in the legs of Newmarket? Possession all the while. Aidan Walsh is offloading to Lorcan McLaughlin to the far side of the field. Offloading it on the loop here is Walsh back inside to Lorcan McLaughlin. Good movement inside. Kanturk with a goal opportunity. Shovel it to the far side, to the box, to the near side, and Kieran Holland with the score.
Yeah, right decision from Kyle Holland in the end. It was a great move. Great work between Aidan Walsh and Lorcan McLaughlin. Lorcan is really torn into the game in the second half and has made an impact higher up the pitch. But it nearly worked the chance for a goal. But I think Kyle Holland did very well to take the score in the end.
Aidan Walsh shovels it along off the mark. Colin Walsh inside to Daniel O'Connell now. He's had a big difference already in just a couple of minutes that he's been on the field, as Aidan Walsh back in possession. Under pressure is Lorcan O'Neill, fouled inside there, about 40 yards out. An opportunity for Ian Walsh for his 7th point of the game.
I think the big players for Kanturk are starting to stand up. In fairness, Aidan Walsh from the word go has done a few, I suppose, questionable things, but has been on an awful lot of ball, and he continues to get on an awful lot of ball, and it was a great field there. But also Dan O'Connell coming off the bench has made a huge impact. Got a score, could have got a goal there, but getting on a lot of ball as well.
Kyle Holland stepping up for the free here.
As the boys have mentioned, the Duhallow keeper we've already seen in the quarter final. A chance now for Kyle Holland to step up into this one. Not turning enough though. Referee John Ryan, well, he could come along and say retake the free. He's just having a word with the two men and just say, lads, cop yourselves on. Wide ball. Kyle Holland remains at 1 point. Kanturk with a 2-point lead. 5 minutes left on the clock in this Premier Intermediate Football Championship final. Can Kanturk get a goal? Well, they've scored 4 goals already in this championship. Kanturk have conceded 4 goals, but albeit scoring 7. 7.39, 15 points the average to 13.8 for Newmarket. As they advance forward, they need a score to try and reduce the margin to a point. Breaking through the tackle there was Cathal Brown. No fouls as the referee. Ball stripped out of the hands. Cleared out there, but defensively by Darren Brown, and a chance for Kanturk to break away. Late hit there, followed through on John Brown. Free out is going to be a call. Shoulders heavily affected. John Brown under pressure here. Free out inside of the 45 for Kanturk. Kanturk now just looking to try and cool the heads. Conor Welch losing the head a small bit. John Brown looks under serious pressure inside here.
Didn't see what happened there because I was following the ball. I'm not sure if we have a replay again of that incident or not, because he definitely looks like he's feeling the effects of it.
We might gather that in a moment. Some effective. You can see the Newmarket mentor on the line there. It looks like Niall McIntyre on the line, trying to urge his players forward to try and push on defensively.
Yeah, it's at that stage of the game now.
Here is the replay.
Yeah.
John Brown just getting on possession, pops the ball over the top, and
a little dunt.
I think he'll be off fairly soon.
Yeah, look, you might give a free for it, but I don't think there's any more than that needed. Probably, what have we left on the clock? We've only 3 minutes left of normal time. We'll probably have another 4 minutes or so after that.
I think if Kanturk can kind of mind the ball and not give away a stack of possession to Newmarket, because what Newmarket want to do is catch him on the break, but if Kanturk can be cute and mind the ball, they should be able to see this out.
It's the time of the game now where Newmarket have to gamble a little bit and push up higher up the pitch than they had been for most of the game, because Kanturk will be happy to play keep ball like this.
Here is Brian O'Sullivan now, playing it over towards the far side of the field. To try and clear the lines. Looks like Darren Brown on that occasion. Here is Fullerton now, bringing it forward as Newmarket starting to press on this Kanturk defence. Aidan Walsh showing good clean pair of heels. Breaking through the centre of the park under pressure from 2-3 defenders. Ball split to the 4. Pulled of the jersey by the Newmarket man. Free out Kanturk, and a bit of leadership shown by Aidan Walsh as there's another substitution here for Kanturk, or for Newmarket I should say. Daniel Norton making his full substitution in for John Ryan. 2 minutes left in the clock, 2 points the difference.
Yeah, big win there, big free won by Aidan Walsh. But look, Kanturk will probably, if they get one more score, probably should see him over. As I say, if they must have minded the ball now, but as we say, that ball
dangerous ball, but well caught inside there by Alan Ryan. And a chance now for Newmarket. Can they do what they've been doing the first half, transitioning from defence into attacking quickly? Well, not the way Paddy Allen is trotting up the field, because gave time for Kanturk to ghost away inside. There's 2 men loose inside, it looked like for a second, but Mikey Cotterill gone in towards the edge of the box. I can tell you off camera, as Conor O'Keefe now in possession over towards the far side of the field. O'Keefe is outside, now he has possession, trying to work a score, cross the 45. Here's Cathal Brown outside to Bart Daly, shoveling it to space to Kevin O'Sullivan, space this near side to Danny Norton, back across the 13 metre line, still going to work out as Cathal Brown in possession. Ball ends up on the floor, Brown still in there, got a boot to it, moved on towards Mikey Brown, and Brown have to reset back outside to Newmarket's half back line to Bart Daly. Kevin O'Sullivan, Newmarket, they just seem a bit under pressure to try and get the score, but there is time left. There is going to be 2 or 3 minutes going to be added on by our official Mikey Brown now. Here is the danger man, O'Keefe, dummy back at the right. He's under pressure here, he got caught high in the head. O'Keefe winning the foul. It's a free in for Newmarket.
Sloppy tackle. I think he was looking for the free. He tried to do it with a dummy, but I think he was glad to feel a bit of contact and go down and get the free. This should probably bring it back to a 1 point game and all to play for here still.
Newmarket's kind of over-reliance on Conor O'Keefe for scores. There's opportunity there, I think, for Kevin O'Sullivan in the first place, and definitely for Daniel Norton to have a pop for a shot from inside the 21, but they kind of worked it around looking for the other options. So there seems to be a reluctance on the part of other forwards apart from Conor O'Keefe to have a go.
And if he does kick this dead, I think Newmarket have to push up
man on man. He successfully scores it. It's gone straight over the posts.
I think they have pushed up man on man here because they really want possession here.
Yeah, look, if I was them, I'd be telling their defenders to take a couple of steps in front and push all the way up.
So Alan Walsh coming on for Colin Walsh. O'Keefe with his 6th point of the game. And additional time, 3 minutes of additional time. So a bit of time left in it. We've 40 seconds gone on the clock here in Páirc Uí Chaoimh.
Great
Mark aimed in the middle of the park.
Great take from Paul Walsh.
And Kanturk now in the control of their own destiny. Brian O'Sullivan now. Dangerous lead, 1 point. Man free inside the 45 was the substitute Alan Walsh, who just came in. Ball scooped forward. Kieran Holland works it back outside. Dangerous. Newmarket though losing a defender there as Aidan Walsh moves it on to Lorcan McLaughlin. Ian Walsh settles the feet. Ball going in, turning in, right and wide. Time left in the clock. 1 minute 45. The men beside me are going to be thinking about their man of the match. We're not going to decide it yet. Don't forget, if this game level after 60 minutes, we go to a replay next weekend. The winners of this game won't be out until 2 weeks' time in Munster. So there is time. The free taken quickly from the half-back line. Looked like a high shot. Newmarket trying to look for the levelling score. They just might have one. Ball's dropped inside there, still bobbling around. Looking to work it outside. Ryan O'Keefe outside to Bart Daly. The right man at the right moment. Conor O'Keefe with the leveling score!
Just like the county final last year, the right man or last week, Stephen Sherlock last week, Conor O'Keefe get on the end of the play. Great score to level the game, and it'll be interesting to see now will we have time for a winner.
Are we coming back next weekend? Are Newmarket going to pounce on a loose ball they have? Chance for Newmarket to settle the fate. Kevin O'Sullivan, the last phase of the play, one would think. 40 seconds left in the clock. Ball inside, loose inside. It's Ryan O'Keefe. Blocked. Brilliant block. Ryan O'Keefe, second opportunity. O'Keefe has got the score. Has that punctured the air balloons of Kanturk? Seeking a double. Ryan O'Keefe, is he the winner for the afternoon? Quick kick out to the centre of the park. Scooped on. This isn't over yet. Ball work forward. There's main advancing forward. Daniel O'Connell. O'Connell still on his bike. Was there a foul? No, says the referee. Scoops the ball outside. Ball half blocked down. Possession still there. John Ryan looking at the watch. He allows play continue on. Ian Walsh. Kanturk, one more opportunity. Lorcan McLaughlin, no mark. Play continues on. McLaughlin, ball back inside. Is there a foul? No, says the referee. Play continues. Newmarket have turned it over. He looks at the watch. Play continues on. Ryan O'Keefe, is he the hero? No. Mightn't be yes. Chance. Shot going in. Left and wide. Is the Duhallow Derby heading to the eastern side of the Barney of Duhallow. The referee looks at the watch. He looks at the book. The Premier Intermediate Championship isn't to be decided. It looks like it is. Kanturk are going to be taking the cup home. Ryan O'Keefe with the winner. It's all over. It is all over. It looked like Kanturk's double was going to happen. But Newmarket from the dead. 2 points in a minute. And they've defeated Kanturk.
Yeah, fair play. Look, congratulations, Newmarket. In fairness to John Ryan, he did give Kanturk, I think he played a bit extra time for them. He gave him a chance to get the equaliser. Unfortunately, they couldn't get it. But credit to Newmarket, they were 4 or 5 points down at one stage, but they slowly but surely, gradually clawed it back. But the man of the hour for me, Conor O'Keefe, was a super game, super game. Got a great score to the equaliser, and I think myself and John have agreed there that we're going to give the man of the match to number 13, Conor O'Keefe.
Yeah, look, that was some drama again. I mean, the drama we've had over the last few weeks has been sensational. I feel for Kanturk, I really do. Obviously they've won the hurling. They would have loved to have done the double, and they had the winning of that game. The game was in their hands. Fair play to Newmarket. Conor O'Keefe's equalising score was a beaut. Then look, it was a short kick out at probably the wrong time. And just ended up at a turnover that eventually ended up in a good score for Ryan O'Keefe. Kanturk had the game possibly in their hands, and an opportunity there at the end for Paul Walsh. I felt
not even that, they had an opportunity of going to a replay.
Sorry, yeah.
The short kick out, if it doesn't go short, if it lands into the hands of Kanturk, you have 40 seconds to try and kill the game. No, you don't want to come back for a replay, but it was there in their hands.
It was. Look, and you can't be too critical. It takes guts, for Jordan Fullerton to try something like that at the time. Maybe just in the conditions a little bit greasy now at this stage, late in the game. You just want to be absolutely sure. I don't know, was it John McLaughlin or Lachlan McLaughlin? I think one of the two lads that he clipped it to, and just couldn't hold it. Turnover, ended up with a score. But even beyond that, if you think back, Joe, 2 points up going into close on injury time for Kanturk. Newmarket, to their credit, came out and pushed up and got the couple of scores to win it. Paul Walsh with a chance at the end. I'd like to see the incident with Daniel O'Connell before that as well. When he was going through and goal, it looked like he might have been fouled. There was a little bit of a tug on the jersey that time. I'd need to see it again. But again, look, the drama of that. I feel a lot for Kanturk. I do. I thought they had much the better that second half, but when the need was there, the game was not over. It was only a point or two in it, and Newmarket didn't die. Did great spirit and finished the game, and got their win.
And if he was fouled, like in fairness, like he did give him nearly another chance to get the equaliser. But I suppose just like Mitchelstown, you'd have to feel for probably Kanturk. They lost this county final as well last year, just like Mitchelstown did. But look, full credit to Newmarket. They showed great courage, stuck with the game plan. They didn't deviate from. They got numbers back. They turned Kanturk over, broke at pace, and gave it to the danger men to do the business.
I think we have to have our hats off and salutes to Kanturk for what they've done this year. Winning a hurling championship, senior A, the first 2 Hallow side to be playing senior hurling in the top grade in 2022, and to be getting back to a football final and to have it in their hands and just get it taken away out of it. Yeah, it's a tough one to take.
Very tough, and look, they'll be disappointed now for a few days, but they can be very proud of the year they've had. As you say, the majority is at 12 we counted before have won that in the hurling a few weeks ago, so huge credit goes to them for getting this far and for having one hand on the cup. But to be no consolation now, but they'll be bitterly disappointed for the next few days, but they can look back on this year with huge pride. But look, I suppose the day goes to Newmarket. Huge credit, great to see a crowd out on the pitch there today, and I'm sure there'll be a few days at it in Newmarket in the next few days.
Well, I don't think there's been too many games where we haven't had drama or excitement. Maybe back to the first game this afternoon. The other 4 games we've had hurling and football this year, they've been absolutely extraordinary. This has lived up to its billing as well again this afternoon.
Yeah, look,
what a season of football this has been.
Yeah, it's been brilliant. Look, it's been a privilege really to be kind of involved in it, even in just in this small way, commentating on the games, because they've been nothing short of sensational really over the last few weeks. I'm sure everyone has enjoyed the coverage and enjoyed the games, and it is brilliant to see the club games like this, and they mean so much, and getting a little bit of the respect that they've deserved for too long, in the sense that the players know now when our championship season is going to be. Like the rest of the year, okay, you've got your league in the summer, which is great, but look, at least you can plan other things. You're not going to miss a championship game. You need to be around then for August, September, October, and if you're lucky enough, then later on. It's brilliant in that respect. And look, just going back to Kanturk for a minute, and look, you touched a lot more. We're beaten in an extra time there earlier, and dual clubs doing it like this, I take my hat off to them, because as someone who doesn't come from a dual club and just concentrates on one. Doing one is difficult enough. Trying to do both, it's highly commendable, and they deserve a lot of respect and admiration for what they've done all season, hurling and football. They'll be gutted, but they'll regroup and come back.
Me and John have egg in our face, because both of us said Kanturk would win, and we even also said that probably Kanturk have probably more to come off the bench, and we were saying that Newmarket mightn't have as much, but like, you have to give Newmarket unbelievable credit to dog it out and get them across the line. There's huge credit to them.
Well, Newmarket's captain TJ Brosnan sprinted down the tunnel, and he's here now, walking up the steps in front of us here in Páirc Uí Chaoimh. And well, jubilationary scenes to the eastern side of the Barney here in Duhallow.
Congratulations to TJ as well. Look, he's around a long time for Newmarket. He's younger than 2 of us, but that doesn't mean he's not been around for a long time. Exactly, and has been on the road a long time. This win will be sweet for him. So, congratulations to TJ, congratulations to Newmarket. Deserving winners in the end, even if
here's a good touch here.
Kanturk will
Brian
be kicking
O'Sullivan,
themselves.
Lachlan O'Neill and TJ Brosnan exchanging words just after the game.
Yeah, as we said before the game, like, all these players would know each other very well, and I'm sure over the coming days they'll probably mingle each other over the coming days and have a few drinks and look back at the game.
And what man here telling us Conor O'Keefe for the Cork football panel, well, 32 points he's had this afternoon.
Yeah, you'd have to. He wouldn't be far away, to be fair.
Let's go downstairs. TJ Brosnan is standing alongside Cathaoirleach of the Cone Lucas Gael Corky, Marco Sheahan. Let's take in the presentation of the Premier Intermediate Football Championship.
obviously the Cork Howdown playing professionals from Hannah. We have Mr. Raytor, Sean O'Reilly, Mark Conrad, and some or Hori, Monsignor Hospitals, and Haig, and Marie, and Moses Shaw. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Cork County Board, I'm delighted to welcome you to the final of the Cork County Premier Intermediate Football Championship between neighbours Kanturk Newmarket. I want to compliment both teams on an outstanding game of football this evening. If nothing beats neighbourly and Ohio rivalry in terms of bringing this match right to the wire, right to the finish. And no doubt that Kanturk will be greatly disappointed by the outcome today. However, they've had a great year in terms of winning the turning a few weeks back. I know they've had disappointments in football, but they're right there to come again. But today, we belong to the market by the narrowest of margins, and I want to congratulate the market team and the market club, as they know we want to see the way football moves. On behalf of the county board, I want to thank the referee, John Ryan, and the crew, his officials, and also our stewards, and they've been very, very busy, very active here in the finals, many of whom need to be played here in Cork over the past number of weeks. County Board are very grateful to the competition sponsors, Conturk Hospital, who sponsor all our football championships, and we thank them for their generous sponsorship. In the context of the COVID-19 pandemic, we again urge all clubs, particularly to settle in safety over the next while, as we try to suppress the COVID-19 situation in the community. But as I said earlier today, we ask the market, I want to congratulate them on this tremendous victory. I'm delighted now to present the trophy to the very deserving captain of the Newmarket team, TJ Boston.
As TJ Brosnan lifts the cup for the Black and Red of Newmarket.
Just another note there. I see Aidan Brown below in his Newmarket top, a young player who is desperately unfortunate to pick up a cruciate injury earlier in the year. So just a word for him as well, you know.
Let's hear from TJ Brosnan.
Fairness for you, top class professionals.
Spoil of language there chosen, but obviously emotions running really high. As he mentioned, great clubman Sean Brown, who died earlier in the year. Well, what a year, what a day it has been for Newmarket, for Kanturk. You can only feel so sorry. It's so harsh on him. With the jubilatory scenes out in front of us. Well, what a season it has been here on the Irish Examiner. And what a way to finish out this championship of Premier Intermediate football. A great county final. What a finish, lads.
Unbelievable drama again. Just what a way to win a game. You know, Newmarket didn't really play as well in the second half as they had in the first, and Kanturk controlled the majority of the second half, but into injury time, brought it back to a point. The score from Conor O'Keefe to equalise was a superb score, and then we just had the short kick out that went wrong for Kanturk, and they punished Ryan O'Keefe getting the winner. What a way to win a game, what a way to lose a game. But it's been just unbelievable, enjoyable sport over the last few weeks, and it's only positive, and I can only say well done to everyone involved in today's game and in all the games that we've seen over the last few weeks. But we've seen some excellent football, so hopefully Cork football can go on an upward curve from here, and congratulations especially to Newmarket.
Just going to say a nice touch as well by TJ Brosnan. I know a lot of people pull out referees being thanks for your performance and all that, but he really mentioned John Ryan and saying thanks for your performance, great game, and best luck going forward in the future. As a referee, a nice touch to have.
Yeah.
When a player's saying that about any guy.
Yeah, and it's probably rarely done, but I think everybody knows John probably has a big future ahead of him. He's refed a few inter-county games as well, but both referees in both games today had very good games. But looking down here, I think Christmas has come early for Newmarket, definitely. But there's a winner and a loser, and you'd have to feel for Kanturk as well. I see some of the players still out on the pitch there, and their captain there, John McLaughlin, long-serving club member of Kanturk.
You can see the pictures for tomorrow morning's front page of the Irish Examiner sports section right there.
Yeah, you don't often get to see the crowd as well on the pitch, especially this year with Newmarket. I'm sure there's a great buzz down there, and I'm sure there'll be a long few days in Newmarket there in the coming days.
And TJ Brosnan and Aidan Brown, two lads I know, and look, I know TJ Brosnan is working in town with a company that I used to work with, so just calling those lads to maybe give them a day or two off now after such a hard battle, and to my friend Joe Collins as well, who I think is Aidan's boss. Give him an old day off as well or two for the next couple of days. I think they deserve it.
Anyone for homework after anything, huh?
You were always good at that one, alright, weren't you, Mr. O'Neill?
Yes, but tis fitting that I suppose the last game, the championship here in Páirc Uí Chaoimh was as exciting as it has been, because I suppose we really have some very exciting games throughout all the championship. And look, as John has mentioned there previously, it's great to see. And look, as I say, the focus probably from now goes to lads who are teams are going on in Munster, and then for players who are going to get selected to play with Cork in back training, and we look forward to following them as well going into next year.
So before we look back at the championship, just to mention about Kanturk, and they played a massive role in today's game and a massive role in the whole season, I suppose. You know, winning the senior hurling championship, okay, losing today, but the dual club debate that we've been having, and people are frustrated by we're playing week in week out hurling football. We've got the likes of Kilmacud Crokes, who won the double senior, Lockmore Castleiney, who won the double senior. We've got the likes of Ballygiblin and Mitchelstown getting to 2 county finals. Again today, Kanturk getting to 2 county finals. Does that throw that analogy out the window?
Well, it shows it can be done, I suppose. And look, you can see how it's difficult during the group stages, especially. And look, if you're going long into the championship with both, it's obviously tough going week after week. But if you can avoid injuries, you're getting game hardened. There's no better way of getting fit than playing games. So it's not necessarily a hindrance. It's about, I think, for the dual clubs, avoiding the injuries. I've no doubt it can be difficult at times, but I think from like a club that just does one during the group stages, the 3 weeks gap between the games, you probably prefer 2 weeks would be ideal, I suppose. But 3 weeks, sometimes managing that lag as well is a little bit. There is a little bit of a lag between the games, but I think hats off to those teams. I suppose what it shows is that sometimes clubs just get a crop of players that come along at the right time, together, and they're talented. And in Kanturk's case, they are obviously talented hurlers and footballers and coming through at a good time. They have lots of young players that are really coming through, promising in both codes for Kanturk and Cork. So I'm absolutely sure they'll be back in next year's championship, and will be competing in the later stages as well.
You mentioned about good players, and yes, you feel sorry for Jordan Fullerton and Darren Brown, who kind of got mixed up in the short kick out. But the likes of Conor O'Keefe and Ryan O'Keefe, Conor getting 7 points, Ryan O'Keefe, I think his only contribution to the game was that final score. He snapped it over the bar.
Yeah, he'll probably be a hero in the market now for forevermore. But yeah, look, we said it already. Just like the previous game, with Chris Ogue being probably the man of the match and being very lively. Similar kind of player, Conor O'Keefe, I believe he's 25 years of age. I don't think has ever been with any underage Cork teams, but he definitely was one player I thought was lively, left and right, busy all day. As I said, he was marking John McLaughlin, and look, I marked John a few times. You get nothing easy off John, so he can hold his head up high, and he could be one player for the future as well.
Okay, let's look back at the championship then. Across the grades, John, and look, we'll just mention the 5 winners in football for a start. Bohobui winning the county junior A, Eeve Laoire winning the lower intermediate A earlier on this afternoon. Of course, Newmarket winning it here, and of course last week then we had Mallow and St Finbarrs.
Yeah, look, congratulations to all the clubs. Like, I think in the new system, there's no doubt if you win it, you deserve it. You're coming through a group stage, and then you're coming through knockout, 3 knockout games, maybe 2 in some instances. But all the clubs. And all the clubs who've been in the later stages of the championships, like, just congratulations to all of them for providing the quality and entertainment that they have over the last few weeks. And look, a shout out to the board. We were long enough giving out about the championships and the structures, and it was very frustrating, but it's very good now. So we have to give credit to the board there, and it'll whet your appetite for next year's championship. Look. And again, for the Irish Examiner as well to provide this service as well. is superb as well. So look, I've been very lucky to be involved just in this role. Hopefully next year maybe we might be involved more in the playing role if I can stay fit for a little while. But you know, it's getting harder and harder, as Colm knows. Colm's gone back into goal. I might do the same thing at some stage. But
stay away from the kitchen table now over Christmas. You'll have some chance.
So says what did you call him a while ago?
Oh, Colin Corkery the second. Yeah, he's stuffing his face here with chocolate since we sat down. Really, so.
I'll take that as a compliment any day of the week.
I would too.
Colm, just from your own perspective, you've been sitting back and watching a lot of games. What do you think as a whole of the whole championship structure?
Yeah, as John said, championship structure has been super. Look, talking to any club player over the last 10-15 years, it was a real frustration that when they didn't really know when they were going to be playing, and not only for the players but the management to try and plan games, trainings, etc. But now I think everybody knows, right, look, I'm going to be playing here. It could go on until this, it could be over at any stage as well, but they kind of know now and they can kind of plan training, plan games. And look, I think anybody you meet and anybody meeting the street talked about games, be it hurling or football. The way the championship structure now is in place is definitely a huge improvement to the way it was, and I think we'll only see the benefit of the structure in years going forward when players develop into the senior team.
But just to clarify something, Colm is right to take that as a compliment. Any comparison to Colin Corkery is a compliment, and I don't mean any disrespect in what I'm saying, because he's a class act and the best footballer I saw with Cork when I was growing up. Anyway, just to clarify, I think he was a genius. Colm wasn't bad either.
And just to acknowledge our hurling counterparts as well in Middleton, of course, who won the Premier Senior out next weekend. Kanturk, of course, unfortunately losing the football from their point of view, but winning the Senior A Championship. Corsey Rovers, Castlemartyr, Lisgould, of course, the latter two there, Castlemartyr, Lisgould, only after winning their previous championship back in August, advancing up a second level in a matter of months. And of course, Ballygiblin will be representing Cork in the Junior Hurling Championship. Look, lads, I think we'll wrap it up, but you know, another great day of football. I suppose the first game, Colm, look a bit one-sided, but we've seen some classy players come out of it. Yeah,
probably wasn't as close as the second game here. I suppose Mitchelstown won't be making any excuses, but they're probably down a few lads from injury. But Uibh Laoire by far the better team, and as we said, they won't be found wanting in this grade next year. And again today, look, in the second game, Newmarket thoroughly deserved a victory. Dug it out, showed great determination, and their top players performed again today.
Yeah, look, just to back that up, the quality performers that we've seen today, and like you mentioned, Keith Ricken is here, he'll be watching it. Just to give a shout out, like on the Kanturk side, you know, I thought Darren Brown played very well. Lorcan was very good in the second half. In fairness to Aidan Walsh, he thundered into the game in the second half as well. Ian Walsh was good too. So look, great performances, great football, great excitement, and what a way to finish it. I can't wait to watch that last 5-10 minutes back again, just to see the drama, because it was so quick. You know, it kind of was leaving you kind of speechless here at some stages. But yeah, it's been brilliant. It's been superb championships all around, and look, great coverage as it has been noted, and lots of people have said it to me that they've really enjoyed the coverage as well. So you know, it's nice to be involved in this way, and here's to another season of it next year. Look, hopefully Cork will have a successful inter-county seasons first, but look, we'll all be looking forward to the clubs getting back in going next year, because look, the clubs are, you know, they're the heart of the GAA.
John Hayes, thanks very much for all your contributions in Colm. Thanks for popping in today as well. Enjoyed the coverage, and thank all the team here on the Irish Examiner, Raf, Kieran, and all the boys on the technical duties, to Tony, to Colm for all the organisation, to the county board, to Johnny, to Larry, to all the backroom team behind us all, to all our commentators and co-commentators who joined us throughout the season. 35 games brought to you live on the Irish Examiner since June, when we brought you the first Senior A Football Championship game between Mallow and Éire back along. What a season it has been. Entertainment, thrills, spills, last minute scores. We saw it last week between the Bars and Clonakilty. Mallow with a late goal. Today, a late 2 points from Newmarket to come out on top. It's what an exciting championship we have in Cork, and we look forward to bringing it to you all over again in 2022. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for all your support. Don't forget, buy a paper, subscribe online. Keep with us here on the Irish Examiner with a full reaction for you tomorrow in tomorrow's paper. But from all of us here in Páirc Uí Chaoimh, in the Examiner Sports Room, and all the technical team, thanks very much, and we'll talk to you all very soon. Happy Christmas and good night from Páirc Uí Chaoimh.